Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Jeff Rust with your Sports Center update. First on The Fan, another trio of Game 2s in the NBA playoffs tonight. Coming up at 4 o'clock on TNT, the Magic 10.5-point road underdogs as they try to even the series with the Celtics. At 4:30 on NBA TV, it's the Cavaliers looking for a 2-0 series lead over the Heat. The Cavs are 12-point favorites. And then at 6:30 back on TNT, the Rockets 3.5-point favorites to tie up the series with the Warriors before heading to San Francisco. Over in the NFL, Diana Rossini of The Athletic reporting the Steelers, Browns, and Vikings could be involved in a trade involving quarterback Kirk Cousins. Fox Sports' Jordan Schultz reporting multiple teams calling the Steelers regarding the availability of wide receiver George Pickens, and the Saints exercising a nearly $15.5 million option for 2026 on wide receiver Chris Olave. On the diamond, Game 2 of 3 for the Mariners this afternoon at the Red Sox. Emerson Hancock starting for Seattle. Sean Newcomb for Boston. 3:45 first pitch on Root Sports. The Mariners are tied with the Astros, 2 games back of the Rangers for the AL West lead. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Jeff Rust from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com. This is the week for the Jimmies and the Joes.
Thought about taking a little person into the backfield and throwing them over the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, in short yardage situations. Now, there are several issues with this, in that it's not legal at all.
This is a Draft Week edition of Danny and Dusty.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Get $2,000 off a new energy-efficient system now through May 31st. Call or visit aeheatingandcooling.com.
You can't just sit there and just say, all right, we're just going to throw him over the top. Is this like a read play where you're trying to figure out where he go, like where the weak spot is, and then you toss him over?
Yeah, do you go over center? Do you go over guard or tackle?
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's a
direct
read play.
Direct snap to
Are
the
we
back.
talking a sweep?
Draft Week with Danny and Dusty on 1080 The Fan.
Good afternoon! Hey, we got one day till the NFL draft. We're getting ready. Nobody's going to be drafting anybody to Mike Leach, as that conversation made it to our 12 o'clock open, Jeff Rust, of Mike Leach wanting to get a little person to throw over the line of scrimmage.
Talking Jimmies and Joes.
I guess never did I ever think that would have made it into an open, but here we are. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive.
It's the simple things in life.
Yeah.
Like
How we
wanting
doing
to
today?
throw little people.
How we doing today? We good?
Doing good.
We good?
Sun's still shining.
Yeah, it's getting warmer. Getting warmer. Today and tomorrow, I think, are going to be warm. And then, of course, Oregon's going to be like, enjoy the nice weather when
During the
you're
week.
working, okay? We're going to go back to regularly scheduled rain on the weekends when
Are we
you
getting
guys
it
want to
again?
be outside. Yeah, not a lot. Not a lot.
God dang it.
Not a lot. But
don't like
yeah,
it.
some. I've been hawking the weather now, because I'm old. That's what we do.
So we do.
Mm-hmm.
If for nothing else, because, tea times.
No, I'm
No?
not
Okay.
golfing, and I haven't been golfing in a really long time. Look, I don't want to talk about it. It's been a long time.
Oh, do we need an intervention here?
Yeah, I need time to go golf. That's the thing. Hey, we got kids sports, and we got like
Family
this
neglect is a real thing.
Oregon spring game is this weekend, so I'm going to be outside. So I've been looking at weather for that. It's followed by a top 15 baseball game at PK Park right there. Like, let's go. I'm looking forward to it. That's going to be fun. Oregon State baseball game after the spring game. No better time to be outside, and it's going to be raining. There we go. Yeah. All right. Well, here we are. My son is entering a talent show at school.
What's the talent?
He's not telling us.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah. We don't know. He doesn't have musical talent that we know of.
Mm-hmm.
But we did get an email from one of his little buddies' moms that said part of the talent show wants to his buddy wants to show off his football skills with another friend, and the mom was like, hey, could this be your kid? And we're like, yeah, there's probably. So I'm just wondering what this looks like in a talent show setting.
It's just going like full Napoleon Dynamite.
I don't know. Are we just going to have just on the stage throwing bombs and just jumping onto a pad? What are we doing here?
You know
Like,
what it is?
what-
It's Pro Bowl.
Are we?
It's Pro Bowl.
I bet it is.
That's what it is.
They're going to have to bring out the whole cans and
Yeah.
try to catch a football with the whole
With
cans.
wrestling mats. I like it. I like it.
Where are they going to procure these mats, though? I don't know if they've thought this through. And I don't look. He's not going to tell us about it because I know he doesn't want us there. He will not want us to be there because he just rolls that way. But I'm wondering what this is going to be, and I'm intrigued by this. I'm intrigued by what are they going to try because. One thing he likes to do, which could be very dangerous for a talent show setting now that I'm thinking about this, he likes to spin the ball and then kick it. Like he's going to just kick that out into the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
And is that the football skill? What are we going to be seeing here from 2 second graders showcasing their football skills?
Yeah, the danger that is possible here is quite high.
Yeah.
But also, you kind of have to love the fact that he's not afraid to get out there.
I'm here for it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Good, bad, or otherwise, if your kid wants to be out front and center,
Yeah.
it's usually kind of a good thing.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if other people have this though, but sports, my son, totally fine. Parents watching, grandparents come, go do it. School events, nope. It's like it's like a second life that he lives at school, and he wants us
Separate.
as far away from it as he possibly can.
Mm.
And I've come to find out it's because he's really well behaved at school.
Oh, doesn't want you to know that he can do it.
I think there is a little bit of that because he's a great kid, but we hear and it's like, oh, so these problems aren't happening. No, all right, cool. I think he's gonna low key. I don't think we will ever hear about this until he gets home from school, and I'm proud of him for that. I'm proud of him for that. But we've just been tipped off because there's no other kid that it could be, except for my son that would do this with the other kid.
Okay.
It's
Did you ever do anything?
talent show.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see here. I got roped into a dance for Coolio's Fantastic Voyage.
There you go. I'm in.
Did that, choreographed and everything. Other than that, oh yeah, I did. Like we had some kids that started a battle of the bands in middle school. Problem was our middle school only had 2 bands, so they needed to make other bands.
Gotcha.
So I slapped the bass.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Slap of the bass for brain stew.
I like that.
Really easy for me. They tried something more difficult, and we were all gung-ho about something more difficult. And then the kids who actually played instruments were like, you guys can't do that.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, this is going to be a non-starter for you guys. So brain stew was it. And then, which also not appropriate for a middle school battle of the bands, but it was a different time. They let it go. We had to lobby for it, and basically lobbying for is we don't know how to play anything else. We're just doing this so this battle of the bands can be a thing.
Gotcha.
You know? Other than that, no.
Okay.
No talent shows for me.
Middle school is the only one I remember breakdancing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Did do a breakdancing to Ice Ice Baby with one of my buddies.
8th grade.
Again, that was another middle school one where they're like, we need one more act. And so we were like, all right, we went to Ross Dress for Less, got a couple of jumpsuits that matched.
There you go.
They were Fila. They were
course.
sick. They were like $10. And then we don't know how to breakdance. So we just did some belly slides, head spins, and we shaved ice in the back of our heads.
Wonderful.
It was great. It was terrible.
But in the best way.
You know, we were there so the talent show could go on.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
We were the appetizer. And we knew that.
Yeah.
We knew our role.
I hit some windmills.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, did you?
Yeah, no, I actually was halfway decent.
That breakdancing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had a buddy who was incredible.
Okay.
I mean, he ended up going to Juilliard?
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was an incredible dancer.
All right. So no, I no talent shows for me that were of consequence or that I was actually trying to win. Kind of sounds like my kid, to be honest. You know, he's just like, yeah, I'll do it.
Sure, whatever.
I'm not gonna tell my parents about it. And I'm not really gonna tell anybody about it.
We
I'm
had
just
to do
gonna
a
do this.
makeshift one for an English class. A buddy of mine skipped a bunch of class. Was it sophomore year? And our teacher was actually really cool. She gave us an opportunity to basically save our bacon, and we had to do like a video presentation. I can't remember. It might have been something to do with Romeo and Juliet, but we ended up doing like a music video.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
All right.
and it was like 4 different songs, and the one I remember is "No Scrubs."
Oh heck yeah, dude!
Yeah.
You want no scrubs?
Oh yeah, we went full boy band in No Scrubs video because I think there was a boy band song in there too. So we had the puka
Yeah.
shells and the earrings and the white tank tops that go by a different name.
Wow. Yeah.
So that video's out there floating around somewhere.
Yeah. I feel like
Shout out my guy Jared Grant.
actually it is on YouTube somewhere because it came back to me. There was a Dare. Remember Dare?
Oh,
Remember
yeah.
Dare?
Yeah.
Remember when we were still fighting drugs?
Yeah. We won.
Yeah, we declared victory on that.
R.I.P. Officer Dan.
In Dare, we had our Dare graduation, and like they just gave us like what we did, right?
Oh, drugs?
And that's a good catch by you.
Mm.
No, they gave us like all of the bits that you were gonna do during Dare, right? And one of them was a rap song, and I
Oh,
was
yeah.
given a rap song where I believe it was like, I think my words were like pop a can of beer and take a couple rips. I was in like 5th grade, 6th grade. Dare is that what it is? I was a Dare valedictorian, by the way.
Oh,
That's
look at
on the
you.
internet though. Is me rapping that as a young
Nice.
6th grader. Yeah, it was my lines were, and I was like, all right. I just had to memorize the lines, and there we go.
I think we need more McGruff the crime dog.
We do. Where did McGruff go?
Like you don't have to, if you're gonna kill off Dare, fine. But McGruff is timeless.
You know what killed McGruff?
Hmm.
Trench coat.
Oh yeah.
You know, now
Trench
it's
Coat
like,
Mafia, Combine, and then the
well, I
Creeper
mean, just
Factor.
you know
Or the pedo flasher thing.
yeah,
Well,
the
yeah.
flashers.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, McGruff was a dog
He's so bulgy, he's like a moose.
wearing he was wearing a trench coat, and it was all buttoned up, and you're like, I know you're not wearing clothes under there.
Yeah.
You know?
Can we take trench coats back?
No,
No.
I don't think we want to.
Do we?
Mm-mm.
I mean, Inspector Gadget wore a trench coat.
No.
I think we can think of more positive trench coats in pop culture than negative ones.
Oh, I don't think you could.
You don't think so?
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
Just because the negative ones are so bad.
Yeah, where are you gonna go? Inspector Gadget,
Yeah.
Dick Tracy,
Yeah.
McGruff the
McGruff.
crime dog. I mean, that's 3.
Is that the list?
That might be
Well,
it.
Wasn't Columbo a trench coat guy?
Yeah. And there's a difference between a trench coat and a duster, so you can't go Western films, right? Like, I mean, a duster is different than a trench coat.
Right.
Do you want to go Bogard Humphrey? I think he wore one, right?
It's
Or Humphrey Bogart. Jeez, what am I doing?
It's a lot of
Humphrey Bogart.
It's a lot of the
Bogart
same
Humphrey.
ones. As far as like
Yeah.
Green Hornet.
No, we said good ones.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of not great ones. John Constantine
Yeah, the
comic books.
the fan text line at 503-864-6326 is just going to light up with all the negative ones.
Yeah.
And it's going to be aggressive.
So Sherlock Holmes is on there.
yeah, Sherlock Holmes is a good one. So we're up to 4. We're up to 4?
You said Dick Tracy, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy, it's
See, there's no... Oh, George Costanza. Well, no, he tried to bring the trench coat back.
yeah.
It did not go.
Boy, I'm going through the list and it's
Yeah.
just not great.
I'm telling you, you're
Maybe-
not... The negatives, we can't bring the trench coat back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's tough.
Mhm.
Lot of villains in the trench coat too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, April from Ninja Turtles. That's a good one.
Oh yeah.
So that's 5.
Nick Fury.
Yeah. All right,
Avengers.
so 2 of them are cartoon characters. And look, let's talk about April real quick. She's an adult
Mm.
news reporter
Indeed.
hanging out with
Teenagers.
teenage boy turtles
Yeah. This is like one step away from a high school teacher.
who were all trying to woo her, and she played into it.
Yeah. And a sketchy dude.
The sketchy rat dude.
No. What was the surfer bro? Casey. Oh God, Casey James.
Mm-mm. Oh yeah. I remember him now. Yeah, I don't think we can
Casey
bring
Jones.
back. I don't think we can bring back the trench coat. We can fire off a bunch of negatives. This one, Casey.
Yeah.
Inspector Gadget seemed like a flasher as well. No, he just had to hide all the gadgets.
Yeah. Well, go gadget.
All right, boy, that took a turn for us here.
I'm good at that.
Trench coats.
Hmm.
Trench coats. We can't bring back the trench coat. It's
I mean, we
long
can.
gone.
It's just probably not advisable.
Yeah, I think that's a losing cause. 10 out of 10.
Ooh, Neo from the
Losing
Matrix. All of them. Him, Morpheus, Trinity.
Yeah.
They really went full trenchcoat mafia on that.
And we're calling that a good look.
I mean, I never got it, but people loved. What's her name? Who the actress that plays
Carrie Ann Moss.
Carrie Ann Moss? It was like a full-on Gillian Anderson thing.
Mm.
Like, don't be wrong, they're both attractive women, but I never got why either of them like rose to the level of like salacious stardom that they did.
Yeah.
Like that was a kink that really got it for a lot of people.
No, I'm out.
Spandex and leather and trench coats.
I'm out on that one.
I mean, it is like soft dominatrix. I
Okay,
guess.
I'll go bad. I'll go bad real quick.
Mm.
Later, turd nuggets.
I was gonna
Grandma's boy. That's not good.
say.
That's not good. He was made fun of the entire time.
So did you know like a lot of those lines was just Nick Swartzen yelling stuff to him off camera and him improvising it?
Oh,
I
really?
literally just happened to see this pop up on the algorithm the other day. 20 years ago that movie came out.
Oh.
And the guy that plays that character, I can never remember his name. But he was like,
Southern Oregon alum.
oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
But he goes, you know what? Out of all the stuff in my career, the people that, like the thing that gets quoted to me the most is lines like, "How did he see me?"
Yeah.
Like the whole invisible thing was like they needed a scene.
Yeah.
To get to the next scene, and they were like, "Just pretend like you're invisible."
Yeah.
And so he
perfect.
did like that whole bit, but it's like every last bit of that stuff, like most of his lines were just improv.
Yeah. He went to Benson.
Oh, so he's a Portland guy.
Yeah. He's born and raised in Portland.
No kidding.
Yeah. Joel David Moore went to Benson High School and then Southern Oregon University, where he performed 2 summers at the Oregon Shakespeare Festival.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a rite of passage, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh well, yeah. When you're in the theater
Yeah.
department, yeah. it
Like
is.
that's like your Broadway, right?
Yeah. He got a bachelor in fine arts.
That's not surprising.
Yeah.
Shout out
But-
to him though. He's great in dodgeball too.
Yeah, Dodgeball, Grandma's Boy,
He's got some cult classics in there.
American Hustle. He was in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What you got?
He was in a movie called Wieners.
Mm.
I don't. With Keenan Thompson.
No, that
Never-
one wasn't great. It's just a bunch of filler.
Oh.
He was in Avatar.
Yeah.
I'll let that one
Yeah,
go.
he was one of the doctors or whatever with
Yeah.
what's her name from Alien.
Dang, he's been in a lot of stuff, man.
He's a good supporting actor.
Dude, he's in all of the Avatars,
Mhm.
and he's going to be in the new Avatar.
Did you just blank on Sigourney Weaver?
Yeah, I totally did.
Yeah.
Totally did.
Hmm.
Look, I'm not a smart man.
And he's also in the movie Kinda Pregnant.
Hmm.
Is that Amy Schumer? Is that who's in that? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a Netflix one.
Yeah, look,
Hmm.
everybody has their things. If I see Amy Schumer in something, I have zero interest in it. I have negative interest in it.
Yeah, a lot
I-
of people have that.
I do
feeling
not
about
find her funny.
Yeah, a lot of people feel that way about her.
Just fun vacuum.
Mm.
Like I see her and the fun leaves the room.
Yeah. All right.
I get it. Some people love her. That's your thing. Go for it. I want no part of it.
I'm indifferent on Amy
Mhm.
Schumer. I don't hate her. Some things have been funny.
Mm-hmm.
The movie Trainwreck had really funny parts, John Cena, but it also was so cringy. Like
Yeah.
that's why you don't like
Yeah.
her. She lives in cringe.
And I don't find that funny at all.
Yeah, I'm with you on. It gets too cringy, and you're like, I'm out.
It's the Michael Cera
Yeah.
is the dude version of that for me. I just don't find him funny at all.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How about Aubrey Plaza?
Do love her because it's like I'm okay with deadpan. I like
But hers is just making people feel awkward and cringy.
yeah, but it's like the deadpan of it all. I don't
think
know.
what we're finding is that Aubrey Plaza's hot enough for you to overlook all that.
Something about her though. I always found her like always found her interesting because she was in what was the X-Men show? I can't remember it. God dang it. It was an FX series. I really liked her in too.
No idea.
But yeah, no, I like Aubrey Plaza.
All right. Okay.
I did like it when Rihanna slapped the living hell out of Michael Cera. Do you know the story about that? What the world is ending or whatever that one is called?
No.
End of the world.
No.
Channing Tatum plays a gimp.
Oh yeah. Remember that.
There's
Yep.
a scene in there where he asked Rihanna if he could slap her on the butt, and
Yeah.
she said, "Sure, as long as I can slap you back."
Oh yeah.
And he does, and she slaps the cut they used for the movie was her slapping the taste out of his mouth, and I was like, God, that was great. But it was not fake. It was not a little love tap. Like she slapped the taste out of his mouth. That's when I found Michael Cera funny.
Good. All right, let's get this show on the road, shall we? All right, we got
I guess.
a Peyton Pritchard wins Sixth Man of the Year. Hey, congrats to the Westland native.
There you go. Also, Legion was the name of the show. I've totally blanked on.
Sure,
There you go.
Legion. There we go. Never heard of it.
Mm.
You said Legion. I went,
Trippy show.
nope.
Trippy
Still
show.
have no idea. We've got more NFL draft news and notes that are coming out, including injury concerns regarding Derek Harmon and which team or which player Jim Harbaugh is in love with. It'll be a surprise to everybody
Shocking.
that's out there. But where we got to start this bad boy off, Game 2's in the NBA playoffs. Not a great night Tuesday night was. It was not must-see TV.
Easy there, Yoda.
It was not. 'Twas not. But the Indiana Pacers take a 2-0 series lead over the Milwaukee Bucks, and by golly, there's some real bona fide hate in those two teams. Danny and Dusty on the Fan. got some real life hate in the NBA playoffs, and it is in a series where the home team has held serve and took a 2-0 series lead. Indiana beats the Milwaukee Bucks 123 to 115. Bucks were getting the doors blown off them. Fourth quarter run, they get it to within 2 with like 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, Dame hit a 30-foot three.
Oh, no way.
To get it to 2, and then Pascal Siakam came down and hit a 3 to get it to 5.
And they end up winning 123-115. Indiana does. But we had 2 dust-ups in that game. One early, one late. And
Hallie.
you don't – well, first one was just Siakam and Gary Trent Jr. going at it. And then Halliburton and Dame, they continue to go at each other.
Mm-hmm.
And Halliburton won this matchup in the first one that they've had because Dame played 37 minutes in his first game back.
Look, Dame did about as good as I possibly could have expected, not having played basketball in 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Like, he was fine. But here's the problem for the Bucks. Giannis has been the best player in the playoffs through 2 games. Like, I don't even think that's a contention. He's been unreal.
14 of 20, 34 points, 18 rebounds, 7 assists last night.
I mean, good God. We were talking about how efficient, Kawhi was, but, like, Giannis has done this in both games. He was 14 of 23 in game 1.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, oh, he only had 1 assist. I'm like, it's not for lack of trying. They just couldn't hit a damn shot. Giannis has been freaking incredible. Bobby Portis may have played the game of his life last night. 6 of 11 from 3, 28 points, was 11 boards. It wasn't enough. And, like, you're looking up and down, like, can Dame get to being himself or at least a facsimile of himself? Is Dame scoring 8 more points enough?
Well, no, because he and Giannis don't complement each other when they play basketball. And individually, they are 2 really good players. But you saw it kind of last night. It's more of a your turn, my turn thing. Instead of playing together and we're going to see kind of where the dust settles, it's a weird matchup that everybody thinks should work very well, and it just isn't.
The human element just never factors into this stuff when you're talking about it. And look, I was one of the biggest bell ringers in the planet for this being the best pick and roll pairing maybe ever.
Well,
and it just never turned into that.
They rang the bell on this.
Yeah.
They wanted to play with each other. And it just hasn't worked the way that we thought it would work.
I don't want to throw all the blame at Giannis's feet, because this is the thing about great players. Everybody talks about, it's their ability to adjust. No, it's not. Great players make everybody else around them better. That's how they do it, particularly in basketball. This whole, like, adjustment thing, it never works because, especially at this point in your career, you are who you are. You don't learn new like LeBron has always been the pass first guy.
Yeah.
He didn't just, like, start passing first. He didn't, like, it's so if you have a guy like LeBron who has that built into him, that's fine. Had Giannis spent most of his career being a pick and roll guy, I think maybe it would have worked. But he didn't spend the first 10 years of his career as a pick and roll dive guy. He spent most of his career with the ball in his hands.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. The guy who really pops to mind that has acquiesced very well is James Harden, but he's going back to the way he started his career.
Yeah.
He went from being a secondary, tertiary facilitator to being a bona fide ball in my hand all the time. I take all the shots.
Heliocentric guy ever.
And I score, back to, all right, I understand where I'm at. And he and Kawhi play really well alongside each other.
And even that, though, is a your turn, my turn, but it's one that's understood.
Yes.
Because when they run pick and roll, they don't typically run pick and like Kawhi is an isolation monster. He is not a let's go spread pick and roll. He's gonna run a pick maybe and get a switch. And it doesn't really matter. Like, if you looked at, like, there was a couple times in the game against the Nuggets where he got Michael Porter Jr. He was trying to get him to switch, and MPJ didn't. And Kawhi said, all right. He didn't care. Like, with Harden, though, when they go spread pick and roll, it's Harden and Zoo, and they're going to spread you out and manipulate the floor. It's a very different your turn, my turn.
But they have a way to emphasize Harden's game and obviously Kawhi just does it by himself.
Yeah.
Literally by himself. He can be whoever he wants to be. And that's a little bit different in stylistically the way that they play. I want to get to the hate in this series though, because if
It's real.
if there's going to be something that gets this series back to being watchable,
Right?
that's what it's going to be. And Tyrese Halliburton talked about it after the game. We'll get to that after Rust with SportsCenter.
This is Draft Week with Danny and Dusty.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update brought to you by 808 Hawaiian Restaurant. Mixed plates like Grandma used to make. If your grandma were from the Big Island, Woodstock, Burnside, Beaverton, or online at ate-oh-ate.com. First on the Fan, another trio of Game 2s in the association tonight. 4 o'clock on TNT, the Magic 10.5-point road dogs as they try to even the series with the Celtics. At 4:30 on NBA TV, the Cavaliers looking for a 2-0 series lead over the Heat. The Cavs are 12-point favorites. And then at 6:30 back on TNT, the Rockets 3.5-point favorites to tie up the series with the Warriors before heading to San Francisco. Diana Rossini of The Athletic reporting the Steelers, Browns, and Vikings could be involved in a trade involving quarterback Kirk Cousins. Fox Sports, Jordan Schultz reporting multiple teams calling the Steelers regarding the availability of wide receiver George Pickens, and the Saints exercising a nearly $15.5 million option for 2026 on receiver Chris Olave. Game 2 of 3 for the Mariners this afternoon at the Red Sox. Emerson Hancock starting for Seattle. Sean Newcomb for Boston. 3:45 first pitch on Root Sports. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Jeff Rust from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's The Fan on FM. Go to 99.5 FM HD2 and enjoy high def 1080 The Fan.
Just hearing the word IRS
The Indiana Pacers hold a 2-0 series lead over the Milwaukee Bucks with a 123-115 victory last night. That it didn't seem even as close as the final score indicated. The Bucks got it to 2, but the answers were quick by Indiana.
Literally the next possession, Siakam hit a 3.
They are, and if you look at it, Indiana's killing Milwaukee with balance, right?
They're a deep team, man.
No player scored over 25 points. 6 players scored 14 or more, including all 5 in their starting 5, right? And then you look at the disparity of Milwaukee, and this is like where it's star-driven league, right? Giannis goes for 34, Portis goes for 28, Dame goes for 14. Other than that, you didn't get many shots or production, especially from Kyle Kuzma, who, goodness gracious, he was, I guess, better than game 1, but
I mean, the bar is the floor.
Buzz's girlfriend. Woof.
Yeah.
But there is some real hate. Siakam and Gary Trent Jr. got into it. Halliburton got into it. And Dame bowed up and chested up with him later in the game. And afterwards, Tyrese Halliburton was asked about the contentiousness between Damian Lillard and him.
We're just competitors. I think that's what it is. He wants to win. I want to win. It's the highest level. We're in the highest level in the most contentious moment here in the playoffs. He wants to win. I want to win. We want to win. They want to win. So it's just competition at the end of the day. But yeah, I mean, we don't have to sit here and act like, it's any secret. We don't like them. They don't like us. And that's just what it is. And they live for this. We live for this. So, I could care less. I'm out here just trying to help my team win games. So there's got to be a little bit of back and forth. There's got to be a little back and forth. But I'm here to win.
2 things on that. First is I did not have in my mind Tyrese Halliburton sounding like a strength and conditioning coach of a college football team.
Oh, have you never heard Hallie talk before?
Well, that was a little bit more raspy than usual, and obviously he was chirping a lot.
Yeah.
But he has strength and conditioning coach vibes all over that voice.
No, he does.
Yeah.
Like his voice does not match what he looks like at all.
No. I mean, he sounds like he's about to yell at you to get ass to grass. Get your squats down.
100%.
Yeah. But the other thing is it's real and it's a natural. This is like an old school rivalry where it's 2 competitors who are going to let each other know at every turn who's got the upper hand. And right now, Halliburton has the upper hand in spades over Damian Lillard.
Well, I mean, that's to be expected with Dame missing 6 weeks. I think that's honestly, I think the way Dame played last night was about the best you're going to get from a guy who didn't play. Played 37 minutes after not playing for 6 weeks.
Yeah, I'm going with, though, like, it's going back to last year, too.
Oh, yeah. No,
Halliburton has the upper hand. Like, take last night out of it. Going back to last year, what pissed Dame off the most when Hallie was doing Dame time in his face after they won? Yeah, he's got the upper hand on it.
Hallie's got some instigator in him. And look, I'm a big fan of Hallie. I really am. I love the way he plays the game. Yeah. And I think when we talked about before he went to break was the idea of like how many guys scored for the Pacers, and that's not the mark usually of a title contending team, because you need to have, like, if Pascal Siakam is your best player or Hallie is your best player, you have to have a lot of other things to kind of overcome. And again, I love Hallie and I really think Pascal's a really good player, but as you get further into the playoffs, like if you're kind of playing that way, it usually doesn't bode well for you. But on the flip side of that, and I think it's kind of the Steve Nash paradox, where it's like you have a guy that in Hallie who's a great shooter, who's more interested in keeping his team going. And really the only guy that's ever done that and won a title is Chauncey. I mean, you can be like, well, what about Dumars and Isaiah Thomas? I'm like, well, Isaiah Thomas was a bucket. Like,
also
that's
true.
That's the difference. Is like, yeah, those, like, Dumars was not the sideshow, but he was the clear number 2 of that. I mean, it's IT and him being a monster. Like, that's different than what they do here. And the only other player I think that was like him, and they had so many other alphas, is Rondo.
Oh, yeah.
Where, for those that don't know, like, Rajon Rondo is damn near a savant. And I'm not just talking about basketball, just in general. He's like an incredibly high-level chess player. He just sees like, there's a straight line you can draw between guys like Rondo, Nash, Hallie. Their brains just work different.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, there's plenty of ego, but their ego comes from how they're able to set guys up and generate things. And it's a very, like, they just, it sounds so corny, they just see the game differently. They process the game differently. Like Jokic is a bit like that, where he's hesitant to shoot sometimes.
Sure.
But it's like their brain is just wired to play the game very differently. And so it's interesting when you see Halliburton be so successful, air quotes, but he's not dropping, 30 and 10. It's a different kind of get off the ball, get on the ball orchestration that's just, it's hard to really pin down, but it's really fun and interesting to run. Whereas like when you had the matchups with Damon Russ, it was two apex predators going at it.
Yeah.
This is these are two guys that were very good, but there's like when you talk about styles make fights, like this is like the most awkward style matchup ever. Like there's like they're gonna go at each other, but they're gonna go at each other so differently.
Yeah. And they're more going to go at each other with their words.
Yeah.
More than anything else. And it did not help that Tyrese Halliburton had a little extra ammo yesterday. As we all know with all of these guys, all of the ammo, it seems to work. And we talked about this at the end of yesterday's show. Tyrese Halliburton in the anonymous players poll from The Athletic, he was voted the most overrated player in the entire NBA. And his coach, Rick Carlisle,
didn't like it.
Went to bat for him. I love this from Rick Carlisle.
I heard about this, and the other guys on the list were Jimmy Butler and Giannis. All right, and I want to see the guys' faces that voted those guys. I want to see the faces of those guys. All right, this is a poll. Not everybody even answered in the poll. All right, guys were able to answer if they wanted to. They were asked on camera or with a microphone. The whole thing's okay, and it's just it's really a shameful thing. It's just a shameful thing. All right, Jimmy Butler would be a finalist for MVP if he had gotten to Golden State a month and a half earlier. I mean, what that guy's done. And Giannis, are you kidding me? I'm done. Thank you.
I love that. But you could tell Halliburton had a little oomph and a little more vinegar to him in his, tea and vinegar.
I love Carlisle. I think he's a great coach. I think he obviously has his warts with his interpersonal relationships, which he has made significant leaps and growths in since his time in Dallas, because him and Luka, kind of went against each other, and Jamal Mosley was the peacemaker between those two. And I think Rick has advanced beyond that stuff, and it's showing with what he's done with the Pacers. But there's also some Woody Johnson from the Jets ownership from the NFL poll of like not even everybody voted in this. It's like, Rick, I'm glad that he went to bat for him. Like he should, but he knows what this is. Well, guys don't like him.
It's high school. You mentioned this yesterday. It's high school.
Yeah, guys don't like him,
and that's what it is. And that's why he wants to see their face, though, is because it's like, what at high school, talking behind people's back, and a lot of catty claws out.
I'm
time,
sure Rick
right?
has done an anonymous coach's comment a time or two.
Oh, well, I bet he has as well. But hey, it's always different when your guy.
Yeah, no,
when
and
it's
look,
your guy.
Look, he even acknowledged it, but the whole idea of I'd like to see him say this. Look, there are guys. We were talking about this before the show. There are guys in the NBA that sit there and say Rudy Gobert's trash. Like his media generated 4 defensive player of the years, and it's like Luka hunted him last night, and he got him a couple times early in the game. In one-on-one matchups last night, Rudy Gobert held the Lakers to 5 of 17. 5 of 17.
Yeah.
He's really freaking good defensively. And the whole idea of Rudy got played off the floor. He's never been played off the floor defensively. He's been played off the floor offensively.
Well,
that's the thing.
Don't like them because they are very good at what they do, and their personalities just don't jive with everybody.
And then there's people that, he mentioned Giannis in there. Giannis is probably the 3rd best player on the planet, but you still have NBA players that don't like him because they say that all he does is just be big and dunk. It's like, he doesn't have a bag. Like you have. There are players in the NBA that just, I'm like, he doesn't need one. That's the point.
Yeah.
Is that he's so big, so strong, so athletic, so coordinated his size. He doesn't have to have that.
Yeah.
He's been the single best and most productive player through 2 games in the playoffs.
I don't know. 14 of 20 is pretty efficient, even if you can't just be big and dunk. It's different.
It's just like you
Yeah.
just watch him play, and like so people are like, oh, he can't hezzy tween pull up, Jimbo, and it's like, okay, I don't care.
Yeah. Well, I think there is value though in the anonymous polls.
'Cause
In
you get
that
people to
you'll
say
get
stuff.
people that will say things that they normally wouldn't say, and you get their true feelings. But also, you get a lot of guys that will say things that are just out of pocket
Catty.
and absolutely crazy. And we'll talk about some of those things coming up later because Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, whoa Nelly.
It's not just
Some
one.
people unloaded on prospects, including Shador Sanders. But where we got to go next is a big name up for trade. Danny and Dusty on the Fan.
Check out
Jordan Schultz, not of 1080 The Fan, but of NFL Reporting.
Of Starbucks fame?
Yes, that one. At Schultz Report, Fox Sports, NFL Insider. He has quite the report today as we are inching closer and closer to the NFL draft. Multiple teams have brought up trading for wide receiver George Pickens of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And the Steelers aren't shopping George Pickens. But if you look at Pittsburgh, their history, it doesn't seem like his time is long in Pittsburgh.
Well, I mean, we heard grumblings about this a year ago.
Yeah.
About him being frustrated. I mean, Pickens is he's a diva. And I wouldn't say a full-on disruptor, but he's on the sliding scale.
And this is the interesting thing, though, is it's not in the Steelers' identity to pay two receivers high-end money, and they already have DK Metcalf, which they will be paying high-end money to.
And Pickens is in the last year of his deal.
And being in the last year of this deal, though, it is attractive to another team because you get him for 1 year, $3.5 million, but you also have the ability to franchise tag him. And you can go through this year without going through those contentious extension conversations. And you could still work on a long-term deal kind of with a fresh start. If the Steelers are kind of backed into a corner because they know who he is, they know how he fits, they know where the friction is in all of the relationships that he has, whether it's with coaches, other players, or front office. With a new team, you kind of have this buffer zone where every player would obviously want to have a long-term extension put in place as part of a trade. But in this situation, you could say, hey, we understand we can talk about an extension, but reality of it is, let's see how you fit in here, how we like you and how you like us, and maybe you play this year out.
I think it's a beneficial position for the Steelers to be in. And typically, I don't think I'd say that about a wide receiver going into a contract year. But because of the reasons that you laid out, the fact that he would be so inexpensive could actually lead to a team giving up something of real value because they're so up against it and they're looking at this year and then they go, okay, we'll figure it out kind of a deal. Because the NFL is so much about year to year. And if you think you've got a real window, do you go, hey, maybe he is a guy that we can add to our team? And yeah, it's going to cost us something of significant value. Not a first, obviously, but like something of significant value. Do you kick the tires on that because it makes sense for you from a contractual standpoint?
It is a fascinating conversation to be had 24 hours before the draft starts, right? We are talking about a high-end receiver in a draft where high-end receivers are few and far between, not like it's last year's class. You can get the guy on the cheap, and Pittsburgh can kind of position themselves to look at how the day one draft board falls early in day two, and that's where you may see George Pickens, if there's a run on receivers and a team is on the outside looking in where they thought they were going to be able to get a guy, they get some draft capital back, they get a little bit cheaper talent, and then they already know we've got a wide receiver one for whoever our quarterback is, whether it's Aaron Rodgers or not.
And I think that's the interesting thing about the Steelers, and I think that they historically have preferred that flexibility.
Yeah. His name popping up, I don't think a lot of people expected, but here we are. And if he's going to be a squeaky wheel, you don't get the grease, you get sent out of town in Pittsburgh, and now they got DK Metcalf.
Unless your name is Hines Ward, you're tradable.
You're damn right. Or Cam Hayward.
Yeah, well, I'm talking wide receivers.
Yeah.
Like there hasn't been a great wide receiver there since Hines Ward that was not.
He was there forever.
Yeah, who wasn't basically available at some point in time.
Yeah, and the
no matter how great you are,
the Steelers are really good at knowing when to cut bait with guys. There's something about like Mike Tomlin working in toxic relationships, he's really good at it.
I mean, you go up and down the list of guys for the Steelers, whether it's Antonio Brown. I mean,
George Pickens, Le'Veon Bell, like he's had
James Harrison.
He's had a lot of them.
Harrison's nuts. Now they keep him around the organization.
Yeah, have a little crazy around.
Yeah, just I mean,
it's good to have.
I think Tomlin thrives in that environment.
Yeah. All right. The NFL draft does get underway tomorrow, and there's a lot of news rumbling around the NFL draft, and some of it pertains to an Oregon Duck with concerns popping up. Danny and Dusty on the Fan.
You know what's
McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. A Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Jeff Rust with your Sports Center update. First on The Fan, another trio of Game 2s in the association this evening. First up at 4 o'clock on TNT, the Magic are 10.5-point road dogs as they try to even the series with the Celtics. At 4:30 on NBA TV, the Cavaliers looking for a 2-0 series lead over the Heat, and the Cavs are 12-point favorites in that one. Then at 6:30, back on TNT, the Rockets 3.5-point favorites to tie up the series with the Warriors before heading to San Francisco. Diana Rossini of The Athletic reporting the Steelers, Browns, and Vikings could be involved in trade discussions involving quarterback Kirk Cousins. Fox Sports' Jordan Schultz reporting multiple teams calling the Steelers regarding the availability of wide receiver George Pickens, and the Saints exercising a nearly $15.5 million option for 2026 for wide receiver Chris Olave. On the diamond, Game 2 of 3 for the Mariners this afternoon at the Red Sox. Emerson Hancock on the bump for Seattle. Sean Newcomb for Boston. 3:45 first pitch on Root Sports. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Jeff Rust from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest with Jason Swigart is back. Saturdays at 8 a.m. before the Sinner and the Saint on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. It's all about taking a leap on the next star.
Penix out of the pocket. Penix pump angle pylon touchdown. There's Nix going for the long ball. He's got a step on him, and the Broncos strike early with the touchdown to Franklin from 43 yards out.
This is a Draft Week edition of Danny and Dusty.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Get $2,000 off a new energy-efficient system now through May 31st. Call or visit aeheatingandcooling.com.
And this is why you don't want to play a Sean Payton team who has a young quarterback.
Draft Week with Danny and Dusty on 1080 The Fan.
Hour number 2, Danny and Dusty with you on this Wrestling Wednesday. Oh, yeah, brother. Hey, remember, get your team signed up.
Hey,
Your local Toyota dealer presents the 11th annual Fan Golf Classic out at Langdon Farms Golf Club on Tuesday, June 24th. It's brought to you also by Henderson & Daughter Windows and Doors and Philbrook Law Accident and Injury Attorneys. We got a morning round, an afternoon round. You can pick from the two. Right now, you got your pick. You can go morning or afternoons. However, Stephen A. Smith, you better sign up soon because the spots go quick. It happens every year. People are like, oh, I wanted to get in the morning round, but just couldn't do it. You get stuck in the afternoon or vice versa. If you want a spot, make sure you get your foursome together. Start thinking about it. Get them together. Then you go over to 1080thefan.com. Click on the Fan Golf Classic logo, and you can go and check out right there. Easy as can be. We will give you more details as they come along as to what we have going on the course, around the event. Matt's Barbecue, we do know is going to be there, catering the post-round meal. So no complaints whatsoever from anybody when Matt's Barbecue is involved.
no, it's usually when the round gets done and everybody gets over to the red shed and that food comes out, it is a mass piling on to the meats.
Food, bevies, all of it
Mhm.
available for you. So let's have fun at the Fan Golf Classic out at Langdon Farms, and it's brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. The 11th annual. Can't believe we've had 11 of these so far, and we missed a couple of years due to the COVIDs.
Mhm.
So it's back, it's running. Can't wait to see you all out there June 24th. Sign up, 1080thefan.com. All right, it is smokescreen season across the NFL, but
Otherwise known as crap on player season.
well, can I throw this one out there?
Mm.
Maybe we should. Maybe we should believe this one.
Mm.
I got an email today, and it said, hey, here are the draft odds, the over-under positions for some of the top prospects in the NFL draft. Shedeur Sanders over-under at the time the email was sent to me this morning at 8:02 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Shedeur Sanders over-under 9. Okay?
Which the Saints are picking at 9.
I went in to my DraftKings app
Mm-hmm.
right when the show started, and on the DraftKings app, Shedeur Sanders over-under draft projection 10.5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Which, look, if Shedeur gets past the Saints at 9, which it does sound like is gaining momentum, I think he does fall into the 20s.
Yeah.
Because there's not really a quarterback. Like you could say a team trades up, but I don't think this is going to be a draft where you trade up for a quarterback in the first round. I could be wrong,
Well,
but I just feel like he's going to fall, and the Steelers are going to have a choice to make it 21.
you have minus 450
Mm-hmm.
at him going over 10.5 right there.
I mean, that's telling you that's probably at least 5 picks. It's maybe 6.
No, wait. There's more.
Mm.
Kay Adams. She has a screenshot up on her Twitter account from the FanDuel Sportsbook.
Mm-hmm.
The Shedeur Sanders draft position over-under is 21.5 on FanDuel, which is the Pittsburgh Steelers draft position. The over is plus 118, the under minus 168. So think about that.
That's a weird odd split.
You have, I think that seems pretty normal. It's minus 450 for him to go over 10.5, but minus 168 for him to go under 21.5 on FanDuel. Take with that what you will.
And here's the thing about whether it's NBA draft and any draft, any of the top four, well, not baseball because baseball's so weird, but NHL, NBA, NFL. Do you remember the Orlando Magic, Paolo Banchero, Shams Charania thing?
Yeah.
How nasty that was. And like, oh, no, they're really thinking about doing something. And then it just slammed the other way because it was clearly misdirection. And people were like, oh, this feels like, because at the time, Shams was working for FanDuel.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, this is
he was a
partner. Yeah. And it was nasty stuff. Like how quick it went the other way from his own intel.
Yeah.
It was like, I don't know about this. This stuff is intel driven. That's what this is.
Odds don't swing this much without something being there.
With something, they don't swing this much in any sport without intel from a high source.
Now, there is a lot of discussion, and I think rightfully so right now, about some of these top-end teams wanting to trade back, right? You've got the Patriots have been reported to, they're trying everything they can to trade out of number 4 because guess what? If the Jags want Ashton Genty at 5, if the Raiders want Ashton Genty at 6, who's in an advantageous spot to take calls from Jacksonville, Chicago, and Vegas? 3 teams right there. All want Ashton Genty.
And then there's a couple other teams.
Dallas has been rumored.
There's somebody else in there too, but there's probably 5 teams that want Ashton Genty.
So at 4, they're going, done. But if you're the Giants at 3, you could be playing that same game. I think they should just take Abdul Carter
and call it a
full
win.
stop. Take Abdul Carter, and then in the second round, you can take whatever quarterback you're gonna want there, be it Dart, Shuck, whatever. You've got 2. Just go play football with the Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston and do your thing. Be happy. You have that ability. The Giants could be moving back too and just say, all right, but maybe we do want Shedeur. Maybe we do. But we don't want him at 3.
We don't want him at 3, and we want to, if we're going to take him, we're going to make sure we get something else too.
Yeah. And then that could be said for if New Orleans is sitting there at 9 and they're like, yeah, we like Shedeur. Nobody else behind us in the immediacy is going to take him.
Have you seen some of the mocks that have Mason Graham falling?
Yeah. Well, everybody's falling right now.
Well, but I mean, when I wonder if you're a team, if you're a competitive, let's say you Eagles this when they took Jalen Carter and they just kind of fell to him. And again, they were coming off obviously a worse season. But if you're a competitive team and you're looking at Mason Graham and you're going, this is Jalen Carter all over again. A fantastic freaking player who isn't falling because of character, but just because of whatever. If you're one of the good teams, do you go, screw this? Like, we need cap control, high-level players. Let us move up to 9 if you're in that late teens area and you go, we want Mason Graham. And the Saints go, yeah, we'll take a second and swap a first, and we'll move back and we'll take Shedeur at 18 or 19 or whatever.
And you could still do it. It's a win-win for you.
Yeah, and I think that to me is how Shedeur goes before the Steelers, is if that situation happens. But outside of that, I don't think that – God, I just have such a hard time seeing Shedeur in Pittsburgh. I really do. Like, I know they need a quarterback, and desperation may force their hand. I just don't see him as a Pittsburgh quarterback.
Well, I just don't see him handling Mike Tomlin's coaching well.
No.
Because we were talking anonymous sources and anonymous polls by, Rick Carlisle defending Tyrese Halliburton, but Tom Pelissero had on all of the quarterbacks what round projections that they would be in. And the only bona fide number 1 first-round draft pick was Cam Ward. Shedeur fell into the 1 or 2 range. And there are quotes from coordinators, assistants, executives from AFC and NFC teams. Some of them were positive, and I've said this multiple times, and I want to reiterate it before we have this conversation. Shedeur gets crapped on a lot and does not deserve some of it, but there's a lot of the stuff that is in here that Shedeur also gets propped up a lot by people, and it's like, what are you watching? Because it can't be full games of Colorado. You're just watching some cut-ups, because there's been this discussion of, no, it's just his offensive line has been terrible. That's the reason why he took so many sacks. That is so incorrect. If you've watched them play, it is not just the offensive line. Shedeur has a ton to do with it. And in these, anonymous quotes from guys, they said all of the things that are legitimate. Like, he is really good in a quick passing game when the scheme tells him to get the ball out quick. And he does have really good accuracy, and he does have recognition of coverages very well. And those things you can see as he is playing. He processes fairly well. It's just he holds onto the ball for a really long time in the intermediate, in the long passing game, which, by the way, gonna have to do in the NFL. You're not just gonna be able to nickel and dime guys all the way down the field. And look, this was a criticism of Bo Nix. But when you watched Bo Nix play football in college, he wasn't taking sacks because he held onto the ball too long. Actually, he rarely took sacks.
Yeah.
He would get the ball out.
Live to fight another day.
And it was, all right, can he be accurate downfield? Turns out, yeah, he can. Right? Being a nickel and dime player is fine as long as you can process the intermediate in the long passing game as well. That's a legitimate question mark about Shedeur Sanders. But then there are some things that you go, oh boy. One of the longtime NFL assistant coach said, it was the worst formal interview I've been a part of in my life. He's so entitled, takes unnecessary sacks. He never plays on time. He's horrible body language, blames teammates. But the biggest thing is he's just not that good. It didn't go great in our interview. He wants to dictate everything that he's doing and what's best for him. He makes you feel small.
I don't want to boil my entire opinion on Shedeur Sanders down to one interaction. And he was younger, but we had him for Pac-12 Media Days the last year. And I have never, in doing this, whether it's football or basketball, had an interview or discussion with a player less interested in being there than Shedeur was. And
Yeah.
I can very, very, very easily see how that impression would be made.
Yep.
Like, I mean, it is what it is. Now, there's plenty of people tell you that Shedeur's a great guy. He's incredibly charismatic, but I think he very much, if he doesn't give a damn, he doesn't give a damn.
No. Mm-mm.
And like, it's very much a Rorschach test of like whether that matters to you or not.
Yeah. Well, here is one AFC coordinator. The dude's only played for his dad. When things go wrong, it's not his fault. He takes a sack, he blames his own line. He can make all the throws, he's got good accuracy, but does he lock in on number one and hone in on him? And does the offense tailor for him to read it out? Well, that's pretty true. Like, that's a quick game. You know where you're going. If then, boom, boom, really quick. But does his eyes in the intermediate and long passing game all of a sudden lock on to number one, and you're going, dude, there's nothing you can do. There's other guys that are saying, look, he gets the ball out quick when it's thrown to number 12, but he won't have number 12, Travis Hunter, right? Another one said, this was an NFC executive. You can't have your dad saying, I'm going to come put a quarterback coach on blast who said you're arrogant, so he can't be criticized. It seems like his teammates like him. They back him, even with all the limelight stuff going on in a different card of the game. It seems like they back him a little bit more. Well,
and that's what I mean. I think when Shedeur wants to turn it on, he can.
Yeah.
But we also, the players that left the program weren't exactly singing his praises.
No. And that's the other thing, though, is that, yeah, the teammates may like him, but do they have a choice? Because everybody's been run out of Colorado that
didn't.
And that, like, you hear the former players all say that, you know, including the recruiting class that he brought in 2 years ago. All those guys left.
Yeah. How can you compliment my son?
Yeah.
That was a lot of the stuff that came out with that group for Deion.
He will be a curious case in the NFL because these guys are right, though. and it is fair to say, how is he going to be coached by somebody else? High school, dad was his coach.
Mm-hmm.
College, dad was his coach.
He's got a case of the tism, man. Nepotism. It is what it is.
I don't know if you can answer that question until he gets in the building. You know what he's going to be like when he gets money in his pocket.
Yeah.
And it's like, because he's had money in his pocket his whole life. That's not a concern.
No.
And that is for a lot of guys in the draft process. This isn't it. It is, how is he going to be coached by somebody that is not his father?
And how is he going to be in a locker room when his father isn't a shield for him?
And
like that's the thing that I wonder when his coach isn't his dad. Like I look, you can say I'm tightening my tinfoil hat. I think part of the reason why Shedeur Sanders got his jersey retired was to, not only because of his father, but to act as a shield against some other stuff and to keep him in the limelight and to keep things positive. Because the closer we get to the draft and the less that Dion and his group can control around Shedeur, the more negative it's getting.
yeah, some of it unfair. I think, though, a lot of it is fair. You can question how he's going to be coached by somebody else. You can question the amount of sacks he took and how much of that was because he wanted to have a good completion percentage, how much of it was locking on receivers downfield. These are legitimate things. His arm strength and ability to push the ball down the field. Sure, yeah, I think you have that with literally every draft prospect, with the exception of Jamarcus Russell, Josh Allen, and Patrick Mahomes. It was like, well, is his arm strong enough? Joe Milton.
Yeah.
Right? Other than that, those are the questions, because it's really damn hard to do in the NFL. Push the ball down the field accurately.
The hit rate, not great.
Not great, Bob. All right. There is draft concerns around the injuries to one Oregon prospect. Danny Dusty on the Fan.
It's
Draft gets underway tomorrow, and a guy whose name could be called is starting to get a little bit of this negative sound around him. Oregon's Derek Harmon, one of the top-rated defensive tackles in the class, is now getting labeled with injury concerns around him, which is interesting, seeing as he played in all 14 games for Oregon last season.
Does anybody have a picture of him in a gas mask?
No, that's not an injury concern. But these are the ones that you just are going, okay, something's got to give here. Because if you look at his career spanning Oregon and Michigan State, okay, last year, 14 games for Oregon. 2023, Michigan State played in all 12 games that they played in. Go back one more year, played in 12 games again for Michigan State. It's only his redshirt freshman year where he played in 4 games and could keep his redshirt. He played in 4 games that year. So he's been available, and these are one of the things where it's like, all right, it can't be an injury concern over something that happened at Oregon or really Michigan State, because he's been available and he's played. And will guys get injured? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Nicks, bumps, bruises, but the best ability is availability.
And he's been available for every game.
For every single one.
So this has to be one of two things. It's either the negative intel out there trying to drive his value down, or when he went to the combine, deep red flags popped.
And that could be it, where they find something and they say, it hasn't reared its head yet, but you're a ticking time bomb.
When you're talking about that stuff, it's usually one of 3 things: feet, back, neck.
Yeah.
Those are the typical, like, look, he may be great right now, but we're looking at this. Locally, the one we talk about is Greg Oden, but one that was out there was Jabari Parker, if you remember him. Like, I thought he was going to be an incredible player. Like, when it was between him and Wiggins, I was like, look, man, I think this dude is a dude. And there were some people in the league that were like, yeah, there was some stuff that showed up on his medicals that had some teams a little worried. And then ultimately his knees just ended up detonating.
What I find fascinating about this, and you mentioned another guy, there seems to be a lot of negative intel around the high-end defensive tackles right now. Mason Graham. Now, Derek Harmon. It could be as easy, because you think of it and you go, he was available all the time. What could this be, right? Could be something in the medicals. Usually those pop up, though, almost immediately following the draft, because agents know those red flags pop up and they try to get out ahead of it, and they say, not a big deal, this is going to come out, because it always comes out.
Yeah. Because
it's usually in the immediate aftermath of the draft.
And you spend your time going, look, he's been available for the last 3 years. It's clearly not an issue.
So I wonder if you have a few teams that are trying to devalue some of the, because look, it is a deep class of interior defensive linemen, and they're going, look, if we can knock a couple guys down a peg and float some stuff out, we're going to get the guy that we want. And or if it's Mason Graham or Derek Harmon.
Or if those guys end up falling down, maybe it pushes some of the other guys down even further, and somebody further back ends up getting better value on another guy.
Yeah.
Like, this stuff goes like full-on espionage. It is a level of sabotage. I'll give you...
And it's dirty, too, because you want him.
Here's the thing. Ace Bailey just declared for the draft, the Rutgers product. Oh, God, I'll just say it. Jonathan Givony is out here carrying water, calling him a 6'10" wing. He's not 6'10". But that's keep the bubble up higher.
Yeah.
Like, he's not a 6'10" wing. I'm very interested to see what he comes into the combine as. Let's just put it that way.
All right.
But, like,
they do their measurements in shoes, right?
Yes. And everyone is measured the same now, and everyone who goes to the combine is required to be measured. There's no more opting out. Everyone gets measured now, which I love because it helps the database grow. But
do they check for lifts?
So you know the story about God, what was his name? White guy, Cole Aldrich.
Oh,
he had some.
Oh, he had lifting issues?
Yes.
Good for him.
Yes.
Game the system a little bit.
Yeah. It was kind of a wives' tale, and then I had an exec tell me he's like, he absolutely did. He absolutely did.
They knew it at the time?
Later.
That's awesome.
I mean,
hey, it's the biggest job interview of your life.
if you aren't pushing it just a little bit, look,
guy-
you can't go like 3-inch lifts, but half-inch, maybe inch.
How many padded resumes get put in for jobs, right?
You know what I mean?
He's just sitting there like, oh, this is my resume. I'm going to pad it a little
Yeah,
bit.
that's all he did was add a little bit of padding.
That's great.
But yeah, I think if I remember, I'll check during the break because I've got my database. I think he was listed at like 6'11", and he was 6'9".
Oh,
Or
wow.
he was 6'10" and a half, and he was 6'9".
Meanwhile, like Kevin Garnett and Kevin Durant are sitting there slouching
Yes,
down.
like I'm not 7 foot. I'm not 7
definitely not 7 foot.
LaMarcus saying he's not 7 foot. I'm just like, get out of here, dude.
Yeah. Favorite quote was KG though. How tall are you? 6'12". Why 6'12"? 7-footers don't shoot threes.
Mm-hmm.
It's that easy. That's why they said it.
KD slouches and he still feels like he's 7 foot tall.
That is an outdated term now.
Yeah.
Quote now.
Oh yeah.
But at the time, it hit.
Now guys want to be 7 foot because like, look, I'm 7 foot and I can do this.
Yeah.
It's like I'm a unicorn.
Isn't that crazy? That was a bad thing against you if you were that tall and could
Because
shoot.
you were going to be a center.
Yeah.
Like, no. Because 4s, you're like, all right, if you're 4, we'll let you shoot. If you're 5, get your butt down to the block.
Who do you think you are?
But it is very interesting. Again, my experiences on the NBA side, the amount of investigation that goes into it, like there's stuff that's out there around Brandon Miller about the case that happened when he was in college, where somebody
died,
shot and killed. And the amount of work that went into that by not only teams, but by the league, because they weren't about to let a guy in the league who was even going to lose a civil case, let alone the criminal case. And I know a lot of people said some nasty stuff, and people were kind of hoping in the league that it maybe knocked him down a couple spots. And it's like, you were messing with somebody's life.
Mm-hmm.
But there are people in leagues, I'm not just saying the NBA, in leagues that do not care. Do not care.
Cutthroat, man.
And when you talk about the actual cutthroat nature of sports and the draft, this is the stuff that you're talking about. It's nasty work.
It's brutal.
So look, I hope entirely everything that is around Harmon is all BS.
Yeah, we'll come to find out here in about a day.
Yeah, 27 hours, 27 minutes, and 5 seconds.
Wow. Until Roger Goodell gets booed mercilessly.
I want him to embrace it like David Stern.
He does.
Give him the
give
him the make it louder.
He did that, and then he was like, "That was a bad idea," because they're doing this all the time. Even when he'd bring out like the cancer patient. Like, boo, not you, but boo, not you, boo.
No, they're saying Goodell. Yeah. That's what they're doing. All right, coming up next time for our worst day on the web. And look, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you are just one of the bros and you have a chance to name a disease that you have that is so incredibly rare, what would you do? But first, here's the Big Kahuna Sports Center update.
You ever had a Big Kahuna Burger?
This is Draft Week with Danny and Dusty.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free consultation at vulcandc.com. First on The Fan, another trio of Game 2s in the NBA playoffs tonight. 4 o'clock on TNT, the Magic 10.5-point road dogs as they try to even the series with the Celtics. Then at 4:30 on NBA TV, the Cavaliers looking for a 2-0 series lead over the Heat. Cleveland are 12-point favorites in that one. And at 6:30 back on TNT, the Rockets 3.5-point favorites to tie up the series with the Warriors before that one goes to San Francisco. In the NFL, Fox Sports' Jordan Schultz reporting multiple teams calling the Steelers regarding the availability of wide receiver George Pickens. Diana Rossini of The Athletic reporting the Steelers, Browns, and Vikings all could be involved in trade talks surrounding Kirk Cousins and the Saints exercising a nearly $15.5 million option for 2026 for wide receiver Chris Olave. Game 2 of 3 for the Mariners this afternoon at the Red Sox. Emerson Hancock on the bump for Seattle. Sean Newcomb for Boston. 3:45 first pitch on Root Sports. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Jeff Rust from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. It's time for today's worst day on the web with Danny and Dusty on Odyssey and 1080 The Fan.
Man, that sucks!
Just because you go to college long enough to become a doctor doesn't mean you get to be a doctor.
What?
which is probably the only way that you're ever going to get to name a disease or discover something that is incredibly rare in a research project.
All right.
However,
However.
there is one person out there that has an incredibly rare condition.
Okay.
And basically, if you're let's flash back to high school science and chromosomes. This guy has what they thought was stage 4 cancer. Instead, there are these caps that sit on the end of your chromosomes that get smaller with aging. He's in his mid-30s, and they're basically gone. And it's basically like a measure of how much longer you have to live, kind of situation.
Oh, yeah.
And it protects your DNA and chromosomes from degrading.
What's that movie where everybody had the clock on their wrist? Had the guy from White Collar in it?
It's the Timberlake movie, right?
Was it Timberlake and was Jessica Biel in that one too? Or no, that was Amanda Seyfried.
I know what movie you're talking about, where he gambles with time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like the currency is how much longer you've got to live, kind of situation.
Yeah, and the rich guys got to live longer, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically, your currency was time.
Like
There was the line in there
years old.
it's where they're gambling, and he says, instead of "you come from money, you come from time."
Yeah.
And I remember I was like,
Right?
oh,
In
okay.
Time. Oh, In Time was the name of the movie.
No. I've never seen it all the way through. It's just
Yeah.
in bits and parts when I've seen it on some service or some channel. I'm
Dude,
like,
we
oh,
were on it, man.
There you go.
Amanda
Seyfried?
Seyfried, Justin Timberlake, Cillian Murphy, Matthew Bonner. Yeah, dude, all of them were in it.
The NBA player?
No, the actor.
No.
Yeah,
Be quite the crossover to see Big Red over there.
that
Right?
would be. Yeah,
You could see it. Boban did it.
Boban was doing an interview. Gosh, I can't remember what the interview was. Oh, it was Caleb Presley from Barstool.
Yeah.
How he does those Sunday conversations. He had one with Boban, and he was like, teachers make a average salary nationally of $40,000 a year.
Mhm.
Do you think NBA players are underpaid? And he was like, do I think we're underpaid? He's like, yeah, you give way more entertainment than teachers do. Boban was like, well, yeah, I guess maybe we are.
There you go. Look, I've had actually quite a few random moments with Boban. He's one of my favorite people.
Yeah.
He's just an interesting dude.
Yeah, and he killed dudes.
He did.
And got killed.
And he got killed by a book.
Yeah, John Wick.
That was a great way to die.
He do that.
Like
to
if you're doing one of those movies, you 100% have to be like, look, if I'm going to do this and I'm going to die,
Mhm.
I need to go out in a very cool way. Getting your neck broken by an ancient book, mwah, love it.
I don't think that's a great way to go at all.
Look, it's not like, something stupid.
Yeah.
It was very Jason Bourne.
Mm-hmm.
I like that about it. It was fun. So this guy, they just have an anonymous pseudonym for his name. Those caps that are on the chromosomes, they're called telomeres. They're protective structures on the end of the chromosomes that prevent them from unraveling or getting entwined with each other. They said that think of them like caps on the end of your shoelaces.
No cap.
There you go. That's exactly him. He has no cap.
Riz.
They said his telomeres are extremely short despite being in his early 30s, leading to a whole host of medical issues. Your cells either need to stop dividing or die. So that's like the crux of what he's dealing with. And because this situation is so rare, they're working to decide whether they're calling him Typo. That's his pseudonym he's going by. His condition is either
because his body typoed when they were. Wow.
Whether it's an autoimmune disease or a telomere biology disorder, but in the interim, the National Institute of Health has given him the opportunity to name it.
Oh.
So did they do the same thing for Lou Gehrig?
What are they called? Is they're called telomeres?
Yes.
Telling me I'm not gonna die?
So, even better, his first thought was ligma.
That is fantastic. At least
Ligma-
Typo's got a good sense of humor on him.
He said Ligma was a perfect fit, but I wondered if it was too low effort. The doctor initially spoke to about it, didn't get it.
Perfect.
But
even better.
Suggestions came flooding into the group chat, which included Bofa and Shrek swamp disease and the Benjamin Button cancer disease, or BBC.
Oh my goodness. At least he's got great friends. Like, I mean, honestly, I would be like, you know what? My friends are all right.
Mhm.
My friends are all right. I would hope my friends would have, and it sounds like, and it appears this guy has got a very good sense of humor and personality and is handling and processing this. Well, actually, comedians don't process anything well, and they're very funny.
Yes.
But at least on the outward appearances, and it sounds like he's got good friends.
Also, other potential names outside of Ligma and the other one that I mentioned: Super AIDS, Cancer 2, and instead of lupus, Fupus.
Golly. Could you imagine going to
His
a
group
person?
chat has to have a military member in it. There's no way it doesn't.
Could you imagine going to a learned doctor
Mhm.
who probably went to a very, very good school to be dealing with him and being like, what do you think of super AIDS? They're like,
what?
This is not autoimmune.
Well, that's
at
the thing
all."
is, it might be.
But they don't know.
Yeah, but it's like, so it's on the table.
Is it on the table? I don't know. What do you think of Ligma? I don't know what that means. Well,
how about Bofa?
Don't. Nick Saban would be a fan of that. Those are his favorite jokes.
Favorite jokes.
Are Bofa and D's. Yeah.
D's not being on the list is kind of surprising.
What do you got? D's disease? That's not good.
What's
Bofa
D's?
disease? Bofa disease?
Both of what diseases? I just saw this yesterday. I was like,
Golly.
I have to talk about this.
Yeah.
This is fantastic. Like, this is the way you process this.
I'm glad my joke at the beginning of this was the least offensive of any of them.
Oh yeah, this is a sign you have great friends.
No doubt.
That is what this is. Not, oh man, I'm so sorry for you. Not like endlessly hitting you with crippling names for the disease that is overtaking your body.
But you know that there's one guy in the group chat who is sitting there reading it like, oh my, what are they actually saying to Typo? What are they actually saying to Typo? Like, this is so, and it's just nonstop. Just, nope, we are going to just push right through it. And if you're uncomfortable, leave the chat.
I'm a little bummed that they just stopped at Cancer 2 and didn't also tack on the Oncology Boogaloo.
Ooh, yeah. That's a good one.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. That's a deep cut. I like that. I've told my wife that if something ever happens to me, you know the password to my phone. You can go through it. The group chat next to your name in my phone, delete it. Just delete it.
Yeah, just get rid of
Don't
all
like.
of it.
If you want to read through anything else, go ahead.
Yeah, my neighbor Boring Gary sent me the little Instagram reel of these dudes sitting on Heaven's Gate and said, we're gonna be waiting here for a while after
the audit.
They have to go through my group chat. It's like,
She looked
Can
at me.
he check this now?
She looked at me and I was like, don't worry. There's nothing about you in there that is untoward. But the things that we talk about in there,
Yeah.
don't.
You don't want to remember me that way.
You don't, like, this is the most infantile, childish, over-the-top ridiculousness from not just me, but the other 12 people in this. This is not a place you want to venture into.
Yeah, you have a tendency to push through social cues as it is.
Oh God, yeah.
I can imagine what it's like in a group
And
chat.
I'm not the worst offender in there. Not even close.
That's what the worst offender would say.
No.
I mean, isn't that what the worst offender would say, Russ?
I'm
like, if you're like, well, no, I'm not the worst. It's like,
look, I'm in the upper third. I am not the worst offender. There are two very distinct people in my life that are so much worse than me. Will not go there. Nope. They're like, no. Again, two of my absolute best friends in life, but
see,
I'm a line stepper. There is no line. There is no line for these two.
I think you're selling yourself short with just calling yourself a line stepper.
Habitual line crosser.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, stepping is I put a foot over and then I come back.
I'd bring it back.
You tend to stumble over that line and then just take everything out on the other side of the line.
I mean, it happens. It happens. All right, coming up next, local guy does good on Danny and Dusty, 1080 The Fan. Danny Marang here. Remember, it's springtime, the best time to get those home projects local guy does good as Peyton Pritchard, West Lynn's own, straight out of West Lynn,
Yep.
wins Sixth Man of the Year in overwhelming fashion. This was over immediately. Honestly, I was surprised that it was this overwhelming. From the guys that I talked to, it definitely sounded like Pritchard was going to win, but it sounded like Ty Jerome was going to be a lot closer, and it was not close at all.
No. Peyton Pritchard ran away with the Sixth Man of the Year. And to kind of put it into perspective, he picked up 82 first place votes. The next closest was Malik Beasley with 13.
Which, again, Beasley's been incredible for the Pistons this year.
Ty Jerome had 2, along with DeAndre Hunter.
And I was like, oh, he split some of the points off, but even I think Ty Jerome had, was it like 91 total points, and Hunter had like 30-something, 33. Even if you gave every single DeAndre Hunter point to Ty Jerome, he's not even catching Malik Beasley.
No, he's third in by a mile.
I was really struggling to understand why Ty Jerome finished behind Malik Beasley.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think that was just like Cleveland, like Detroit's this fun story. And so you're like, oh yeah, Malik Beasley. Or Cleveland is just quietly had the second best record in the league.
Well, but you also have to put into perspective, though, what Malik Beasley did after, going the situation that he was in. Remember, he was a guy that there was this refusal to come off the bench, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was promised a starting spot in Milwaukee, and he played as a starter in 77 games, and then it didn't work. He ends up in Detroit, and he goes back to being a bench player again. He went from 77 starts a year ago to 18 this year, plays in all 82. And the story of the Pistons is also a great story because that's a veteran who walked into a very young team and was a spark that they needed off the bench. Like, that's a tough thing for a veteran to do, especially when you get that chance to be the starter and then you come off the bench. I can see probably the story of Malik Beasley winning out with some of the voters. But Pritchard was far and away the runaway winner of this award, and rightfully so. When you lead all bench players in scoring, you dropped 246 threes this season. Like, Peyton Pritchard was dynamite.
So it was 14, 4, and 4 on the season for Pritchard. 14 points, 4 boards, 4 assists, just kind of giving him the roundup. For Ty Jerome, it was 13, 4, and 3. Really, the difference is in efficiency. Ty Jerome shot 52, 44, 87. That's insane.
Yeah.
That's again, Pritchard was good. I believe he finished 47, 40, was it 47, 40, 85?
Yeah.
So again, like, which one do you like?
Well,
and it
apparently
came down,
it's
and
Peyton Pritchard.
It was Peyton Pritchard. And I was, again, I'm not against it.
Yeah.
I think he was really good this year. I just thought this would be a lot closer.
No, it wasn't. I'm happy for Peyton Pritchard, man. Everything that he has done, I didn't expect him to be this kind of player in the NBA. He was going to be a guy that I thought was going to be on a team for a long time, but he is
I thought he was a bounce
impact
around guy.
Player off of the bench. And this has kind of been the story of Peyton Pritchard, being the guy who was local kid who used to work out with the Nike Hoop Summit teams, and then all of a sudden he was working over some of the best high school players in the world.
He showed up at the Portland Generals his junior year and was a dude.
The Portland Generals are the team that scrimmages the world team in the Nike Hoop Summit. And there were USA basketball people like, who is this kid? And he ended up being the point guard for Team USA in the Nike Hoop Summit, and then goes on to Oregon, has a phenomenal career, goes to a Final Four, and ends up in the NBA where he's making an impact on the reigning world champions.
And I think this isn't excuse my evaluation of him, because I thought he'd be a fringe NBA guy. Just his size is such a difficult thing to conquer. I think he's listed at 6'1". He's not. It's fine. But his work ethic is incredible. Yeah. Always has been, always will. Like, he is a guy who literally pays people to come play him.
This is pretty good.
Like, it's a legitimate thing that he does. Like, he'll pay like top college players to come out and scrimmage against him. Bigger, stronger, more athletic, younger dudes, just so it tests him. But I think that the biggest part of his career, and this is not to take away from, do not take that in consideration, but this matters. He went to a team where he was a hand in glove fit, where he has 8 dudes on the roster.
Oh, every 6 man is that, you know?
It's the perfect fit for him, where it covers up for his size deficiencies. Boston's huge. You can put him out there in 8 different variations of having 4, 5, 6, 8+ dudes that can cover up for his lack of size. And because of here's his elite skill is his shooting, but is also his ability to get where he needs to get off the bounce.
Yeah.
You want to talk about guys with a handle? Peyton Pritchard's handle is one of the best in the league.
Yeah.
Like, that's like when you talk about guys like coming into the draft here this year, you've got a guy like Boogie Fland who's undersized. His handle's pretty good. It's not as good as Peyton Pritchard's. And I think he's going to be able to shoot it, but he was inconsistent in college in his 1 year. But he's the best point of attack defender in the NBA. When you are 6'2" or smaller, you have to have a skill that is off the charts good. And Peyton Pritchard has 2. It's his handle and it's his shooting.
Yeah. The text on the fan text line, was Peyton Pritchard left off of any ballots? The answer to that is no. He was the only player that was on every ballot. Malik Beasley, he was on 95 ballots, and Ty Jerome was on 59 ballots. So Malik Beasley left off of 5, Ty Jerome left off of 41 ballots, not even top 3.
That's so surprising to me.
Yeah.
So, all right, coming up next in hour number 3, we're going to get back to the NBA playoffs and the futures of a couple teams up for grabs. Danny Dusty, 1080 The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free design consultation at vulcandc.com. First on The Fan, another trio of Game 2s in the NBA playoffs this evening. 4 o'clock on TNT. The Magic are 10.5-point road underdogs as they try to even the series with the Celtics. At 4:30 on NBA TV, the Cavaliers looking for a 2-0 series lead over the Heat. Cleveland are 12-point favorites in that one. And at 6:30, back on TNT, the Rockets, 3.5-point favorites to tie up the series with the Warriors before heading off to San Francisco. Diana Rossini of The Athletic reporting the Steelers, Browns, and Vikings are expected to be among teams involved in any trade discussions surrounding quarterback Kirk Cousins. Fox Sports' Jordan Schultz reporting multiple teams calling the Steelers regarding the availability of wide receiver George Pickens. And Game 2 of 3 for the Mariners this afternoon at the Red Sox. Emerson Hancock starting for Seattle. Sean Newcomb for Boston. 3:45 first pitch on Root Sports. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Jeff Rust from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch. And now, Window Nation brings you on-demand videos. Watch Window Nation's window into 1080 The Fan. This week is about cheese curds and borrowing the neighbor kid's bicycle.
What's up, Red? Thanks for the fight.
This is a Draft Week edition of Danny and Dusty.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Get $2,000 off a new energy-efficient system now through May 31st. Call or visit aeheatingandcooling.com.
Excuse my Wisconsin mouth, but why the heck are you not drinking, for Christ's sake?
Draft Week with Danny and Dusty on 1080 The Fan.
Hour number... Oh, wait. It's your turn.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was hour number 2.
It's hour number 3.
Show's just flying by for you, huh?
Dude, it really is. I was like, I thought it was hour number 2.
Hour number 3 here on Danny and Dusty on a Wednesday. Gave me time to check my watch. We're listening on 1080 AM, watching along at youtube.com/1080am the fan, or twitch.tv/1080am the fan. We appreciate you. We love you. Thank you for hanging out with us on this wonderful, wonderful Wednesday. We did talk about one of the basketball games already,
Yes, sir.
which was not really a great game in Milwaukee and Indiana.
Hey, but you know what we got?
Mhm.
Rivalry.
We do.
It's back.
And I don't know if this is turning into a rivalry per se. No, it's you know what? Screw it. We'll do this one first. Can we just get rid of Grizzlies Thunder?
Yes.
Can we just be done with it? For those that are unaware, the Grizzlies have lost to the Thunder by a combined 70 points. It is the second most points that a team has lost combined by through the first 2 games in the NBA playoffs in NBA history.
Now,
75 is the record.
Adam Silver should have like the easy button. Remember that easy button? Was that Staples that had the easy button?
That would be Staples.
Yes.
He should have the easy button that ends a series when he's just like, no mas. It's like the white towel, or he just goes to a game and at center court at the end of it, throws in the white towel, and that series is over.
Yeah.
This series
Go
is
full Caesar. Thumbs up, thumbs down.
Yeah, do it. Do it. If you have 2 of them going at the same time, sorry, buddy, you need better scheduling. You're gonna have to send the deputy commissioner to go end one.
Look, I am all for making sure the little markets get put on national TV and showcase your next group of stars and all those kind of things. If I see this series on TNT or ESPN one more time, I'm gonna kill somebody. Move it to NBA TV, True TV, wherever the hell it goes. The Clippers Nuggets absolutely, unequivocally has no business being on NBA TV.
No.
None.
No, it should not
None.
be. It should not be.
It might be the best series of the first round. It should not be relegated to the lower platforms. This year series should be on streaming only.
Tonight is a tough one, though, because you kind of feel like both of the East games could fall into this category tonight. What is the better option here between Orlando, Boston, and Miami, Cleveland?
It's Heat Cavs. At least the Cavs.
The one on NBA TV?
Yeah, at least they have some pride. Because look, Tatum might not play for the Celtics tonight, which could make this game very ugly. The Celtics will still win, but this might be a full-on rock fight.
We were talking 5.5 was a big line for the Lakers to be favored yesterday. Boston 10.5. Cleveland 12.5.
That's surprising to me. I guess that's the Tatum factor of it all, because as great as the Celtics are, good. Look, we saw what the Celtics team was against the Blazers when they sat Brown and Tatum. You saw Pritchard go off for a career high 40 piece.
Yep.
Derek White had what, 37?
Something like that.
Didn't they combine for 80? They had 37 and 43.
Did they really?
I think that's what it was.
Woof.
Yeah, and they both.
But they can fill it up.
They look again. Orlando, their ability to pull you into the mud and make it nasty, it's unmatched in the NBA. Like they might as well be Swamp Thing is their mascot.
They do a good job of that.
They do. Miami, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, saying they'll have some pride, but there's a bigger spread in that game.
Yeah, 12.5.
Isn't that a little bit weird?
I think the rollover effect and the fact that they're looking at Tyler Hero's matchup and saying this is not going to be advantageous for them one bit.
We didn't talk about this on air. We pulled it up. I pulled it off air. Was that yesterday or Monday? About what the Cavs guards did to Tyler Hero. I pulled up the Second Spectrum tracking data on Tyler Hero in that game. So Ty Jerome, Donovan Mitchell, and Darius Garland all just went bonkers against the Heat, and they hunted Tyler Hero mercilessly.
By the way, Peyton Pritchard went for 43. Derek White went for 41.
Oh, they both went for 40. That's what it was. So the Tyler Hero of it all, the opponents had if I'm remembering right, I believe it was 78% effective field goal percentage against him in game one. 78% effective field goal percentage.
It seems bad for one side and really good for the other.
I mean, just absolutely. I'm trying to pull it up right now because they played their first game on Saturday.
Well, what was the volume on that? Yeah, I need to know the volume on that.
So it's just I just pulled up that one game, and I'm pulling up shots by defender right now. Let's see, Hero. Yeah, it was 78%. I was actually right. 18 shots were attempted against Tyler Hero as the primary defender.
Oof.
So there's a thing that Second Spectrum has that has the shot quality generated. Basically, if you were to take league average for the shots that were taken against this defender, or actually not against this defender, but just in a league average situation, the shots that were generated, you would have expected a shot quality expected field goal rate of 49.2% effective field goal percentage, which is still, I mean, that's again, league average. It's about 50. In game one, the Cavs shot 28.6 percentage points better than expected. That's the difference. So that you take the 77.78 or 78% effective field percentage, you subtract the 49.2, and you get the difference. And that's what they got. They hunted him, and they destroyed him.
Yikes! But they were making shot. They were shot making, and
so they're basically getting league average or just slightly below league average looks and canning them.
Just buckets all around.
And it didn't matter. Then Darius Garland, Donovan Mitchell, or Ty Jerome.
That kind of leads you to believe that this line might be too big at 12.5, right? When the fact that they're making those tough shots and at a league average clip would have been 49 and they made it 78. But does that make up for how bad that game got out of hand? And what does this kind of look like for Miami moving forward and just folding up the tables and moving on? We discussed this. It didn't benefit them to win the play-in and get, as a franchise, to get to the playoffs. And that looked like a team that
cost them a draft
felt
pick.
That way.
Cost them a draft pick. So it's a very interesting spot kind of coming out of that.
Can we get to the good game?
Yeah.
Let's get to the good game.
We're up against it. So we'll pivot now. Lakers find a way to bounce back. I don't know how much credit I want to give them because it didn't seem like either team really wanted to get to that game or win that game. We'll get to that next year on Danny and Dusty, 1080 The Fan. The Lakers won a basketball game. There, I said it. It was not pretty. It was not great basketball.
Oh, dude, it was beautiful. It was beautiful. You give me exactly why it was terrible, and I'll tell you why it was beautiful.
Well, here's the thing that I
next
did like about it was that we are getting basketball games, with the exception of the Oklahoma City Thunder drilling the Grizzlies.
Yes.
So many games are being played around 100.
Yeah.
Around 100 points. And here's the thing.
Playoff ball.
Not just playoff basketball. I would argue the best basketball games are played around 105.
Yeah.
Like,
I can agree with that.
That is the from like 98 to 105, that is the best basketball you can play because it emphasizes both sides of the floor. You get some scoring, you get some defense, you get some transition.
You have one guy with volume in there scoring.
It's not it's not the full-on isolation hell that we saw in the early 2000s. It's not the whole space and pace. Nobody can touch anybody. So you're not playing in the 70s. You're not playing in the 120s. It's that sweet spot right there. And that's what, again, this game was ugly in the sense of, do you remember Ant Edwards? I want to say it was about around February. I score. I don't want to pass the ball every time. The Minnesota Timberwolves in game 1, do you know how many assists Ant Edwards had? 9.
None.
No, game 1, 9.
9?
You know how many he had last night?
None.
None. Because when he's at his best, it is working as a force multiplier, which Luka Doncic is the best force multiplier in the NBA. That's just what he is. He's a floor-raising monster. Jokic is in a different sense, but like what Luka does is it's a force multiplier of epic proportions. Ant Edwards is nowhere near that yet. And you saw that bear out for the Timberwolves last night because Naz Reid sucked, Dante DiVincenzo sucked, and Jaden McDaniels sucked. Like, they were bad. Now, Naz Reid and Dante picked up some terrible fouls. The officiating in this game for both teams was horrendous.
It was pretty inconsistent.
Oh, God. Like, Dante checked back in, I want to say in the third quarter, and picked up his 4th foul immediately. Like, he checked in and on that possession as they inbound the ball, foul.
Well, there was one where Naz Reid should have picked up his 5th.
And got it taken down to his 3rd because they said something in the scorebook was wrong and it was charged him the wrong way.
They gave the foul to, I think, DiVincenzo that should have been on him. It was a weird thing.
And I want to say there was 9 reviews in this game. If I remember,
that.
like there were so many, and I still don't understand how the Julius Randle one was a block. He got his whole freaking hand before he got to the ball. And look, hand part of the ball kind of thing, yeah. But you got to get more ball than hand. And he got his whole hand, and then he hit the ball. And I'm like, how is that not a foul? I don't understand.
I don't get it either. I think a lot of it is, a lot of these reviews come down to me to the officials just don't like the fact that their authority is being questioned. So they'll go, inconclusive.
Yeah. Unless it's so over the top and egregious that you get that. But
Minnesota scoring their lowest point total of the year.
5
Probably not the best time to do that.
5 of 25 from 3. They were disjointed. They were broken. And you guess you got to give the Lakers credit. And I'd love to play the clip, but we don't have enough bleeps for it. When J.J. Redick lost his freaking mind and the mics picked up every last bit of it. The Lakers are running a baseline out of bounds play, and it just goes, what the bleep are you bleeping doing? You bleeping bleep, 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 bleep. And he was losing it, and he lost it even in the post game of like, because here's the thing. The Lakers won this game, but not because of execution, but because the Minnesota Timberwolves were too stupid to take advantage of the absolute ineptitude of the Lakers in the fourth quarter.
Now, you just described it was an ugly basketball game.
33 total points scored in the fourth quarter.
This is where I say it's beautiful. If the Lakers are going to have to win a game, I would like it to be, you've already lost home court. Now you just don't want to go down 0-2 at home. And one thing we know about Laker fans is that the very first opportunity that they could possibly have to puff out their chest and tell you how great they are, they will. They couldn't even do that last night.
No, they was like, oh, we'll take the win, though.
And so to me, that's beautiful.
No, it's wonderful.
That if the Lakers have to win a game, that's how I want it to happen because I hate the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
I hate the Lakers.
I do too, and it puts me in such a bind because two of my favorite players of all time are Lakers.
Doesn't that suck?
Shaq is one of them. I've mentioned this before. Everybody talks about, Shaq was just big. Shaq had some of the best footwork the game has ever seen, and I've always been a major appreciator of the feet work. Luka Doncic is one of my favorite players to watch. Yeah, he cries and whines, and yeah, I dismiss it because I love him. But what he is able to do is incredible. But man alive, stop playing with your food.
Yeah. I'll tell you, the Lakers, I loved Shaq, loved LeBron, loved Magic, and I know this may be triggering to some people. I like Robert Horry. I always liked Big Shot Bob. I liked him. Knew his role.
Good God.
Shooting from the corner, ripping hearts out.
Robert Horry and Sean Elliott are probably two of the players in the NBA in NBA history I hate the most.
Yeah, I love Big Shot Bob.
He was just a hired assassin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that about Big Shot Bob.
Sean Elliott stepped out.
Yeah, well, yes. We can agree.
He stepped out.
Okay, that's fine.
That shot still haunts me.
We can agree on that. But I was like,
I had an argument with him about that.
Oh, did you?
10 years ago.
How'd that go?
It was fun. It wasn't like an argument. I just told him he ruined my childhood.
Yeah.
Like, your foot was out. He's like, was it?
No. And you know what? He probably has this story of this weirdo coming up to him in Portland, telling him his foot was out.
Yeah.
He's like, that was so long ago.
Yeah.
Well, then guess what? Michael Dyer needs a similar story.
Yeah. Well, it's very similar.
Michael Dyer was down.
Yes.
It's Raul Julia in Street Fighter. For you, it was the biggest moment of your life. For me, for Bison, it was just a Tuesday. You guys don't remember the Street Fighter line?
I don't.
I don't think I ever actually saw
From
that
the
movie.
movie?
Yeah.
No.
It was a terrible movie.
Yeah. I believe that was Raul Julia's final flick.
It was, and it was.
Yeah,
You
what a
know
way to
why?
go out,
You
huh?
No. You know why it was important? His kids wanted him to be in it.
Yeah.
He filmed it with like stage 3 stomach cancer.
Man.
It was like Chadwick Boseman in Avengers when he knew he was going to die. Like but he kept it quiet. And his kids loved the video game so much that they wanted him in that movie, and he was miserable, but he did it for his kids.
Wow. All I knew was Gomez Adams was
if you watch that movie, he acted the hell out of that movie, and everything else around it was so bad. So bad. But he was so good at it.
Yeah.
Just fantastic stuff. Huh. But as it pertains to the Lakers, Luka Doncic has probably been the second best player in the playoffs so far. He was an assist short of a triple-double. And when I said, stop playing with your food, he turned Rudy Gobert inside out, upside down, and backwards in the first quarter when he got him on a switch. And then he proceeded to try to do it for the rest of the game. And I get it. You don't like the guy, and you had that moment against him in the Timberwolves last year and everything that kind of goes with that. But it got to the point where him and Reeves and Braun were hunting him so much. And again, I mentioned this at the beginning of the show. They shot 5 of 17 against Gobert. For all of the hell and heat that Rudy catches, he's an unbelievable defender.
He is.
Like, it just is what it is. Like, he's 7'1". Like, he's got, like, yeah, you can get him because you're an all-world player, but like, of all of the players to hunt, I don't know if you're hunting him the entire game is the best way to go about this.
No, and I think that may be kind of where JJ Redick was so bristly at the end of the game. It wasn't just mishaps of scheme that they were running. Maybe a little bit of defiance to what they were trying to run.
Mm-hmm.
Because that post game, JJ Redick, he can put a happy face on for the media, and he knows what the job is.
Mm-hmm. It was intentional.
He was not pleased following that game.
No, I mean,
at all.
The Lakers don't have the lead that they have. They lose that game.
And the lead that they had, it was largely what the Minnesota Timberwolves didn't do, not what they did.
It was what? It got it to what, 21, 22?
Yeah. Early, too.
Yeah.
It was 18 after like a blink of the eye. They were up by 18, and then at the end of the first quarter, they were up, what, 19?
34-15.
Yeah, 19 at the end of the first quarter. I mean, after that,
They sat
Minnesota was like, I guess we're going to play in a rock fight?
Yeah.
And they tried to close that gap, and they damn near did it.
It got dicey.
Down to 4.
But that's, again, in the fourth quarter, you had 33 combined points.
Brutal, dude.
Just nasty stuff. All right, we're going to keep it in the NBA. There is
The Lakers scored 34 in the first quarter, you said?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It got ugly. There is some news circulating in the NBA, and we've talked about it on this show already. There may be a massive domino falling if the Milwaukee Bucks don't get it together. We'll get to that here coming up next. But first, here's Big Kahuna with Sports Center Update.
That's that Hawaiian burger joint.
This is Draft Week with Danny and Dusty.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, another trio of Game 2s in the association this evening. 4 o'clock on TNT, the Magic, 10.5-point road underdogs as they try to even the series with the Celtics. At 4:30 on NBA TV, the Cavaliers looking for a 2-0 series lead over the Heat. Cleveland are 12-point favorites in that one. And at 6:30 back on TNT, the Rockets, 3.5-point favorites to tie up the series with the Warriors before heading to San Francisco. Over in the NFL, Fox Sports' Jordan Schultz reporting multiple teams calling the Steelers regarding the availability of wide receiver George Pickens, and Diana Rossini of The Athletic reporting the Steelers, Browns, and Vikings could all get involved should trade discussions surrounding quarterback Kirk Cousins materialize. Game 2 of 3 for the Mariners this afternoon at the Red Sox. Emerson Hancock starting for Seattle, Sean Newcomb for Boston. 3:45 first pitch on Root Sports. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Jeff Rust from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
talked about this last week when I mentioned the Portland Trailblazers and their path to the offseason and kind of not just this particular domino falling if it does, but why for everybody's like, oh, I get these questions. Well, who should the Blazers go after in free agency or trades or what, draft picks and kind of all this stuff? I'm like, talk to me on May 13th. Because number one, you got to know the lottery. And there's already some pre-draft intel about which teams might like which players, kind of where they are right now and where guys are being slotted. And mock drafts are starting to kind of come to fruition even ahead of the lottery. And even though it's early and things are going to switch depending on what happens in the lottery, you kind of get a sense for where guys are going to go. Like there's VJ Edgecombe is a guy that's rising in drafts. Trey Johnson is a guy that's falling. Ace Bailey is a guy that's falling. Carter Bryant from Arizona is rapidly rising, even though Arizona's season obviously ended probably earlier than they thought it might.
No way. University of Arizona basketball season ended before they had their expectations met? No way.
But there's
That's crazy.
a lot of talk about a lot of guys, and that will shape the draft portion part of this. But teams that fall out in the first round with expectations is the first place to look. And there are two teams squarely in those crosshairs right now, the Memphis Grizzlies and the Milwaukee Bucks. They are both down 0-2, and neither have really been in, the Grizzlies obviously have not been in the game at all, or the Bucks have really just been behind the eight ball. Chris Haynes said, he was asked whether he thought Giannis would finish his career in Milwaukee. I don't think Giannis will finish his career in Milwaukee. Wholesale changes are coming in if they don't make a deep run in the playoffs, front office and coaching staff. The Bucks could go on a different direction if things sour in the postseason. And what he is saying there is what I mentioned last week. The stuff around Giannis Antetokounmpo is loud. At Hoop Summit, I had no less than a half dozen front office decision makers ask me about Giannis, what I had heard. And it was I had heard grumblings of things, but there's grumblings of things around every. I'll tell you this: the only player that's ever happy is the star on the title-winning team.
That's a good point.
There's somebody's always grumpy about something, particularly when you're talking about the top 10 players in the league. And Giannis has made it no secret that he wants to win another title. And as much as I believe that Giannis wants to be a one-team guy in the same way that Dame did, you get to a certain point where it is a decision tree.
But you get to that point, but he also won a title there. There's no doubt in my mind, if Dame won a title here,
he's not going anywhere.
He would have never left.
No.
Never.
No.
No matter how weird it would have gotten.
I think he would have been like, I got it.
Yeah, we got the one. That was the mission. We met the goal, and I'm going to ride this thing out, good, bad, or ugly. We're going to do it.
But he never had that real shot.
Giannis did, and he won one.
And we talk about this so much, the amount of luck that goes into winning a title. KD's toe being on the line versus not. Giannis and Chris and Drew all being healthy.
Well, and not Bucks related, but remember the Raptors were on the ropes the year they won the title, and Kawhi hit that shot from behind the backboard?
Yeah, and it hit the rim 18 different places.
So many little things.
And that's the nature of that beast. And there is a lot of talk around Giannis, and I mentioned this the other day when we talked about the poll from The Athletic about Giannis being overrated. They aren't talking about, some of them are talking about overrated because they don't think he has a bag, but a lot of the players are saying he's quote unquote overrated because he's not this aw shucks immigrant anymore. And look, when you make $300 million and you win a title and you win an MVP and you're a constant defensive player of the year and you're one of the 3 best players on the planet, you really can't be underrated in a sense. You know what I mean?
You're right. Yeah.
But, or or you can be overrated in a sense. But there are people that say he's overrated because he plays up the aw shucks stuff a little too much. Giannis cares about individual accolades and records. He does. I've heard that from multiple people around the Bucks and Bucks organization through the years. That's just a thing. And to be honest, 98% of these guys do.
And yeah, it's not a character flaw of Giannis. It is the packaging is different than reality.
Yeah, and you just think about yourself and your own work endeavors. And yeah, it's different than sports, but like you want to be loved, you want to be appreciated, like you want to have the best-selling jersey, you want to have the most endorsements. Like those are the things that matter to guys. It really does. And Dame is like one of one in the sense that outside of Steph and LeBron, Dame was the most endorsed athlete in the NBA in Portland. He turned a global brand out of a small market. Giannis has tried to do those things. And look, I think his shoe is fine for Nike, but you don't see guys wearing Greek Freaks everywhere. You know what you saw in the NBA? Dame had one of the most worn PE's shoes, player editions, in the league. They messed with Dame and his shoe. And he's got the Tissot, and he's got the Gatorade, and he's got the Beats, and he's got he's the face of Adidas basketball. Now, Ant Edwards is the next guy up. Remember, James Harden was supposed to be, and John Wall was supposed to be. All those guys were supposed to be. Damian Lillard was that guy. He took Adidas basketball way up. I think his shoe is number 4 because it's Kobe's, KD's, and then Kyrie's. I believe were the top 3, and I believe Dame was 4, and then Curry's I think overtook Dame over the last couple of years.
And Kyrie's dropped out.
Yes. But all indications seem to point to if the Bucks flame out here, Giannis is not only going to ask out, he's going to ask out to a big market because he wants the big market treatment. He saw Luka Doncic go from Dallas to LA because Dallas, while being the 5th biggest market in the country, is not the biggest NBA market. It is a cowboy state, and it's not even close. The Mavs are nowhere near.
Probably 3rd tier of NBA teams in the state of Texas.
Yes.
Behind the Rockets and Spurs. Yeah.
And so because of that, Luka, he had a top 10 jersey. Luka going to the Lakers, Luka's jersey's number 1 in the NBA. Number 1.
Yeah. New Jersey, big fan base.
And the Lakers, the biggest fan base in the country. It's the biggest fan base in the world when it comes to the NBA. I've heard Giannis to New York in one fashion or another, whether that's
the state of New York,
Brooklyn, or the Knicks. But don't get it twisted. There is a team in Texas has a lot of draft capital and would murder to have him.
Houston.
The Houston Rockets.
There are rumblings about KD to Houston. They would push all in for Giannis, who's young.
Or Booker. They're not. I would be surprised if KD ended up. Honestly, you know where I think KD ends up right now? Minnesota.
Portland. Oh.
Minnesota.
Dang. Cooper Flag and KD would be nice.
Righting all the wrongs that were. But if this domino falls, Damian Lillard's not staying in Milwaukee.
No. But
and
where does he go? And it's not back to Portland.
Not in this contract. But I could see him ending up in Denver.
Yeah. And for those that are wondering too, if Giannis wants out and to be a part of a deal, it's a non-starter because of where Milwaukee is in the luxury tax. They've got to go like a 1-team deal. 3-team deals with the way that they're in the second apron, it is damn near impossible to do.
Well, it could be a 3-team deal in the sense of
aggregate players.
Yes, so it would end up like
it'd be a 1-for-1-for-1.
Well,
or 2-for-2-for-2, or 3.
They can't aggregate players going with Giannis.
Yeah.
So it'd be like if let's just say it's Giannis to the Rockets. The Rockets, because they're below, can aggregate players. They could put Alperen Şengün, Jalen Green, Cam Whitmore, Reed Shepherd, whatever, both and then.
But you can't have picks. Giannis and Pat Connaughton.
No. So like it does make it more difficult. And here's the other thing: the Bucks are not a team that is like they're not cheap, but they're not a team that historically has spent a ton of money. They have been in the second apron for 2 years. They cannot. If they lose in the first round, they physically cannot go into the second apron again.
But how do you do that with you got to go dollar for dollar?
Within a percentage, I think it's 120%.
Yeah. So you'd have to you're having to bring in money as well. That's the tough part about.
Well, that's the thing is Alperen Şengün and Jalen Green are both like $30-ish million, so you can get there.
Okay.
It's as I said, it's difficult, and his landing spots will be limited by that contract.
Yeesh.
But trading for a top 3 player in the NBA. Super helpful.
Helpful.
But it's definitely something to watch out for here as there's more and more noise. It's a snowball rolling downhill. Coming up, we're going to wrap up today's show. An NFL legend considering offering up his number to a draft pick. Danny and Dusty, 1080 The Fan. All right, quick hot rod here because we do have enough time to do it. 6 years ago today, Damian Lillard, 50 points, including a shot that sent Paul George up to the press conference to do this.
Paul, is there anything a defender can do with the way the game's gone in terms of those 36, 37-foot three-pointers? When you defended it about as well as you can, at some point you got to let a guy shoot that, don't you, and just live with the results?
Yeah. I mean, that's a bad shot. I don't care what anybody says. That's a bad shot. But, hey, he made it. That story won't be told, that it was a bad shot. We live with that.
I was just waving goodbye to him. And I think after game 3, you know, Dennis Schroeder was out there pointing to his wrist. They was out there doing all these celebrations and doing all this stuff, and we kept our composure. And after one win, that was what they decided to do. And we was just like, okay, what we want to do is win 4 games. And then when we win those 4 games, it's not going to be nothing to talk about. So that's what that was.
Love it.
I love that.
And Paul George has since obviously walked that stance back on the bad shot.
Well, yeah, because he just kept taking them over and over and over again and ripping other teams' souls out with deep shots. That was one of the moments in Blazer history. Now, we have, like, that one, the Rockets, obviously ending the Rockets series. But I noticed this today, Blazers history on Twitter. April 23rd, also significant. 2011, Brandon Roy hit a 10-foot bank shot with 39.2 seconds remaining to lift the Blazers over the Mavericks and tied the series at 2 games apiece. That's the one where he came off
6 days
the bench
off of knee surgery.
And he scored 18 points in the final quarter, 24 in coming off the bench.
Literally just got chills. Just remember,
Holy
it's
smokes.
one of my favorite basketball performances of all time.
What a day. What a day in Blazer history.
It's a good day.
April 23rd is.
Shout out Wheels. It's a great day to be a Blazer.
Yeah. R.I.P. Wheels. All right, coming up next, you got 4 hours of power from their mouths to your ears. It's primetime with Buck and Isaac. Isaac will be talking with Oregon head football coach Dan Lanning today.
About the program?
About the program and the spring game coming up this Saturday down in Eugene. That'll do it for us, though, today. Up next is primetime. We'll see you Thursday. Have a great Wednesday, everybody.
Bye.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may
George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. A Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, more NBA playoff action on the hardwood tonight at 4 o'clock on TNT. It's Game 2 between the Celtics and Magic in Boston, with the C's looking to take a 2-0 series lead. Jason Tatum, though, questionable for this one with that wrist injury. Boston now favored by 10.5. At 4:30 on NBA TV, the 1-seed Cavs look to take a 2-0 series lead on the Miami Heat. Cleveland favored at home by 12.5 in that one. And at 6:30 on TNT, the 2-seed Rockets try to salvage a home split against Golden State. Houston, a 4-point home dog. On the ice, Alex Ovechkin and the Caps are going to take a 2-0 series lead on the Canadiens. Puck drops at 4 o'clock on ESPN. And the nightcap, the Oilers trying to even the series against the Kings in LA. They'll get started at 7 over on TBS. Meanwhile, on the Diamond, the Mariners visit the Red Sox tonight in Boston, Game 2 of a 3-game set. Emerson Hancock is on the hill for the M's. Sean Newcomb toes the rubber for the Red Sox. First pitch from Fenway is at 3:45. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your favorite fan shows are on YouTube. Mash the subscribe button and like us for live streaming video and 1080 The Fan on demand. Let's see who summons the essence of Titletown or is curled up in a fetal position.
With the first pick, the Oakland Raiders select quarterback Jamarcus Russell, LSU.
This is Primetime on Draft Week.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Get $2,000 off a new energy-efficient system now through May 31st. Call or visit aeheatingandcooling.com.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080.
Jamarcus Russell's going to immediately energize that Raider Nation.
The Fan.
Hey, what it do? What's up? Good Wednesday. One half of your sports bros here. Rob, that's me. Big Suk, not over there.
Oh, dude.
In Italy, day 2. Ryan Buckley is here, though.
Hello.
How are you today?
I am well. How are you?
I am well. How are you? Exchanging pleasantries. Always good, even though it's fake.
I'm good.
Oh, no, I'm good, too.
Nice.
It's a good day.
Yeah.
It's nice out there. Hey, we have Dan Lanning today.
We do.
How about that? Lanning's coming on here in our next seggy, so we're going to
keep it tight.
We're going to goof off here, and then we're going to do a hard-hitting sports interview. He wants to talk about the spring game. So who are we to get in the way of that?
We're not going to get in the way of that.
So that'll be at 3:15. What do you suppose Suk's doing right now?
Let's see.
Spreading global diplomacy?
Well, it is about midnight over there, so he's probably partying.
Oh, is it midnight?
I think so. I think they're about 9 hours ahead. At least that's what he thought before leaving.
Probably about the time they're looking for a Buca di Beppo to go get a bite to eat.
There you go. Yeah.
In Rome.
See if the Sbarro's still open.
I mean, look, let's revisit
The Chili's in Mexico.
Yes. I just want to point out.
He thought that was quite the triumph.
Yeah, he loves it. Yeah, well, he knows, but he's leaning into it because he's Big Suk. He was in Mexico City, which, from what I understand,
one of the great food cities on our continent.
Yes, it's like the culinary capital of the world.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, it's known for its food. And they get drunk, and they're walking around, and rather than pull out their phones and just Google good place to eat
or find a
at 1 in the morning
street taco somewhere,
or whatever,
God forbid.
Yeah, like or talk to some locals about, hey,
Suk loves chatting up the locals.
Where do we want a taco? Where should we go? They go to Chili's.
March right in.
And they loved it.
Said it was great. It was probably just like any other Chili's.
Yeah, I can't imagine it was any different. It's a chain. Like, what's the Mexico City?
Same food you get in the airport.
Wouldn't that be funny if like you're Googling like top restaurants in Mexico City and the Mexico City Chili's popped up? It's like, yeah, we do it different here.
It is funny when some big brands internationally have different stuff. Like you can get different stuff, I think, at like McDonald's in China or Japan than you can
I've heard
here. And I think there's a handful of chains that are like that.
Well, listen, we cannot let that go.
Chili's is not one of them.
That
I don't believe.
we should never ever forget. Never let that go.
Well, he doesn't let us forget. He tells us how great it was on more than one occasion.
It's the classic doubling down.
Yeah.
That he likes to do. He'll lean right into it, but he knows.
Yeah,
he knows. And look, we've traveled together. He and I aren't going to be. We're tight. We're close. We are not going to be the best travel buddies. And that's a prime example right there. Like, what would you do? You're walking through the streets.
No, that's the point. I can see it right now. That's the point where you say, "Okay, man, I'm
like,
going
dude,
home. I'll see you tomorrow."
I'll see you guys later.
Yeah,
and then
I'll see you tomorrow morning.
I duck into some sort of
Little divey bar or something like that.
have
yeah.
I don't know, maybe get roofied or something.
Or maybe just a cocktail back at the hotel or something like that.
Exactly.
Meet someone in the bar.
What would you do? Would you go to Chili's with them? Would
See,
you be
I
like,
think
"Dude,
I'm kind of squarely between you and Suk. It depends what we had planned the next day. Like, I'm not gonna go tie one on like $2 margaritas at Chili's. Like, that's not on my agenda when I'm in Mexico City. But I'm up for a good time.
Yeah.
So like, I'm not.
Well, I am
I'm not
too.
ready to like call it. But I don't know that Chili's would be what I wanted to do in that moment.
Well, he said it was delightful.
Yeah, of course he did.
He also points out it was packed. So, I don't know. I just think that you have to, have you traveled, like in your world travels, do you just go with your wife or then girlfriend, or do you go with other couples or family members?
I've traveled a fair amount with my brother, and I've traveled a fair amount with my mom as well. My wife and I too. I'm trying to think if we've really. I don't think I've done any like significant couples trips.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean like a weekend here or there, at the coast in the mountains, whatever, but not like, oh hey, we're all going to Italy for a week together.
You really can only travel with certain people.
Right.
And that's okay.
Yes.
It's okay, but you have to know who those people are. For example, I have a friend who just broke up with his girlfriend, and it's because she invited him to a wedding in, was it Brazil? They went somewhere in South America. And they liked each other, newly dating, 4 or 5 months-ish. I was like, all right, I'll go to this wedding. And it was a disaster because he said, when you're traveling, and he got sick, and it was like he couldn't go to the wedding because he got like gut sick, And
been there, not with a wedding, but got sick in another country. Horrible.
Yeah, it is horrible. And of course, nothing will test a relationship like that, even if you've been married for 50 years.
Yeah. So
he said everything just got so sped up that it was like a fast forward to the marriage part of the relationship.
Yeah.
And we're like, they just both realized in a week, they both realized this doesn't work.
This ain't it.
This
has been fun.
Yeah.
But here's our window into the future, and we don't like it.
Yeah. Crazy. So you gotta, you're traveling with other peeps. You gotta be like-minded. Most importantly, about whether you are more experience and sightseeing laden or more loungy.
Yeah.
Because I think I've kind of got my wife a little bit more on the loungy side.
Yeah.
Because we're kind of opposites on that. I'd rather just sit by the pool and talk to people and have some drinks, or I don't need to go sightsee everything.
Yeah, and I know my wife well enough. Like, she's pretty particular about what she'll want to do on those trips, and it'll be striking a balance between those things. And I can tell you, she does not want to travel with somebody who's like push, let's see,
Right.
do.
Right.
But she's also not gonna. She doesn't want to sit around the pool and drink wine all day. So it's like it's got to. And I feel like people generally kind of lean more to one camp than the other. So the fact that that's a hard line to toe at times, and so we don't typically travel with others.
Well, and you got to be okay with doing your own thing.
Yeah.
Even on vacation.
Yeah, definitely.
It's like, hey, we're out here. We'll see you guys tonight. May or may not see you at dinner. Whatever. It's okay. That, and then I think spending. I think what you want to do and how you want your vacation to go is one thing. You got to be on the same page. You got to be on the same page about money.
Budget-wise, yeah.
Yeah.
And
because-
I've traveled with a big group before, like post-college,
Yeah.
and it wasn't necessarily even couples. There were people that were coupled up, but it was more that there was like 8 of us or something like that. And there was quite the disparity in, you get that post-college life. Some people are already making really decent money, and other people are just scraping by. And the disparity of where you end up going for dinner and what people order for the table, and like what you're, are we going to rent this car for this much more than taking the train? And some people are up for it and others aren't. It can be tough.
Yeah, I think that, as you go through life, your friend groups change, as you get older. And a lot of it has to do with your socioeconomic status, unfortunately.
It can, yeah.
I still have a lot of old friends that, that I'm close with from college or even before.
You don't like the pores anymore with your big radio money.
Yeah. But you do start, like, a lot of people start hanging out with families that have kids that play with their kids or are on the team with
people in the same neighborhood.
Yeah,
have similar valued houses.
That's the main thing. Yeah, exactly. You're kind of all in the same. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're kind of all in the same.
End up funneled together. A
status. Yeah, but you also it's just like as your life experiences change and the things you want to do change, your friends kind of shift. I've been trying to talk to my kid about that. Because they're in their mid-20s, and it's like some friends you grow apart from. It doesn't mean you're not friends anymore. You'll reconnect.
For sure.
But,
But the
times have changed.
The circumstances surrounding the friendship have changed, and therefore the friendship kind of does too.
That may fizzle for a while. You can always rekindle. Never forget. Never forget. Chili's in Mexico City. Never forget.
Special night.
That's an abbreviated first segment because we have Fish on Hook. The Oregon spring game is on the Fan on Saturday. I believe, Ryan, the kickoff is at 1 p.m.
I believe that's correct.
Dusty will be on the call. He says he's excited to be on the sidelines.
Yeah.
Because you can just do a bunch of interviews. Like, it's kind of...
Well, and Dan Lanning and the Ducks have made this a very name-heavy event with alums coming back and coaches and stuff like that. And so Dusty should talk to, or will be talking to, a lot of really fun people.
Yeah, Bellotti, he said, is there. Rich Brooks is there.
Mm-hmm. Bucky Irving, Christian
Irving.
Gonzalez.
Yeah.
I saw Jackson Powers Johnson's back in town. I think there will be a bunch of former Ducks. We'll ask Dan Lanning about it, though, coming up.
Yep, Dan Lanning, Oregon football coach, is next on the Fan.
Time with Isaac and Sue
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
on 1080 The Fan.
All right, well, we've done our part. We broke early. We're back early. We're ready for Coach Dan Lanning. Should be calling momentarily. Want to remind you that foursomes for the 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms are on sale right meow at 1080thefan.com. Your local Toyota dealers presents the 11th annual Fan Golf Classic Tuesday, June 24th. It's brought to you by Henderson and Daughters Windows and Doors and by Philbrook Law Accident and Injury Lawyers. Once again, there is a morning and afternoon flight. We'll have more details to come, but hey, those things sell fast, so get on it. While we wait for landing, I was looking at Oregon's schedule today, just for the
Upcoming season?
hell of it. Yeah, for the upcoming season. No, obviously they had Ohio State last year. In Autzen. I don't think they had another great home game other than that game. But, boy, if you're an Oregon fan this year, at least a fan who goes to home games.
A little rough.
Well, if USC is average this season, and, you know, they may be really good. So that may be your best home game right there. Late in the season, you host USC, and there could be a lot on the line for that. So that'll be fun. But should they not be that great, your best home game outside of that is Indiana? It's like Indiana. Well,
Signetti, though. Nah.
Well,
nah.
I don't.
Yeah, no one comes to see the coach.
I don't know. So their home schedule is Middle Tennessee State, Oklahoma State. So you can see Mike Gundy's stupid mullet running around down there. I don't know how good they're going to be. They weren't very good last year. Oregon State, Indiana, Wisconsin. Again, that was a good game last year there. Minnesota, PJ Fleck coming to town, and USC. That's it at home. Nice, winnable schedule, but also kind of leaves a little something to be desired. Now, if you are a fan of road trips, sneaky good roadie. Now, they go to Penn State, which I'm sure a lot of Duck fans will make that trip. I'd love to see a game there. And they also go to Iowa. That will be cool. But a sneaky good road trip for fans in September, which I think will mean pretty good weather up there. They're playing at Northwestern. Good little trip. Headed to Chicago. Uh-oh, I hear him. I hear the man. Is that Dan Lanning on the line?
How we doing? You guys good?
Yeah, we're great. How are you?
Doing good.
Congrats on the new Bronco.
Thanks.
What's the story behind that?
Not a big story. Just I've actually had it for about a year now. But yeah, it's a car I always liked from a distance, and certainly fun to drive around.
Yeah, it's what, custom 1977 Bronco? Is that what it is?
Yeah, 74.
74. Badass. Now, is that a daily driver or just on occasion?
No. That's just when you're feeling good and there's an opportunity to take advantage of it, we drive it, but it's not a daily driver.
Did you guys get any family trips in this year yet?
We did. For spring break, we took a trip to Italy.
Oh,
really? It was a lot of fun.
Well, that's where my co-host is right now. He's there. Where did you go in Italy?
We did Rome and Venice.
Awesome. Which is better?
Yeah. They're both uniquely different, and both were spectacular. It was awesome. Our boys were like the perfect age for it. Hitting the history and seeing some buildings that are 2,000-year-old. It was pretty fun.
I've been to both, and I will tell you, I say this to the listeners all the time. A lot of people think Venice is a little overrated. I'm not really sure why. I loved it. I thought that everywhere you look is a postcard there. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised. Kind of the same thing you described. That people saying, "Hey, it's not. You're going to love Rome," and I love Venice. It was great.
Yeah. So the 1 p.m. kick on Saturday, it's the Oregon spring game. We'll have it here on the Fan. You are not in the camp of some other coaches who are no longer presenting spring games. Explain why.
Well, I mean, one, I think we have a unique environment here at Oregon where fans want to be a part of it and a chance to see their team, and creating that game day environment for our players, I think, is really important. You know, the best way to get good at football is to play football, and we've had a lot of success with it in the past, and it's an opportunity for our fans to be able to see it firsthand.
What football team wise, coach wise, what do you hope to get out of it Saturday?
Well, a little better at football, right? You know, that's the piece, is getting to go play. We're gonna get an opportunity to improve, and then more than that, see what guys are like when it's a little bit different setting, right? You want practice to be as much like a game as possible, but it's not quite the same. When you throw some fans in the stand and a little bit of excitement around it, I think that changes things.
So when you assess last season and what you need to improve upon or even change, what areas did you pinpoint?
Well, I mean, one, this is a completely different team than last year, right? So, I mean, every year it's funny, we go through and you evaluate what was really good and what wasn't. But like this year, our number one call on defense was different than it was last year, and that's because you have to adapt to the strengths of your players and your team. And same thing offensively, you know, what was really good for us. So, you know, I think you try to say, okay, what's the team need to change? You know, this is a completely different team. This is a lot of different players. So really it's more about finding the strengths of this new team. What do we do really well? What do we do different? And every year it's looked a little bit different for us on both sides of the ball. But ultimately I'm really pleased with the progress of this group so far.
Do you have more or less turnover than last year, or about the same?
I don't know. I don't know that I've looked at it like that. I mean, we have a lot of guys that are about to hear their name called for the draft, you know, in these next few days. So there's certainly a lot of transition. There's a lot of new faces. But I don't know if it was different, you know, the year before.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a thing, but I want to ask, like, is there a balanced number that is ideal, number of returners versus new players, or is this just the new age of college football where you're just going to get a lot of turnover every year?
Well, I think if we're doing things right, come draft time every year, that you're going to see a good number of our players getting those opportunities. And, I mean, college football, you're always going to have transition, right? You can't keep them for 8 years. You know, there was a period of time where you could keep them for 6, which is pretty weird with COVID extensions and everything else that exists. But now, you know, I think you'll be back into more of the routine of every 4 years you're seeing a new team.
Yeah. This is Dan Lanning from Oregon. So Dante Moore, a lot of people want to know about him. I think it's pretty unusual in today's climate that a kid sits and waits their turn. I mean, you know, especially at quarterback. What does that say about him?
Well, I think he knew what he was signing up for when he came here. You know, same with Austin and Brock Thomas and KJ and Luke and all the guys in that room. I think they've learned and people have learned, like in college football, there is a benefit to being able to learn on the fly and practice every day with the team and get, you know, involved in the system. And he's one of those guys that have a unique perspective of both, right? He's been thrown in the fire before as a freshman. I think he valued the opportunity to learn and grow as a player, even if it meant that he wasn't necessarily on the field every down.
Yeah, certainly a lot of kids don't have that attitude. I mean, I assume that's part of when you recruit and you go out and hit the pavement, you look for that attitude because there's a lot of kids that don't have that attitude.
Well, I think you look for the right kind of people, the guys that have the right kind of character, and certainly that's a piece of it. But there's nobody out there that I'm recruiting and I'm like, hey, who wants to come sit for a year and watch? Like that shouldn't be any player's mindset when they walk in the door. They should be battling to improve and get better, and if that gives them the opportunity to play, then take advantage of it.
So we haven't seen much of him at all since he played at UCLA. What have you seen from him in terms of growth since he came aboard?
Yeah, a guy that always had the ability as far as arm talent, but more the command of our offense is something that, you know, I've been impressed with him as well as our other quarterbacks. You know, they've all done a really good job of picking up, you know, some of the checks, some of the things that we're asking our quarterback to do. I think we're a place that asks the quarterback to do a lot more than some systems, and he's done an unbelievable job of that.
So you guys have a GM, a lot of schools do now. Roster management is the term that you hear. Can you describe how that works? You work with Marshall, and what is the process like managing your roster? Is it so much different than it used to be, or is it just more people involved?
Well, I don't know. There's more people involved. You know, it's not that. I mean, football is adapting. It's changing by the day, right? And everyone's looking for a competitive edge. Ultimately, you want a great team, and we've been fortunate to have great players come join our team. and be a part of, what we're building here. I think you look around state to state, you start seeing some states that are trying to be creative and how they can do that. I think I saw something today in Louisiana where, they're trying to create tax revenue to help pay for revenue share, which is, an elite idea. It's just, there's a lot of stress put in a lot of different places in an organization. And I think if you have a plan, you got a way to go execute it. And we've kind of walked in the door with a plan since we got here day one. And that necessarily, hasn't necessarily changed. We have to adapt and adjust as rules continue to change. Absolutely. But the great thing about college football is it's different every day.
Yeah. Especially now. You guys doing the summer retreats again this year?
Yeah. We'll do some of that.
So continuity at the coordinator positions again, which is nice. Is that a big help to you as you gear up for a season, or is it inconsequential? No, it's absolutely a benefit when you have people that you've worked with before. You understand how they operate. I mean, I think there's a huge benefit, and I think it speaks to the health of the program too. Of having guys that are back and understand how it's done and how we want to accomplish things. How's the construction going? Great. I get to look outside my window every single day and kind of soak it in. It's pretty cool to see the progress that they're creating. One thing that our fans got to be alert for is they might want to show up to the spring game a little bit early because the traffic will be a little bit different. Yeah. Coming in. So just having a plan for that in place. But it's definitely worth driving by and taking a look. It's changing by the day. Are you an open door guy? When you're in your office, is the door always open? Yeah, it's closed right now because I'm on the phone with you, but generally it is open. Okay. So if a kid's got in other words, what I'm getting at is like you can go in your office and shut the door and you can hide. Like if the door's shut, people know it's like, hey, he's probably doing something. We can't bother him. Or do they just come in on you? If the door's shut, they're not walking in, but the door's always open. So they come by a lot. Okay. So after the game, I read that I got an email about this. I don't know why, but I did. After the game, you fly to Atlanta for the Peach Bowl Challenge charity golf tournament, where you're competing. Mm-hmm. You were there last year. You're competing against the likes of Kirby Smart and PJ Fleck and other coaches in golf. Is the game in order? Is my golf game in order? Yeah. Absolutely not. I'm hoping it continues to improve. Because the better we do, the more we can win for charity. So I'm hoping I can get a great partner and that'll certainly help me out there. Yeah, you can win. I think you're playing for the Knight Cancer Institute, like $300,000. Who's the best coach golfer? Because I know you played there last year, right? Yeah, I think Mike Norvell and Urban Meyer won it last year. Hugh Freeze is a pretty good golfer right here. But there's some good ones out there. Can you take down Kirby at least? No, I don't think so. No, he's probably a better golfer than me. Which is good. That means you're spending more time coaching, right? Yeah, well, I don't know about that. Hopefully my game can improve someday. All right, man. Thank you. We will see you at the spring game. Appreciate you. Absolutely. Sounds good. Thank you. It's Oregon coach Dan Lanning. And I just lied to him because I won't see him at the spring game. But Dusty will. So maybe he can, I don't know, put on a mask of me or something, Yeah, send Dusty out there in a rock mask. I just lied to him, and I don't even know why. Hey, we'll see you down there. Yeah, well, no, we won't.
The collective we. 1080 the fan will see him at the spring game. Yeah, that's right. So you're not wrong. That's right. That tournament where he's playing all those coaches down in it's outside of Atlanta. It's just south of Atlanta. It's called Reynolds Lake Oconee, and I'm telling you, it is awfully nice. When we went to the Masters, we went and played a little golf down there and stayed in there. It's like a lake resorty kind of area. Okay. Real nice. I bet you he spent some time down there when he was at UGA. Well, I didn't know this. I mean, you brought up Marshall. Is it Malchow? The GM. The GM. Yeah. The YouTube chat telling us that you'll appreciate Oregon's GM is from Augusta, Georgia. Is he really? I guess so. I didn't know that. He must have brought him over from Georgia, you think? I would imagine so, but I don't know. Yeah. I like all the Georgia connections though, man. Sure. It's a hell of a program down there. How about that? Dan Lanning talking about his program here on our program. It's a lot of program. Good stuff. Hadn't talked to him in a while. All right, so he did mention something in there about Louisiana. For those of you that missed that, I want to talk about that next. Yeah, it's an interesting little nugget. It is an interesting little. He said he liked the idea. He said it was an elite idea. Elite idea. I'm not sure that it is, but we'll talk about it coming up next. Here's Buck.
This is Draft Week on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, some breaking news in the NBA. Game 2 of tonight's game between the Magic and Celtics will not include Jason Tatum. He is out with that wrist injury sustained in Game 1. So the Magic with a little bit of help as they try to even the series before heading back to Orlando. That one will tip off at 4 o'clock on TNT. At 4:30 on NBA TV, the 1-seed Cavs look to take a 2-0 series lead on the Miami Heat. Cleveland favorite at home in that one by 12.5. At 6:30 on TNT, the 2-seed Rockets try to salvage a home split against Golden State. Houston a 4-point home dog. On the ice, Alex Ovechkin and the Caps looking to take a 2-0 series lead on the Canadians. Puck drops on ESPN at 4 o'clock. The Stars and Avalanche are tied a game apiece. The puck drop for that big Game 3 in Colorado tonight is at 6:30 on ESPN. And then the nightcap, the Oilers try to even their series against the Kings in LA. They'll get started at 7 on TBS. And on the diamond, the Mariners visiting the Red Sox tonight in Boston. Just about 15 minutes away from first pitch. Emerson Hancock on the hill for the M's. Sean Newcomb toes the rubber for the Red Sox. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Hot Corner, now in its new time. Tuesdays at
Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
On 1080 The Fan.
Thanks to Dan Lanning. He mentioned the House bill that is in the state of Louisiana, and he called it an elite idea. This, I was just reading about this today, actually. I had it in the notes for the show, but he brought it up, so we'll just do it right here. It's like HB 639, whatever. But the guy behind it is a Republican senator down there by the name of Neil Reisner, or a Republican representative named Neil Reisner. And what he is saying is they would increase the sports gambling tax in the state of Louisiana from 15% to 32.5%. And that is in line with the tax on their video poker machines. And of that 32.5%, 25% would go to college athletics. So they're saying that would raise the money to pay for the House settlement, pay for the money that schools are going to have to pay kids via the House settlement now, which they're saying is, in the $20 to $22 million per year range moving forward, whenever that is settled. So, obviously schools all across the country are scrambling and looking for different and creative ways to pay for that. And that's probably why Dan Lanning called that an elite idea. It's like, hey, well, there we go. We'll just tax sports gamblers because sports gambling is legal here in Oregon, not in Washington, coincidentally. But we'll do that, and then we'll pay for it, problem solved, right? I don't like the idea for two reasons. One, I'm a sports gambler, and if you bet any modicum of money...
You think it's coming out of the House's pocket? No, it's coming out of my pocket.
It's mine.
They're adding it to the VIG.
Exactly.
It's just...
And look, I don't know if you've bet on DraftKings or if you've hit any big bets on DraftKings. You don't have to hit that big of a bet before they start taxing your ass.
Yeah.
Here in Oregon.
Yep.
And look, anybody who... most people are just recreational sports bettors, right? But if you're really following it and you're trying to win, you ain't paying taxes. Look, it's
you're avoiding them at all costs.
Yeah, it's like put it this way, there are other ways to sports bet without having to pay the tax, okay? And that's always been the case. And I think the vast majority of big players, I would imagine.
The people who do it for real,
dude,
they're not paying extra.
Yeah, you always read about the guy who threw $100,000 on the Eagles to win the Super Bowl or whatever. Okay, guess what? He's not doing that on DraftKings in Oregon because he ain't paying the tax if he wins.
Yeah.
Okay, he's doing that where he's not going to have to pay the tax. So, you really screw over some people with that. But ultimately, take the sports gambling thing aside, I've always thought, and we've talked about it a million times here, once that House settlement hits, guess who is going to be paying the $20 to $22 million a year for the student athletes? You and me. I've always thought one way or the other is not going to be anybody but us. And there's going to be different forms in different states and how they do it.
The consumer.
Yeah, exactly. They're always doing that. So, people in football programs and at universities like Oregon or wherever are going to look at that and go, oh, great idea. Well, let's do that. But because that solves their problem. But it just, it creates problems for other people in other areas. But I guess that's the nature of taxes, right? You can always tax more, huh?
I suppose so. I don't love that, but yeah, you can.
Stupid. So I don't love that idea. And I hope they don't do that here.
But it's an elite idea.
Well, it is for him.
Yeah, no kidding.
Because he's like, yeah, perfect.
Sure.
Because he doesn't bet, can't bet. What if Lanning is like secret sports bettor?
Has a guy.
Has a guy.
Bags of cash.
Yeah,
He doesn't strike me as a sports gambler.
No. You said he was on Bussin' recently? Or the Bussin' guys were out there?
Yeah, they did like a spring tour, and Oregon was one of their stops. They did a long interview with him, one with Marcus Mariota as well. They were there for a little while.
And you said that he said on that interview that he was on food stamps.
Yeah, when he was I think when he was a GA in Memphis, I believe. I have to go back and double check the clip, but yeah, it's from the outhouse to the penthouse kind of situation. Not outhouse, he's coaching college football, but Quite the come up.
Well, I mean, I would imagine, like I said to you off the air, like I feel like that means there's a man right there who would appreciate. He appreciates what he's got now. Like when you're on food stamps, you're in the same profession, and then you make, what does he make, $11 million a year or something?
That's right.
Then you probably appreciate that.
I would imagine so.
As opposed to,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know Nick Saban's background. Did he grow up poor, or did he? Was he? I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean. Anyway, a couple of texts on this. Taxing gamblers for a sport we can't bet on. Yeah, that's right. Well, this is Louisiana. Now remember,
Right, but even if
Here-
you're going to apply it here,
Yeah.
you better let us bet on college football if you're going to give the money to them.
Okay, there's an interesting question. Would you trade? Okay, so let's say Oregon, the legislature. I don't think they'll do this, but you never know. Let's say the Oregon legislature says, okay, we will let our state gamble on college sports. But in order to gamble on college sports, we are taking 32.5% like Louisiana does. And that, okay, so
no,
that's...
I'll find a way to bet college football elsewhere. No, thank you.
Yeah, you and I will,
Yeah.
but I think a lot of people won't.
Right, they'd
'Cause
be
that's
like,
their
"Oh, give me the
only-
college."
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's their only. So it's kind of a ripoff.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying.
Mhm.
But it would help the local universities pay for the House settlement bill. I don't know. I don't think I'd go for that. Although, yeah, because right now I don't know what the limit is. I think it's $700 or maybe it's $1,000. I can't remember. That's all you have to win in Oregon on a bet to get it taxed. Now, smaller bets like that, smaller bets than that, winnings they don't hit. So it's not like they would hit you for 32% of everything you win. But bigger hits, you would have to pay 30%. No effing way, man. No way. Get out of here with that. Find the money.
Yeah, it seems like a lot.
We give you a lot already. Find it.
Yeah, we're out
How
here
about that?
losing our ass in your
Yeah.
stupid app. So
Yeah.
don't take any more from us.
I can't bet the NFL for S. And you want me to pay you 32% of my college hits? Get out of here. Another one says, great. Here comes the crazy fans using the old saying, like towards public officials, I pay your salary. Yeah, but who cares what fans say? Fans are always going to say stupid stuff. Can't make rules based off of what they will and won't say.
Certainly not.
Yeah, somebody said it's $800 is where the tax begins in Oregon, which is awfully low.
Someone else says 600. So
I
we-
said 700.
We clearly know what we're talking
It's
about.
somewhere in there. I don't know.
You get the idea.
Yeah. So anyway, that's the deal in Louisiana. We'll see if that passes. That's according to Dan Lanning, it's an elite idea, taxing 32% on sports gambling in the state to pay for the House settlement bill. All right, who is the best running quarterback we have ever seen? That's next on The Fan.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
On 1080 The Fan.
Well, we were talking just yesterday. By the way, a topic on running quarterbacks coming up momentarily, but I wanted to corkscrew this in here where we were talking yesterday, or maybe it was the day before. It was Monday when Suk was here. We were talking about Joe Mazzulla, the Celtics coach, yelling at Jason Tatum to get up.
Yeah, I think that was yesterday, wasn't it? Was that
Well,
you?
no, Suk was here, so it was.
Oh, okay,
it
yeah.
must have been Monday, because he wasn't here yesterday. At least I don't think
He was not.
he was awful quiet. And so Mazzulla, this look, NBA guys
stopped the trainer from going on the floor.
Yeah.
He was like, no, you wait here. Get up!
But I loved it because, I mean, we know that a lot of NBA guys kind of milk the injuries, and they're usually never really hurt. So Mazzulla stops the trainer, and he yells, get up at Jason Tatum. And we were like, yeah, I love that. He's one of us. Well, we just got word that Jason Tatum out tonight with that injury. So
he was writhing around for a reason.
yeah, he's really hurt. Now, do you think that this is Tatum doubling down Sukanic style, where he's like, okay,
I'm hurt.
You yelled at me to get up because you didn't think I was hurt.
Watch this.
Watch
I ain't
this.
playing.
I'm really hurt, and he's faking it.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening, definitely.
I wonder if a player has ever faked an injury to get out of a playoff game before.
Oh, boy. Games we for sure know, but playoff games is you gotta, man. That
like
would
a
be,
true fake. Like the two things that come to mind. One is Jay Cutler. Remember that whole thing with him?
Yeah, was it the knee?
Yeah, but it wasn't a fake. It was just like
But he didn't try.
They thought he was soft.
They thought try to give it a go, and
Yeah,
he just
dude.
standing there with the big coat on all game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With his little pouty face.
Yep.
The other one was LaDainian Tomlinson got heat for this.
He was on the bike all game, remember?
Yeah, he never went in.
Yeah. With his helmet on and his visor, riding the bike.
But he was hurt. It's just I
Yeah,
think
he was.
people were just hoping that he would be a little
Well, the other thing too
gritted out.
I don't know if this has gotten better, but if you put the player in their full uniform out there, you're telling the fans that person's able to play. If someone like LT or Jay Cutler shouldn't be playing, put them in street clothes, and fans aren't going to flip out about it. But you keep cutting to the sideline of them looking like they can play, and then not playing, and that's just a bad look.
Yeah, that's fair. You tell LaDainian, hey, go put on
your sweats.
Go put on some Uggs.
Like, yeah, something.
Some Tom Brady Uggs. Get back out here.
You think LT's an Uggs guy?
I don't know. Are you an Uggs guy? You got some Uggs in the house?
I did have a pair of Uggs slippers, like loafer slippers, like not the boot type, but just
okay
flats. But I haven't had them for a little while now. So at one point, I was an Uggs
Listen,
man.
I don't swear by a brand when it comes to footwear. Nikes, I love Nike. I think they have great designs, but some of them fit well, some of them don't. Golf shoes, some of them rub my feets, so I go with, I don't know, the most comfortable golf shoe I've ever had is an Echo. I hate to say that.
I've heard good things about
Very comfortable.
those.
And I just like comfort out there. I don't need to be all stylish.
I tend to like FootJoy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, I don't. Hey, if what I'm saying is, if Uggs have a good slider or a good slipper, I'm okay with it.
Yeah,
I'm okay with
nice little around the house slipper.
If it's comfortable, I'm in.
Now, when I wear the knee-high Uggs with my denim skirt, that's when it starts getting.
It's not a good look.
No.
For you in particular. So running quarterbacks, yeah. I was reading a story on CBS Sports, and boy, where do you hear some of these quotes? And we'll talk more about this with Andrew Nemec, who's coming in tomorrow for the draft at 5.
Yeah.
So he'll be here. So the NFL draft is tomorrow, and we will have the picks live, and Nemec will be in here breaking it down, and we're gonna have a good time. So be here, won't you?
I love Tesla.
Is that still what we're doing?
I think that's what we're doing. When Goodell's at the podium. Roger Goodell.
I love Tesla.
Well, so this was from, I saw this on CBS Sports. Apparently it's from Pro Football Talk. But they're talking about one quarterback in this draft being the best runner ever at quarterback.
Jeez.
Have you read this?
No.
Do you know who it is?
Is it Milroe?
Yes. Jalen Milroe of Alabama.
Man.
So
that seems...
Dude, He has faster 40 times than a lot of the receivers.
Okay, so it's just based on the speed.
Well, I don't know. These guys are the guys, the scouts and the GMs are working
You
them out.
didn't write this article, Isaac?
I did not write it. I'm just reading it. So here is what it reads. Cleveland Browns general manager Andrew Berry has had a front row seat to one of the best rushing quarterbacks of all time in Lamar Jackson. He watched Jackson defeat Cleveland with arguably the best rushing performance of his career, 124 yards, 2 tutties on the ground in a 47-42 win. Still, Berry says there may be a new fastest quarterback about to enter the league, and that's Alabama's Jalen Milroe. Quote, he may be the only quarterback when he gets in the NFL who's faster than Lamar. Don't tell Lamar I said that, please. End quote. That's from Berry, per Pro Football Talk. Quote, Milroe has rare physical gifts. He's strong, he's fast, he's got a really strong arm, and any system that you build around him, you want to take advantage of the fact that he has things that no other player at the position has. End quote. He wasn't alone. Quote, several, not one, several coaches and scouts told me as I was making calls about all these quarterbacks, Jalen Milroe is the greatest runner of the football they have ever evaluated at the quarterback position. That,
God.
End quote. That I know. That's from Tom Pelissero on Good Morning Football. He's a writer.
Yeah.
Not Lamar Jackson, Jalen Milroe, the best runner that they've ever seen. So, I raised the question. We have to power rank the running quarterbacks.
Okay.
Now, we'll see what Jalen Milroe ends up being. But
Right. I mean, but it sounds like they're comping him to Michael Vick.
Very much.
Where it's the
Big arm.
The speed and running ability are next level elite, and he's got a rocket arm on top of it.
Yeah, and that makes him intriguing.
And that if you take him, you have to build something specific to his skill set because he's bringing something different to the table than other QBs.
Yeah. Right. So, if you had to power rank the best running quarterbacks ever, how you doing it?
Steve Young, end of list. No.
He's top 5 probably, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's a Mount Rushmore guy.
I mean, the top 3 are easy.
Yeah.
But it's what order? Okay, so let's start there. What order would you rank Lamar Jackson, Cam Newton, and Michael Vick in? Because that's a hard one. And are we going?
I think
is this overall quarterback,
or
or
that's important?
Just running ability.
If you're just going on the running ability, or what are we doing? What is
I think
or overall quarterback quality that can run?
No, I just think these are all good quarterbacks. Take that out of it. Lamar's obviously a better quarterback than Mike Vick.
Yeah.
But who is the better runner?
Yeah. For me, I think it's Lamar 1. Like, Cam was so big. He was a better runner than Lamar and Vic in some senses. If you needed a second or third or fourth and short, if you needed a goal line, he is the guy that you want. If you need a guy who can escape and make something, I think it's Vic. If you want a guy that you're just calling his number and saying go, I think it's Lamar Jackson. It's tough because I think they all have different traits that make him the best at specific running styles.
No, I think that's fair. I think I would value Vic number 1. Barely. Lamar 2, Newton 3.
I think Newton is definitely 3, and it's harder to call 1-2 with Lamar and Vic.
And then I'd go Cunningham and Young. Am I missing? I mean, here's the other thing. You have guys like Josh Allen.
So Josh Allen is Cam Newton.
Yeah.
Giant can pick up a first down almost anytime you want it. You would run it with him even more if you weren't worried about him maybe getting hurt, but he's a huge dude, tough to bring down, great red zone option.
Well, and you also have, what do you do with Kyler? He's a hell of a runner.
Yeah.
But he's not,
unless he's tearing his ACL in the open field. That was rough.
You know who else was really good? Who we forget about because he sucks now? Deshaun Watson.
I was going to say, Colin Kaepernick?
Well, yeah, that's a good one. Kaepernick was good.
Yeah.
What they did with him. Watson for 2 years in Houston was awesome.
Yeah. And he was a little bit more, though, he reminds me more of a mobile quarterback than a running quarterback. Not that he didn't run, but I didn't feel like they designed as much for him. His legs were used more to get away, to extend plays, and to get out of trouble.
Yeah. Yeah,
but you're not wrong.
You got Cordell Stewart was one of the OGs.
Slash. I mean, he was so good at running the ball, they made him a running back part-time.
Yeah, he was great. I think people forget about him.
Yeah. And part of the reason is that throwing the football, he was just okay.
Exactly.
But
Again,
his
there's a
athleticism
guy.
was off the charts.
That's a Jalen Milroe comp if I've ever seen it.
Absolutely.
Because
Absolutely.
he did have the arm, didn't he?
Yeah,
Throw like
that
the
70-yard bomb or 75-yard bomb at Michigan.
But he wasn't a great quarterback.
Yeah.
But he could run. McNair was another one.
Ooh. Yeah, McNair, again, more in that Cam Newton, Josh Allen mold of just giant, tough to bring down, easy to extend plays.
Yeah. And then, if you want to go all the way back to little old Fran Tarkenton running around back there.
There you go.
I didn't see him. I was too young, but they say. And Russell Wilson, too.
Yeah.
Wilson was...
When he was in his prime, his ability to just roll out and make something
elusive.
He could kind of do the RPO thing all on his own. I'll either find the open guy or I'll just take it for the first down myself. He was so good at that.
This is a weird one, but would Patrick Mahomes enter this conversation?
Escapability, needing to pick up a first down. So for me, the comp there is I think Patrick Mahomes and Steve Young are a ton alike.
Yeah.
I mean, Mahomes a way better arm talent and a better overall athlete, but you didn't see those guys call their own number a lot, but when they need to get out of plays and create something out of nothing, they're elite at it.
Yeah. All different kind of archetypes.
And would you include Big Ben?
No. I mean, he could.
He was known for a while as the ultimate being able to extend the play quarterback because you couldn't bring him down.
Rodgers,
but he wasn't. Yeah, Rodgers.
He could.
Yeah, he could scamper a little bit.
Run.
But yeah, I wouldn't call Ben or Rodgers running.
But now you're into
now we're getting too far.
We're talking about the best. So I'm going to go Vic, Lamar, Newton, Cunningham, Young, and that's it. That's all I'm willing to do. Everybody else, honorable mensch.
Are they Jewish now? Honorable mensch.
And some people dishonorable mensch, like Kyler.
I
don't like him. But that little guy can scramble.
Yeah, he can scoot.
So they're saying Jalen Milroe, watch out, perhaps the best running quarterback ever. Saw somebody on the text line say, well, this is like Anthony Richardson all over again. Maybe. Maybe not. I mean, it could be that, like you said, you get the right offense, accentuate his skill set, and you might have a little something that's not Anthony Richardson.
But it feels like with that skill set, then there's a huge risk if you decide to go in that direction and then that direction doesn't work and you've tailored everything you do to that and you can't plug in somebody else to do the same job because the skill set is different,
then
that's really rough.
That's when you go get Anthony Richardson.
There you go. There you go.
Off the scrap heap. All right, coming up, teams with the lowest payrolls ever to win titles. Next hour on The Fan.
Sharps versus Squares in Warriors Rockets. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Houston has gone from a 1-point favorite to a 3.5-point favorite in Game 2 against Golden State. But the public is all over the Warriors. I'm betting that Fred VanVleet won't miss 15 of 19 shots again. VanVleet over.
Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, plenty of playoff action going on tonight on both the hardwood and on the ice. The Celtics and Magic about to tip things off in the Eastern Conference Game 2. Boston looking to take a 2-0 series lead at home, but they'll be without Jason Tatum tonight, who is sitting with a wrist injury that he sustained in Game 1. Meanwhile, at 4:30 on NBA TV, the Cavs, the 1 seed, look to take a 2-0 series lead against the Miami Heat. Cleveland favored at home in that one by 12.5. At 6:30 on TNT, the 2-seed Rockets try to salvage a home split against the Warriors. Houston's a 4-point home dog. And on the ice, Alex Ovechkin and the Caps looking to take a 2-0 series lead on the Canadiens. Puck drops on that one in just a matter of moments on ESPN. Stars and Avalanche tied a game apiece, dropped the puck for their Game 3 in Colorado tonight. At 6:30 on ESPN and in the nightcap, the Oilers try to even the series against LA. They get things started at 7 on TBS. Meanwhile, the Mariners underway in Beantown. They already have a 1-0 lead on the Red Sox in the bottom of the first inning. Mitch Garver with an RBI single. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan hoodie, as well as classic long and short sleeve tees. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com. Will your team have a draft to remember?
With the 75th pick, the Seattle Seahawks select Russell Wilson, quarterback, Wisconsin.
Or crap out.
With the 3rd pick, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance, quarterback, North Dakota State.
This is Primetime on Draft Week.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Get $2,000 off a new energy-efficient system now through May 31st. Call or visit aeheatingandcooling.com.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080. What a moment. The Fan.
Right in the butt. All right, welcome back. NFL Draft Week. Draft is tomorrow, Friday. We got you covered. Dan Lanning on our show last hour. If you missed that, go podcast it or something.
It won't be podcasted yet because I haven't gotten to that, but it is on demand on the Odyssey app in the chapters. You can go right to the beginning of that Dan Lanning interview or check out our YouTube stream.
Yeah.
Both of those places exist right now.
There you go. I feel like that was you deflecting the fact that you hadn't done that yet. People are going to want that.
Yeah, they are. But I'm busy co-hosting a show with you.
That's right. Yep. That's right. You can't do everything. You can't be all things fan. Or can you?
What is it that Ron Swanson says? Never half-ass 2 things, always whole-ass 1 thing.
Right. Is that what you're doing right now?
Essentially, I'm whole-assing this show.
You said Mitch Garver got a RBI hit?
That's right.
How about that?
Who had that on their bingo card?
Isn't he hitting like 050?
Yeah, he started out with some horrendous numbers on the year. I don't remember. Let's check in on old Mitchie.
Yeah, check in on his batting.
229 now.
Wow, he's red hot.
Red hot and rolling.
Did you see that Jock Peterson?
Yeah, is fat, but also has a horrible streak going.
I haven't seen him. Has he gained a bunch of weight this year?
Somebody has done a side angle of him in the box like the last 6 or 7 straight seasons, and he just gets wider.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, he's with Texas now, and sneaky little streak going.
He's not so sneaky anymore.
Is everybody talking about
Everyone's
this now?
talking about it today.
Okay. Well, he is the Kyle Kuzma of Major League Baseball because he is 0 for his last 41. God, that's close to the record.
What is the record?
Most
hitless at bats in a row?
It's 54.
Okay.
And you want to take a stab at it? Do you remember? It wasn't that long ago.
It was recent, huh?
Yeah, because I don't know. This is a weird one where it's
it stands out to you for some reason.
Well, I had to look this up because it's revisionist history in my brain. I have it as in my head. I have it as Robin Ventura, and I don't know why because he isn't even in the top 5. For some reason, I had Robin Ventura having this streak, but it is. Well, do you want to take a stab or no?
I don't even know where I would begin.
It's Chris Davis of the Baltimore Orioles.
Okay. That makes sense.
54 straight.
Yeah, he was in the tank pretty hard.
Yeah, he was terrible, but they kept throwing him out there because he made like
they give him a
30
boatload
million
of cash. Yeah.
So Jock Peterson, does he get a hit before Suk returns?
Probably yes. I mean, but do they bench him? I don't know.
Oh, he doesn't play against lefties. As a matter of fact, his splits are pretty funny. He is 0 for 1 against lefties and batting 0.52 against 0.53 against righties. So, against righties. Hello?
A little better.
Well, yeah, he's 1 point. So he's 0.53 against righties and 0.52 overall. So throw him in there against righties. He's fine.
He's not fine.
Dude, baseball.
He's getting 1 hit out of every 20 at bats.
We're going to have to talk about this some other time, maybe later today. But why is everyone hitting 180 now?
Launch angle and swing for the fences.
But it's getting worse.
Oh, yeah.
And I hate it.
For sure.
Anyway, that's not what we were going to discuss here.
I've got a good Will Clark soundbite on that. Fire that up.
Do you have it handy?
Yeah, because we were talking about, I don't know if it came up, might have been when you were gone. It was coming up with me and Suk, but I pulled this a while ago. We have not listened to it, but it's him on all these hitters who can't hit their weight.
Okay. Are you going to play it right now? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, no, I have it for later when we discuss.
Okay.
Or unless you want it right now.
Well, let's just play it.
Well, I gotta dig it up. Hold on.
Okay. All right. I'll just wait. Bloop, bloop, bloop. I like to listen to you type.
Let's see. Here we go. Here's Will Clark.
Guess what? You're starting to get back into the at-bat. You're getting back into the count. And so, you try to talk to people about that now, and they're like, we don't need to do that. I'm swinging for the fences. I'm like, yeah, it's because you're a fucking asshole.
Whoa.
You don't want to hit 300.
What?
You don't want to help your teammates out, and you don't care about striking out. That's why you strike out 150 times and hit 230, 240. So all you guys in the major leagues that hit 230, 240, 15 homers, 45 RBIs, strike out 150 times, fuck you motherfuckers. You guys are not hitters.
Finally, but not last.
There you go.
Wow.
What?
That's great.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's so angry about it. He was a good hitter. It's not like
Well, he doesn't like that. He feels like they've lost the art of like the at bat and
he's
like
right.
fighting with 2 strikes and stuff like that.
I like what he said there at the beginning. It was like, yeah, you are a different hitter with 2 strikes than you are. If you're down 0-2, then you are up 3-1.
And all the analytics nerds will tell you should not change a thing. If you're a home run hitter, you're a home run hitter with 2 strikes as well. And that's been not eliminated, but it's kind of disappeared from the game. And it's got him miffed.
I get it. Well, I'm kind of miffed too. I mean, he said 230 and 240. Dude, that's
Try 180
good.
and 190.
Yes, it's getting worse. 175. Jock Peterson is hitting 053. And they don't even let him hit against lefties. We got problems. Do it anymore, you're going to have problems. Real problems.
You do it anymore, you're going to have problems.
All right, well, we'll talk about that later, even though we already just kind of talked about it. I want to get to something that pertains to the Oklahoma City Thunder, and we will do that next on The Fan.
The home of dirt and
Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
On 1080 The Fan.
Okay, well, I have to call an audible because I'm too fired up about hitters now. I want to talk about what I was going to talk about here, and we'll push it off to the 5 o'clock hour, but I want to talk about teams with the lowest payrolls to win titles. Oklahoma City this year, if they win a title, could be one of them.
Okay.
But there is a team, and I don't really understand why this is not talked about more. Maybe it's just because of the sort of the financial state of their sport. But there is a team that won a title that you and I watched in our era, like not that long ago,
okay,
within the last 25 years, that was last in its sports payroll for that season, and they won a title.
Last.
Yes, and I looked at, there's somebody did a lot of the homework for me, thank God. But I looked at the NBA, the NFL, they have NHL on here, and MLB, and that no other sport has a champion that did that except for this one. And we will. That's a tease, dude.
That's a tease. I'm racking my brain right now.
Well, yeah, it's not talked about. You know this team.
I'm
you
sure
know it very well.
But dead last in payroll?
Dead last. They were dead last. And I'm going to tell you who that is later. It's going to be about an hour, though.
I know. I want to see if I can think of it by then.
I don't think you'll ever get it, and I don't really know
But you
why.
said they won a championship.
Yes, but I don't think you'll guess which team it is because it's never publicized that their payroll was that low. I mean, you don't really think of it like that in their sport, but
okay,
we'll get to that later. Listen, I'm pissed off.
All right.
Why is everyone hitting 180 in baseball? It's like 200 is now acceptable. It's ridiculous. That used to be the Mendoza line.
Yeah, it's acceptable
Used to be
if you somehow can hit like 25 dingers, but like I'm sorry, I feel like you'd be better off with 40 extra singles than 40 extra strikeouts. I don't know.
Well, those guys, but that's Will Clark. That was a really good clip from Will Clark. Besides his rage, his point was a good one.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of old boomers like me don't like about today's game is that these hitters aren't hitters. They're not Ichiros. They're not Tony Gwynns.
They're robots. They're robots up there to hit home runs.
They're trying to do the same thing every time, and that's not baseball to us. Baseball is moving a runner over, slapping it to the hole. 0-2, shorten up.
Fouling off enough pitches till you get the one that you want, whatever.
Yeah. And I mean, my God, what was the stat? I think you might have told me this the other day off the air. Somebody has already struck out more times this year than Tony Gwynn did in a whole season.
Oh yeah, it was Rafael Devers. Like he did it. He struck out more times I think it was like more times in the first week of the season than Tony Gwynn did in all of 1997 or something like that.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
And so of course we glorify that. I mean, I know it's changed. I wouldn't say it's better or worse. It's just harder for guys like us who grew up with that to watch this. I hate watching these guys.
Well,
except,
and frankly, like it also takes the action out of the game because if the strikeouts are up and the batted balls in play are down, then no one on defense is ever doing anything. So there's literally less action in the game.
For sure, and they've talked about that, banning the shift and all that stuff. They did a good job last year. Our eye was off the ball because we were talking about the pitch clocks, and the pitch clocks really worked to help speed up the game. But now we're back. Now that we've got that problem seemingly fixed, we're back to, oh, yeah, there's still not that much action. And Cedric Mullins strikes out again.
What if we made it so if you're not hitting 200, you can't be in the starting lineup?
How about 250?
Sure. How many guys in the pros right now can hit 250?
Well, let's dip into the minors. Get some Punch and Judy's up there.
That's what baseball needs to get back on track.
Half the league is batting under 240 as a team.
Oh.
I looked that up today. Half of the teams in the league are under 240. And I went back to 2002. You don't have to go back that far. Not one team was under 240. In 2002, the worst team batting average was the Pirates at 244 with Brian Giles and those bros. This year, 15 teams are batting under 240 as a team so far. Only 4 teams in the whole league have a batting average over 260.
That's nuts.
4.
The best hitting teams in the league.
Meanwhile, yes, the best hitting team in the league right now is at 270. It's insane. It's obscene. And that's, I think, it's obscene. If I recall, I think it's the Padres. But anyway, the reason I got fired up about this is somebody said, and then there's Aaron Judge, who just had a couple more hits today, he's hitting like 420.
Somebody says that Mike Trout is hitting 175, but he's second in the league in homers, and so everyone's giving him major credit for being back.
Is that true? Is he really? I saw he's hit a lot of homers.
I'll look and see what it is.
Is
that
he
was just a
really
comment
hitting
from you,
170? Because he's a good hitter.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
that.
Yeah,
well, I
he
don't know
has.
if he is anymore, but I haven't watched him yet this year. But
He
he's
is hitting 177 with 8 dingers.
Oh my God! And Trout's back. See that pisses me off.
Yep.
He's not back if he's hitting 177. He's a better hitter than that. Is he turned into one of these guys? So Aaron
I hope
Judge,
not, because he was the anti-version of that. He was like the roll out of bed and hit 350 guy.
you watched Aaron Judge? You watch much of that dude?
Not recently. I mean, I have in his career, but I haven't been watching a lot of him this year.
He's unbelievable. He's like the only guy worth watching. Although somebody else brought up Stephen Kwan. He's hitting like 330.
The Quaner.
Yeah. You know what? That is a good one because Judge is just he's a beast. Kwan he hits home runs some, but he's more of a
He's the art of the
old
at-bat
school.
guy.
Yeah, he knows how to
work a count and a
Yes.
situation and all that.
Taught to him by Pat Casey, probably.
Probably.
Dear friend of the program.
Did you see he was involved in a mid-game gender reveal, Stephen Kwan?
What?
Yeah, one of his teammates was like he and his wife were expecting, and so someone gave him a blue or a pink wristband to put in his back pocket, and then when he got up to the plate, right before he hit, he put on the color, and then his teammate and wife knew what they were going to have, a little baby girl.
And no one on the broadcast or on the field knew anything else?
No, well,
It
I
was
don't.
just like-
that part was unclear. I only saw the caption with the clip of him, like looking at the umpire and saying, "Hold on a second," and then pulling out a pink armband and putting it on, and then going back to his at bat.
You know, I kind of don't hate it.
Yeah, it's subtle. It's not like some grandiose thing.
It's not disruptive.
Yeah.
He's willing to do it for you. It's unique.
It's cool.
And it's good for whoever's watching.
Yeah.
And nobody else is, everybody else is none the wiser. I like
right.
it. So anyway, Aaron Judge is batting like 424 now after today. Is that dude already in the best Yankees of all time conversation?
Ooh.
Because that may sound blasphemous because you have,
of course,
Babe Ruth and Mickey Mantle and Roger Maris and Lou
Well,
Gehrig.
even with recency bias, like he was getting crushed this last postseason.
I know.
For not being able to just striking out and not being able to hit anything. And
He hit 320 last year with 58 home runs and 144 RBI. And of course, everybody now, the big thing in baseball is OPS, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is on base percentage plus slugging.
Yeah, OPS.
OPS. His OPS is 1.159. And for those that don't have any frame of reference for that, which is probably a lot of you, that is 7th all time for his career. All time. So when you talk about Ruth and Mantle and DiMaggio, all the great Yankees, dude, Aaron Judge, numbers-wise, he's kind of right with him, although, of course, it's an incomplete. But he has hit a home run every 11.3 at-bats. The only player ever with a better home run rate per at-bat was
what was the OPS number again?
Was Mark McGwire. The OPS number this year, I think it was last year, 1.159. His lifetime OPS, which is 10 seasons, is 7th all time.
Gosh.
Whatever that number is. I don't have that actual number written down, but he's 7th all time. And in weighted runs created, which is a shining new sexy analytic that a lot of people think is the best number for overall batting prowess, there are only 2 players ever better than him, Babe Ruth and Ted Williams. So the numbers, before you laugh at Aaron Judge, one of the greatest Yankees of all time,
they stack up.
His numbers, and think about the other numbers that other people in the league are putting up.
Because the rest of the league's going the other direction.
Yes.
So to be doing that now,
exactly,
when that's the opposite of the trend, makes it that much more impressive.
Has there ever been a bigger disparity? There would be no way to prove this, but has there ever been a bigger disparity in the league average and its stars output?
No, I wouldn't imagine.
It's crazy. It's as if Aaron Judge is hitting in the steroid era when guys were hitting 65 home runs, yet he's not hitting in the steroid era. He's hitting in the era where every single guy is hitting 180. No one can hit except him. He's cracked the code. He can't be stopped. It's unbelievable.
Is he a torpedo guy?
I don't know if he is or not.
I don't either.
I don't know. He is not, because remember he came out and said, "Look, it's not for me. because I'm pretty damn good.
Mm.
But he sees why people do it. Yeah, he doesn't use it. Cody Bellinger uses one though, because that guy can't hit. He's batting 180.
Yeah, that's kind of what he does now, huh?
That's what they all do. Julio Rodriguez is supposed to be some freaking rock star. He's batting 189. And I get it. It's early, but
we're almost at the end of the month now.
it's not pretty, man. I'm like Will Clark now. I'm all fired up. I'm pissed. Get me out there. That's what it is.
Yeah, you'll foul off a pitch or two.
I'm like Joe Biden. Remember when Joe Biden was in Congress saying, it's guys like you, Rafi Palmeiro and Mark McGuire, that cost guys like me a chance at the bigs.
What a take. What a take.
I'm like that. I should have been out there hitting like Ichi.
Yeah.
Batting
Canseco and those
310.
guys weren't juicing up. Rop would have been out there.
That's right. That's right. Me and
Well, you're a lefty. You would have played first base instead of Big Mac.
who's the little who's the former Beaver? Played for the White Sox and Cubs.
Nick Madrigal?
Madrigal, yeah. He was like that.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a grinder.
Yeah, he's one home run, maybe. 2. How many career home runs does Nick Madrigal have?
I'll say 8.
Really?
I don't know. I feel like even everybody gets them these days. I don't know.
I don't know, man. He wasn't hitting home runs. I'm gonna look that up. I got you. 4. 5 seasons, 4 home runs. But batting average, 274. I mean, look, he kind of flamed out, but I don't even know where he is now. Is he still with the Cubs?
It appears he's with the Mets.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
I like hitters like that. We need more of them.
Is he? I'm trying to see if
Quan.
he's playing. He has yet to play a game this season, though. So I don't know.
Yeah, he's not cracking that lineup. Even though that lineup is,
Well, but he hasn't even gotten at bat, so he's either in the minors or he's hurt.
kind of relegated to backup duty now, but he had a moment there. So we can't answer the question why everyone in baseball is hitting 100, like 150.
We
but
just know that they suck.
We just know that they all suck, and Aaron Judge does not, and it's wild.
Yeah.
And that's really the segment.
That's about right.
So we blew out the other segment for that. Thank you.
Clicking over there.
Thank you.
It's called sports. It's called baseball in particular.
That it is. Coming up next, we have a new bar to tell you about and more maddening misgovernance in Portland. Next on In the News, here's Buck.
This is Draft Week on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the Sports Center update. First on the Fan. Lots of playoff action going on tonight on both the hardwood and on the ice. Right now, the Boston Celtics getting towards the end of the first quarter against the Orlando Magic. Orlando in a tie game right now. It's 19-19. The Celtics without Jason Tatum tonight. He's in street clothes after injuring his wrist in Game 1. Meanwhile, coming up at 4:30 on NBA TV, the 1-seed Cavs look to take a 2-0 series lead on the Miami Heat. Cleveland favored to win at home in that one by 12.5. At 6:30 on TNT, the 2-seed Rockets trying to salvage a home split against Golden State. Houston's a 4-point home dog. On the ice, Alex Ovechkin and the Caps looking to take a 2-0 series lead over Montreal. That one is about midway through the first period. They are still scoreless in our nation's capital. The Stars and Avalanche are tied a game apiece. They're going to play Game 3 tonight. Puck drops for that one at 6:30 on ESPN. And then coming up at 7 on TBS, the nightcap between the Oilers and the Kings as Edmonton tries to even that series before heading back home. On the diamond, the Mariners visiting the Red Sox at Fenway, the second game of a 3-game set. They jumped out to an early lead, 1-0. That is still the score after a Mitch Garver RBI single in the first. It's now in the bottom of the third, still 1-0 M's. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Live, local, and free. No subscription required. Portland's sports.
eyebrow at it, I wouldn't blame you. But I don't know. Good dude, Jacoby Ellsbury. He did. I mean, that guy hit 320 too. It's a lost start. Only at Oregon State. Coming up, we're careening towards the Hot 5 at 5.
As we do.
And then we have our Wednesday teetotaler today.
Our Wednesday teetotaler?
Yeah, how about that?
What's a teetotaler?
You don't know what a teetotaler is?
A teetotaler?
Yeah, it's like someone who doesn't drink, a teetotaler. They don't drink alcohol. Have you ever heard that term?
Never. So hold on. Okay, so like, are you saying like they're a teetotaler?
Yeah, you've never heard that term, teetotaler.
So as in like they totally drink tea? No, I mean like what are the words that you're saying? I hear them, but
I don't know how
mean?
it's spelled. I don't know how it's spelled.
Or like what's the phrase like
teetotaler?
Okay, and that just means someone who doesn't drink.
Yeah, you're kind of a square. You're a teetotaler. I don't know. Look it up. Bitch.
Huh. Teetotal is an adjective for choosing to abstain from alcohol. Okay.
I'm not lying.
No, I just have never heard.
I can't believe you've never heard
this word that looks like something like teeter-totter. So.
Yeah, teetotaler.
Why is it called a teetotaler?
Bloop, bloop.
No good reason. It's just what the word is, and I've never heard it before.
Well, now you have. Learn something new every day.
Thanks for that.
It is April 23, 2025. It's time for In the News. I'm your newsman. Hello. Thank you. Thank you. By the way, before we get to the In the News, didn't you have one of these the other day? You said, you asked me, you said, is it hone in or home in?
Well, yeah, that was more of a which one is it, whereas this is just a phrase I've never heard before. But yes.
Yes, but on the which one is it?
This was ridiculous.
This is.
I had a friend on the group chat who said like he really homed in on that, like HOMED.
And you're giving him crap.
And another friend goes, whoa.
It's insane.
I think you mean honed in with an N. And he goes, no, I don't think so. And then people started Googling it, and apparently homed in is the right one, and I don't think that's accurate still.
Had no idea. No, it doesn't sound right.
No.
I always thought it was honed with an N.
Yeah.
Not home with an M.
But if you Google it, it tells you that both phrases are correct, but homed in hits the mark more closely.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's like Suk's tape measurer moment.
Yeah.
He and Lynch both thought it was called a tape measurer.
Yeah, no, it's not.
And I'm like, guys, you mean tape measure? And they're looking at me like, yeah, idiot, tape measurer. No. They learned on this show.
It doesn't measure the tape does the measuring. It's a tape measure.
Right. Honed in.
Homed in.
But you said honed in is acceptable, though.
It is acceptable.
But home is more.
But I thought it was unequivocally right and the other was wrong.
How about that?
Yeah.
Hot word talk. It's brought to you by the Advocates Injury Attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Today is National Picnic Day. When was the last time you went on a picnic? That's a delightful exercise, but I never do it.
I guess it depends what you would really consider a picnic. We do a lot of family-style picnic stuff. With the littles, we take kids to a park or playground, and we bring lunch with us. Does that constitute a picnic?
So if you go to a park or playground and you have brought food of some sort,
I wouldn't necessarily consider that a picnic. If the plan is to go have lunch at a place, then that's more of a picnic.
Yeah. I think a picnic, I feel like you need to lay down the
blanket or the quilt or what have you.
Yeah. Can you picnic with just being at a picnic table? Nah. I mean, you can.
I would hope so. If you can't, we got a bigger issue.
Well, you know what I mean? Like a tradition, like get
out
there.
Of course you get a picnic at a picnic table. That's why they're picnic tables.
Well, okay, but I just mean like it's better to lay the blanket down, get the wine out, have your wife feed the grapes to you.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Like a king.
Uh-huh.
It's also International Nose Picking Day. Do you like to pick your nose?
No, but my oldest son does.
Where does he wipe his boogies? All over your car?
Yeah, so,
gross.
Sometimes he likes to eat them, and then he likes to tell me about eating them. And that's a battle because it's one of those, like, if I tell him no, that's gross, it makes him want to do it more. If I ignore him, he just keeps doing it. So it's like, which one is better? I can't really stop it. And yeah, when he's not eating them, he's wiping them on my car window.
Boy, I always thought that was so weird that people would eat their own boogers. So weird. I've never done that, ever. Never thought to do that.
It's big with the kids.
We've got a problem. You got a problem over there, Buckley.
Yeah, I know. I try to tell him Boogie's bad, but he doesn't listen.
Boogie's good.
Well, we have this phrase where one time
my son is an idiot.
He was eating strawberries and picking his nose at the same time. I'm like, no, buddy. Strawberries are good. Boogies are bad. And now he flips it on me, and he always tells me when he eats a booger, Boogie's good, strawberries bad. I'm like, no, dude, no.
Hell yeah. Beating you at your own game.
Yeah, he is.
We have a new bar at the Hollywood Theater. And it is a David Lynch-themed bar.
Okay.
It's set to open its doors tonight, coinciding with the week-long tribute series In Heaven, a David Lynch retrospective. Now, the bar is right next to the theater. It will serve up beer, wine, non-alcoholic drinks, and snackies. Will provide a place to spend time before and after movies. Now, I don't know if that's perm or they're just popping it in there because they've got the David Lynch stuff playing. That would make more sense because I hate to say this. You know who David Lynch is, right?
Yes.
Filmmaker?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's a great filmmaker, but is he a little random to be getting his own themed bar?
Not necessarily in Portland, but it feels like a stretch to have a bar themed on a filmmaker.
Yeah.
I mean, even if it was like on a theme of a specific movie, and I know he has a style, but like, yeah, I don't know.
It's kind of weird. Like you walk into the is that Elvis bar still open? The one in Southeast, cool bar. It was like 2 stories.
know.
I think somebody said it closed, but you walk into that bar, you know it's an Elvis bar. Most theme bars, like if they have a theme, they hit you over the head with that theme. How many people are going to walk in? I mean, this guy, he created Twin Peaks, for heaven's sakes. Like, how many people are going to go in there and go, oh, yeah, David Lynch.
And the original Dune, which is way different than Twin Peaks. So,
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either.
Great filmmaker, but I
yeah,
mean,
it feels like
it's a weird
leap.
bar.
Yeah.
What percentage of people walk in there and go, oh, David Lynch?
What percentage of people specifically go there because they love David Lynch?
Well,
probably
that I'm going to say 0. But what percent even recognize the theme is what I'm asking.
Yeah.
And this raises another
Yeah,
question.
you have to be told, I think.
The next question is what are the best themed bars in Portland?
Oh.
Because we have a lot of good themed bars here.
Oh, I don't know.
We don't mess around.
I mean,
well, you're a dad. You don't go to themed
That's exactly right. You would be a better authority on this than I would.
Well, I went to one the other night that I thought was a damn delight.
Okay.
And it's in Selwood, and it's called the Bible Club.
Okay.
Have you ever been there?
No.
Fantastic.
What's their angle?
Well, their angle is like, it's a house, so it's just someone's house.
Okay.
But you go in there,
which is
and
cool.
It's like a prohibition sort of speakeasy type feel.
Okay.
Is what they're going for. Yeah, beautiful wood bar and everything, and inside. And we sat outside and listened to live music and had delicious cocktails. It's great.
Sounds good.
The Bible Club, good little spot. But that's a themed bar. You have, Raven's Manor is a famous one here, where it's like a haunted mansion bar. And then you have Creepy's. Have you ever been to Creepy's?
Have not.
So that's over in Southeast. That's the Clown Bar where
Sure,
I forget the portrait, but they have a portrait of somebody that's staring a hole through you while you sit and drink. And I think the Elvis Bar is gone. You have Alibi, Tiki Bar.
Okay.
Okay. You have, Multnomah Whiskey Library wouldn't be a themed bar, would it? It's just whiskey.
No, but it's a special vibe. But yeah, I wouldn't really call it a themed bar.
What about the Sports Bra?
There you go. Somebody else said Spirit of 77.
What's that? Well, the theme there is sports.
The theme
it's
there
just
is
a sports bar.
Blazers championship. They got the Papa
Yeah.
Shot and memorabilia, and it is a sports bar, but it's like it feels like Blazer specific, Blazer tribute bar kind of.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. And then, the Sports Bra, dude, like that's a great themed bar.
Yeah.
We got to give it its due.
No dongs. That's their theme.
That's right. Coming up next, we have more maddening Portland misgovernance. And it pertains to general infrastructure maintenance. So the last time we talked about this, it was, oh, hey, you guys like those kickers? Because we're thinking about just using those for wildfires. They're like, no, we kind of like the kickers. Thank you for giving us our money back that you screwed up or didn't spend or whatever. But then we talked about the misappropriation of like $50 million for the homeless situation. Like, it's a mess. It's like you read about one of these stories like once a week. Like, oh, 50 million here or 100 million there. This is to the tune of $1 billion US dollars, which is a lot. And I'll get to that story next on The Fan.
Check out the Fan Merch Locker.
There's a lot of people. It's like Woodstock, except everybody's got their clothes on.
We have a new iconic 1080 The Fan logoed hoodie for you.
Whenever you get one, you feel good about it.
You can still pick up the classic Fan t-shirt that says,
"It's over, we think."
And of course, the Mike Lynch Fight ALS shirt, or what's in the grab bag.
That's swing, spelled SWINJ.
Shop
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
On 1080 The Fan.
You know, you playing that montage there gave me a fleeting Suk is dead feeling, and I hate it. He's not dead. Well, I just felt like I got like a split second.
It was like eulogizing him.
Yeah,
with drops.
It's like, oh my god. Oh wait, no, he's on vacation.
He's not dead.
He's not dead. He's in Italy. Big Suk. Bodies fall out of hearses. We found out today Dan Lanning went to Italy earlier this year.
Yeah.
Venice and Rome.
Mm-hmm.
And much like us, liked Venice more than Rome.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. Who'd have thought? Look at us.
Look at us.
Not
you, me, and Dan, all Italy travelers. And Suk, too.
It is in the news April 23, 2025. One more story for you here. And once again, Portland, being Portland, this says, it's from KGW. Due to years of underinvestment in city-owned infrastructure, Portland now faces a costly backlog of routine and preventative maintenance infrastructure that's estimated to be growing to $1 billion per year. Now, this is maddening before I go any further because obviously we're one of the highest taxed counties and cities in the country, okay? And then we read about, misappropriation of funds here, or shortage there, or we took money from this to go to this more pressing problem.
You do it anymore, you're going to have problems.
But now we're hearing that they just stopped doing maintenance on all the things like our roads and our streetlights and our water and our sewer systems and our buildings and our equipments and our parks. They just stopped to the tune of $1 billion. Now, where did that money go?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, man? Like, what is happening? I feel like there's somebody just... This is why people want to be in city government, because
what would you say you do here?
They could just rip off the city, get a bunch of money. Like, what is happening?
I don't even know where to begin. I don't understand.
The city of Portland owns billions of dollars worth of public
You're doing great.
Let me start over. The city of Portland owns billions of dollars worth of public assets. Okay, all the things I just talked about.
Yeah.
Portlanders rely on the city to manage this infrastructure, but a recent audit found years of lapsed maintenance have left the city in a deep financial hole. Well, it's not just a financial hole. We can see the lapsed maintenance. Drive around. How are your roads? Of course, you don't live in Multnomah County, but
No.
I got to tell you, dude, my roads by my house, they're bad.
Yeah.
Like, yes, really bad.
And then you find out, well, no one's actually been maintaining these. Well, yeah, I guess not. It doesn't seem like it.
Apparently not.
Yeah.
This adds up. This is all tracking. Given the city's estimated $93 million budget shortfall, it seems impossible to find more funding for maintenance for maintaining the public assets. That is what City Auditor Simone Reed said. But without a strategy for closing Portland's infrastructure funding gap, it will continue to grow and to put more assets at risk of failure, resulting in less services to Portlanders. Dude, you know what they should do? They should do a show about Portland. You could call it Portlandia.
Oh, kind of like a satirical play on the city?
Yeah, about how absurd it is.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. I mean, it's nothing new. It's like, God.
I'm really rich.
It's just maddening. This says the auditor's report did not go into specific details about which city assets have seen underinvestment, but rather outlined the larger ballooning infrastructure funding gap the city faces. It does not change if it does not change how it manages its assets. Oh, no S.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
As of 2024, around 20% of the city's assets were estimated to be in poor and very poor condition, with 10% of assets with little to no information about their condition. At the current funding levels, it is likely that many of those assets will continue to deteriorate, potentially making it costlier to repair or replace. So, very Portland. Here comes the new tax. Infrastructure tax. Watch for it on your next paycheck, Buckley.
What an exciting time.
Bye, bitch. We need Doge. Where's Doge?
Well,
Get that in here.
Do we? Because the whole thing isn't their whole deal like cleaning up the waste and cutting and slashing everything? It seems like we need less slashing because people aren't actually doing the things they're supposed to do.
Well, we got some shenanigans going on. Look, okay?
Definitely.
That's what I think. We need somebody to get in there and figure it out. Roll some heads.
I love Tesla.
We need some tough love around here. And there's only one man that can do that. At least thinks he can do that, and that's Elon Musk. Bring him to Portland. Do you think Elon Musk has ever been to Portland?
No, I don't. I mean,
does he ever roll through his Tesla? Like, has he gone through a lot of his Tesla?
I don't. I think he goes to his factories a lot, but I don't think the dealerships.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know what kind of former computing businesses he had. I mean, maybe he would have gone to Intel at some point. I don't know, but I'm gonna say no.
I'm gonna say no too. You know what AI just said about that? There's no definitive public confirmation of Elon Musk visiting Portland. It's not impossible that he has.
Thanks, AI. Was it his stupid AI bot that did it?
I think it was. How ironic.
Thanks, Grok.
Well,
or Gronk.
That would be a Gronk. That would be a reason why you're seeing failing infrastructure around town. They're not maintaining it. In the News is brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. We're ready for the Hot 5 at 5. A lot of big news, as far as you know. Playoff sports tonight. The Mariners are in action. And we have the highest paid corner in the league? Is that what you said? Safety. Yeah. Household name. That's next on The Fan.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news and stats to placing bets.
State. One half of your sports bros here, Rob. That's me. Big Sook is not over there. He's in Italy, probably eating at Olive Garden right now. And there's Ryan Buckley misfiring on the board.
Yeah, that's right.
And it makes me sad.
We're here for you.
I used to be a big wife beater guy.
Whoa. We're partying. What do we have here? I got to look at the notes. Coming up, we got to get to our topic of the teams with the lowest payrolls ever to win titles in U.S. sports. There is a team that had the lowest payroll in its sport that year that won a title. There's only been one in our 4 major U.S. sports.
How recent? What kind of a window are we talking?
Well, like I said, if you were paying attention.
I think I was.
Within the last 25 years.
Okay.
So we'll get to that. We have our Wednesday teetotaler, which threw
That's a whole thing.
Buck for a loop.
And not just me, our listeners too. People had not heard of that word.
We have audio. Well, there was one. There was one listener.
Yeah, it's people.
We have good audio. We have a comedian warning Shannon Sharpe about dating young women, and LeBron. Apparently, LeBron-themed songs are going viral now. This is a thing. Tonight in the club, boy, I saw something regrettable.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's regrettable, but it's kind of uncomfortable. But we're going to have to talk about it. It involves Deion Sanders. And we'll talk about Taliban penis.
Yeah, about time.
Well, you're the one that found this story, so.
Oh, I am?
Yeah, you sent it to me.
Oh, it must have been last week then or something, because I remember Monday when Sook was still here, Taliban penis story was on the table and then got moved after we learned about...
Yeah, it's been shoved around like
Taliban penis does.
Jamie Burke, sorry, I almost said Trey Burke. Jamie Burke, famously was going to come on our show, and we had to push him off, and now he just won't come on. But, yeah, Dan Lanning was on our show earlier. We had him on.
That's right.
It was fun.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, he's all fired up for the spring game. What did we learn? Did we learn anything?
From Dan?
Yeah.
Let's see.
He was in a decent mood.
Yeah, he was in a good mood. Had good things to say about Dante Moore. He obviously keeps some stuff close to the vest, but also talked about, you asked him about turnover, and it's predictable he's not going to say, oh, yeah, you just need whatever the best pieces are and you need to go make that happen. But it sounds like he does put some value in building a culture where guys want to stay around and you have a place that is a destination for kids and not a stepping stone.
Yeah. I saw an interview with Kirby Smart recently, and that's why I asked him that, because Kirby tracks it all, and he has, percentages. He's like, 25% of our roster turned over this year. And it's like, wow, I wonder if Lanning, being from the Kirby Smart coaching tree, if he thinks of it that way.
Just stupid.
It just seems to me like Oregon really doesn't, I don't know. I think there are some programs that lean more into, hey, we're going to develop you than the transfer portal. Obviously, the most extreme example is Clemson. And then others that are like Oregon that are kind of reload, and we develop too. They do. They develop too, but it's just they don't really care where the players come from. Just got to get good players. And maybe there's a lot of them that are new this year. Because he said, every team, every year is different. And I think at some schools, that's true to only an extent,
Well, and I thought that was interesting too, because you asked him about what he was able to find from last year that they wanted to pinpoint that they're going to work on or need to improve upon. And it wasn't so much finding things from last year that need to be changed. It's what's going to be different about my team this year and how do we have to adapt to play to our strengths the best. It sounds like the spring game for him is going to be as much an evaluation as anything else to see, okay, what does our personnel look like, and then how do they go together?
Well, yeah, it's like they have changed. This is new. He represents new age college football.
Absolutely.
And I'm gathering that from listening to him talk, because one of the reasons he wants to do a spring game where a lot of coaches don't is he wants to put them in the fire. He needs to see. He's got so many new players. They utilize the transfer
portal. Who can play? Where do you go? Who can you play next to?
And and it's you can't simulate that in practice. You have to at least have one good day where the fans are in the stands and it's the lights are on and it's showtime. Now, there's not a lot on the line spring game. There's nothing on the line. But kids, that is a big deal for kids to to see how they react under pressure or when the lights are on. And as you turn over your roster more and more every year, he basically just said, look, we don't even, you always evaluate your team every year, but what happened with last year's team, scrap it, whole new team. in spring, so we don't really need to worry about what happened last year's team. Let's look at the identity of this team and piece it together that way. I don't know. It's wild. I just think a lot of coaches, not a lot, but I think some coaches are still the old school. Because like I said, I heard a Kirby Smart interview where he was talking about all this stuff, and he said, look, we really value development. Yes, we brought in, I think he said they brought in 32% new players this year. They like it to be at around 25%. So Kirby's even over the number that he wants. But that's what I was asking Dan, like what his number is. And I don't know.
I would guess most coaches would prefer that number be lower than higher, but also when you look at what is available to you on the open market, you're going to want to break yourself off a piece of some of that.
Yeah, and I think even with Oregon's recruiting success recently, they're still not Georgia in terms of the players that they're bringing back.
Yeah.
You got a hole, it's easier to fill it at Oregon through the transfer portal than Georgia can just call up the next guy who's been sitting there for 2 years in a lot of instances. Anyway, Dan Lanning was on our show, and we enjoyed it. You can podcast that interview, I think, on the Odyssey app, but I don't know.
Not yet, but you will be able to.
Buckley still hasn't done it.
When am I supposed to get that done?
And he's defensive about it.
Yeah.
It is time now for the Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food. Discover Victorico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victoricos.com.
Screw the 30 people, no!
Number 5.
Well, the NFL has announced its participants for the Hall of Fame game in Canton. It will be the Chargers and Lions this year. Now, of course, that is a preseason game, guys, but you knew that. Neither team has appeared in the game since the early 90s. That game will be July 31. Hall of Fame enshrinement, August 3rd. Now, I think the NFL's doing bits here because, of course, we're going to get a speech from Antonio Gates. Antonio Gates played for the Chargers and is from Detroit. Is that why? Are they doing bits? I don't know.
I do think they often try to have the teams of enshrined players so that there's more of those fans in attendance. I don't know if they would have made the Gates was born in Detroit connection, but certainly I think the Chargers connection's there.
Sterling Sharp, Jared Allen, inducted this year as well, among others. I think
Sterling
Eric Allen.
Sharp, huh?
Am I right? Am I wrong?
Well, no, you might be right.
I think it's...
Am I wrong? I thought that his career was cut relatively short with that neck injury. I didn't know that he had enough good years to have been a Hall of Famer. I guess I wasn't aware that he got elected.
Well, now you've made me second guess my... Yeah, no, he got elected. Okay. Look at you. Look at you.
You're the one poo-pooing dead Hall of Famers.
Yeah, I guess we'll get to that here. NFL Hall of Famer Steve McMichael has passed away at the age of 67. Now, I'm getting some heat here internally because I don't really remember him. And Buck thinks that's blasphemous.
Well, it's not. Listen, he was a staple on the 85 era Bears teams.
Mongo.
That's when I was born.
Okay.
But yeah, he was a big deal. Steve Mongo McMichael, Hall of Famer, All Pro.
Rest in peace, dude. I don't know. I don't remember him.
Isaac Robb.
He did, of course, anchor the legendary Mike Ditka defenses of the 80s. Second all-time in Bears history with 92.5 sacks.
Pretty good.
I mean, I remember the name.
Yeah.
He doesn't stand out to me. I don't know why. I'm a jerk. Sue me. Call the advocates. I've hurt you.
Number 3.
The Lions have just made safety Kirby Joseph the highest paid safety in the NFL. 4 years, $86 million.
That's a lot of cash.
He must be pretty good.
I guess.
Third round pick in 2022. One of the best basketball transfers in the portal is Dylan Mitchell of Cincinnati. He is committed today to St. John's. 6'8" forward. He was a top 5 recruit, and he's going to cement the Johnnies in the preseason top 5 next year. You know, Rick Pitino...
Yeah, they're cleaning up, aren't they?
He's doing great. That dude, he has one All-Big East player returning And then he's added 5 top 75 transfers.
Yeah, they might be good.
So watch out. And maybe, hopefully, some more offense, because their offense was dreadful last year. But good defense. Hell of a coach, that Rick Pitino.
Yeah. He can coach him up.
Number two.
Well, the Mariners are in Boston again tonight. Stands to reason as they played there last night. It's the top of the 5th, and the M's are leading 4-1. Wait.
Well, they were leading 4-1.
It's 4-2.
Oh.
Dodgers up early on the Cubs, 2-zip. The Yankees over the Guardians today, 5-1 in Cleveland. Mets walked off the Phillies, 4-3. The Mets are 18-7. Wow. That was in 10. The Tigers shut out my Padres. The Tigers, how about Detroit? They're 15-10. 6-0.
Not bad.
Reds beat the Marlins. Braves over the Cardinals. And Baltimore losing in the 6th to the Nationals, 3-1. There's your hot baseball update. Sports.
Come too far together to stop now. Let's do it. That's it, baby. Shut it from the rooftops. America's #1 fighting force.
Number one.
Number one.
Number one.
And in the playoffs tonight, I'm going to start with hockey. I'm going to lead with hockey for you. Just because this is in honor of Big Sook.
We just had a lead change
He
in our
loves
nation's
his-
capital.
Oh, we did? I see it 1-1.
It's now 2-1 Caps.
Ah,
Just scored.
you got money on it, I assume?
Oh, yeah.
Who we on?
I'm on the Capitals -1.5 tonight, but I also included them in a couple money line parlays. So,
Why wouldn't you?
yeah. Well, I like them to win. Maybe
Yeah.
even sweep the series. I got a series bet on them, too. Go Caps.
Caps are up 2-1 on the Canadiens. This is game 2. Washington leading that series 1-0. They are in the second. Stars, Lanch, Oilers, Kings later. And in the NBA, we've got the Celtics Magic at half. Jason Tatum not playing. Turns out he was really hurt.
And that might be kind of important because it's close.
Yeah, 50-47 Boston leading the Magic. That is game 2. Of course, Boston winning the first game of that series. In the second quarter, Cavs have a 39-30 lead on the Heat. Cleveland winning game 1 of that series. And later, we do get Warriors-Rockets, which I love because I love to watch Steph. And
your new favorite player, Turkish sensation, Alperen Şengün.
Yeah, I love Şengün. This could be a good one tonight. You know, the Rockets, I don't know. What do you think? You're the Warriors fan. You think the Rockets bounce back?
Yeah, I think the Warriors do have depth issues, and I think that they're going to get the Rockets' best shot tonight. That said, the Rockets looked terrible in Game 1. The Warriors held them to their worst scoring output of the entire season. So
you're going to get good Rockets tonight, I think.
Yeah, you know what I like is I like Rockets early. Rockets first quarter, Rockets race to 10.
Hey,
something
you
like that.
cleaned up on that last night with the Lakers.
Yeah, that little handicap worked last night.
God, what a stallion! I want to see your account.
No, you don't. Yeah, you do.
I do.
Yeah, I know you actually do, but you're not gonna.
Why not?
I don't know.
All right. Noted sports gambler Ryan Buckley, very private about his winnings.
Yeah, that's right.
There's your Hot 5. It's brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, 19 locations across Oregon and Washington. They are now in Lackamas Square in Vancouver. Find a location near you at victorricos.com. When you think of flavor, think of Victor Rico's. Okay, the team that was last in payroll that won the title. There's only one U.S. major pro sports team that has done that, and we'll tell you who that is and talk about that next on The Fan.
Yeah.
Time with Isaac and Sue
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
on 1080 The Fan.
Well, when I walk the dog, I think about sports.
Okay.
Is that what you think about when you walk your dog? Sports?
No, I usually walk my dog at the end of the day, and I'm shutting off my sports brain.
What do you think about then?
I don't know. I'm catching up on non-sports things that I missed, perhaps. I don't know.
What do you mean catching up? What are you doing? Listening to the radio or something? Or
No, I mean, maybe I'll have a podcast on. Sometimes it's a non-sports podcast. I'll do that.
What's your top non-sports podcast?
I get into some of the true crime stuff. I like unsolved cases and stuff like that. So there's some that come out weekly, and I'll pop those on. There's a comedy podcast I listen to as well.
Okay. Well, I think about sports because I host a sports show, and it's part of my prep.
It's part of your award-winning prep.
Yeah. So Molly does the dookie, pees on everything.
Yeah.
Reads her P-mails, as we call them.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Isn't that cute?
Sure.
Heard that from an old man in my neighborhood.
Reads her P-mails.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's how dogs, like if you're this guy who yanks your dog around on its leash and won't let it stop and sniff around and stuff, that's really bad for the dog. The dogs, their nose, like what their smells out there, that's their newspaper.
Oh, dude.
That's their world.
Well, now we're out in farm country with our dog, and so she wants to smell the whole world.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. We got neighbors with horses and stuff like that, so there's, they're horse dookies all around, deer dookies all around.
Oh, and they love that. Those dogs, their little nose twitching.
We know that our dog is like a 90% behaved listener and about 10% not. My wife made the decision to take her off leash the other day and just like let her run, do her thing. She found a big pile of deer poo and just rolled in it.
Yeah, why do they do that?
I don't know. She does that at the beach too, like something dead's washed up and they rub themselves into it.
They do. They all do that.
Like exchanging oils or something.
Stupid dogs.
Yeah.
Anyway, don't let them sniff around. Take them on plenty of walks. Let them sniff. Let them pee on things. Mark their territory. Sniff some butts. What are you gonna do? Pee on me? It's like their I world. Don't know. So anyway, I was thinking about Oklahoma City today. I'm like, man, that team's really good. And that was the end of my thought. No, I was thinking about Oklahoma City, and I was well, we said this yesterday, but they are the 6th lowest payroll in the NBA, Oklahoma City. And we all know why, because the bill hasn't come due on all their stars yet, or all their players, right? I mean, young. Although SGA is not that young, but he's not on his next. Like, that dude could make $80 million a year.
A season, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's on his 2nd deal. It's the 3rd deal where it's like, oh my God. Like, for example, you're looking at the Warriors and Curry's older. He's making $56 million. Well, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is making $36 million. It's just it's where they're at in their careers. So Oklahoma City, I was saying this in context of Blazer fans, this can't make you feel good. They are a small market, smaller than you, by the way, and they have the 6th lowest payroll in the league, but they have the best team by net rating since Michael Jordan's Bulls. I mean, it's unbelievable. And so I was reading, once I got home and Molly pooped and peed on everything, I sat down and I was like, God, Sam Presti, I got to look up Sam Presti. And I was thinking about him because I just think he's done a great job. I think he's a great GM. And, he didn't win one with Durant and Westbrook and Harden, but, he helped assemble that team. And so they asked him, how have you done this? Because now they also have, by the way, they're the best team in the league, and they also have like 8 million more draft picks. Like, how in the hell did they do this so fast, so well, and still have all those picks to fall back on? And he said, and he used these words, he said, by being thoughtful, disciplined, and with independent thinking. It's not rocket science. He's saying, look, the traditional ways, not for me. He thought outside the box.
It's prepare, it's analyze, and then ultimately the last part you said is not being afraid to zig when everyone else
That's
does.
right. Trust your instincts. That guy's great. I don't know why we don't talk about him more. I guess we will probably when say if they win a title. But, his big thing is expensive veterans are not the answer. It's stars on second deals like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, or you have, like, for example, Jalen Williams is an all-star. He makes like $8-9 million a year. So eventually you have to pay guys. Like I said, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander could get $80 million a year. But, it'll be interesting to see what they do. it's crazy. And I mean absolutely crazy to me when we've been sitting here in Portland watching how hard it is to build a championship team. It's crazy how quickly Oklahoma City has done this, how well they've done this, and dude, they may win a title before the bill even comes due.
I mean,
that is amazing.
They haven't even cashed in all those potential future assets.
No.
Yeah.
They haven't even cashed it all in, and they may win. Now, they have to win it. We're a long way from that. If they never win one, this conversation changes.
Then we're more in the Sixers territory or whatever.
They're so good.
Yeah.
So they're 25th. So if they win the title, they are 25th out of 30 in the NBA in payroll. So that got me down a rabbit hole of which teams in professional sports, in the Big Four in the U.S., have won a title on small budgets or low payrolls. And luckily, there is a website that put together a list of the top 5 in each sport. So I don't even know how I would have found it otherwise. So thank you to 247wallstreet.com.
Excellent.
They have this. And if you want to go look at all the teams on these lists, you can go there. In the NBA, to date, the best team, or the team that won a title that had the lowest payroll, and this is not by dollar, this is by rank out of
among all the teams.
Yeah, because if you look at the 1990-91 Bulls, do you want to guess what their payroll was?
Oh, I don't know, 40 million or something?
10 million.
Jeez.
A Myers Leonard salary. That was their whole team's payroll. They were 22 out of 27 teams. Okay, but that's not the team that balled on the lowest budget in the NBA. That would be the 94-95 Houston Rockets.
Okay.
Who had a payroll of $17.6 million, and they were 24th out of 27 teams.
Okay.
So if Oklahoma City wins it this year, they're 25th out of 30. They would make the top 5, but they would not be the team with the lowest payroll relative to its league in NBA history. Now, we move to baseball, and this one's pretty obvious, but it's the Marlins from 2003. Their payroll was $49 million, and that ranked 25th out of 30, which is akin to Oklahoma City this year. And think about that. Compare those two. Oklahoma City is akin to 2003 Marlins in terms of payroll compared to the league.
Yep.
Which is kind of weird to think.
You had a couple superstar players. You had Pudge Rodriguez was on that team. You had Edgar Renteria on that team, but you also had Miguel Cabrera as a rookie.
In hockey, the Lightning of 2003-2004 ranked 21st out of 30 with a payroll of 34 teams. That's the number one on that list. And now, number one on the NFL list is a team that won a title, like I said, within the last 25 years, that was 32 out of 32 in payroll. And I don't know why this is not discussed more. It just, I didn't know this until I read it about this team. Maybe you guys out there did, but they just don't talk about it in these terms. That team, do you have any guesses before I spill the beans?
Would you consider it small market?
No. The exact opposite.
Oh.
They were a large market team.
Large market team that didn't pay very much, at least compared.
Their payroll was $75.8 million.
Large market team.
They were pretty young. They had a lot of rookies. I think they said of the 22 starters, 12 had 4 or fewer years of experience, including their quarterback.
Oh, are we going to say maybe the New York Giants that beat the Patriots team?
That is it.
Is that right?
You are right.
All right.
Did you know that about the Giants?
No.
That they were that young?
Well, when you said the opposite of big market, I started thinking the biggest cities, and then I was like, yeah, that New York team did not have, sure, you had a couple guys who were studs, but Eli was young, and you just didn't have, I think you had Strahan out there, but.
We do talk about that upset being one of the great upsets.
But not based on payroll.
But not,
because you think big market, big team, big
exactly.
history. Yeah.
Exactly. You just think Eli Manning, well, he's probably a Hall of Famer, so. And it was a big upset because the Patriots were so good. And by the way, the Patriots had the second highest payroll in the whole league at that time at $118 million. The Giants were dead last. And maybe the reason we don't talk about that is because in the NFL, we don't really payroll, because of the cap and everything, they kind of keep the competitive balance of the sport, generally speaking, financially, so that it doesn't really matter how low your payroll is. And that's probably why it's not as big of a deal in the NFL as it would be in, certainly Major League Baseball. But I thought that was amazing, that the Giants are the only team to rank last.
I don't feel like that's well known at all.
Not at all. They're the only team to rank last in payroll and win a title. Now, highest payrolls in each sport. Well, okay, let's carry this over. I got a couple of other things on this. So I was looking at current payrolls, and I left hockey out because, well, I don't care. But also, I couldn't find the payroll list, the hockey payroll list by team for whatever. Well, like you follow hockey. What's the highest paid hockey team
right now?
Or like, what are the high payroll teams? Do you even know?
Off the top of my head, I do not
That
know.
list was harder for me to find than I thought it should have been. At any rate, I have the highest payrolls in each sport and what that says. And we'll get to that next. But first, Buck with SportsCenter.
This is Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, let's get you updated on all the playoff action right now in the association. The Celtics and Magic just coming out of halftime. Boston leading that one 61-49 as they've gone on an 11-2 run to start the third quarter. No Jason Tatum for the Celtics in that one, but Jaylen Brown and Kristaps Porzingis picking up the slack. Brown has 20, Porzingis with 17. Meanwhile, the Heat got out to a hot start in Cleveland tonight, but the one-seed Cavs have now recovered. They're back to leading that game. The count is currently 68-49. They've opened things up with a 43-25 second quarter. 12 points from Max Strus, 10 from Donovan Mitchell, 10 from Evan Mobley in that one. Coming up in the nightcap, it'll be the Warriors visiting the Rockets once again as Houston tries to salvage a home split before that series moves to the Bay Area. Tip-off at 6:30 on TNT. Meanwhile, on the ice, one game going on right now. The Capitals fell behind early, but they have they've claimed the lead 2-1 over the Canadiens. About 6 minutes to play in the second period. We've also got the Stars and Avalanche coming up at 6:30 on ESPN, and in the nightcap, the Oilers try to even the series against the Kings before they move back to Edmonton. That's at 7 o'clock over on TBS. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest with Jason Swigart is back. Saturdays at 8 a.m. before the Sinner and the Saint on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
We were physical. I think, playoffs require a different level. And like I said pregame, it took us about 2.5 quarters in game one to get to that level of physicality.
Is that J.J. Redick?
That is J.J. Redick.
Is he doing a good job, or did he just get lucky?
I guess TBD.
I guess TBD.
It's his first season, right?
Well, it is, but he got Luka.
Yeah, and then he went on an absolute tear, so he did what he's supposed to do so far. Let's see what he does this series.
Battery Exchange, mention code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off your entire purchase online at batteryexchangewithanx.com.
I can't sleep.
What is it now?
It's
Fan text line can be reached at 503-864-6326. Talking about payroll here. Low payrolls. Oklahoma City, 25th out of 30. Small market, and they're dominating fools. I was lamenting that from the perspective of the Blazers. Somebody else said on the text line, Oklahoma City also fully committed to bottoming out and acquiring assets. The Blazers have not fully committed to their rebuild, which is just prolonging their mediocrity. And I think that's right. They tanked better than you tanked.
By a lot.
By a lot.
But the other component of it is they also had a much shorter gap between being good and being good again. Like that.
Yes.
That OKC team had I believe a 3-1 series. No, they had a 3-2 series lead over the Warriors. Game 6, Klay Thompson hits 11 threes, knocks them out, and they continue on to their first championship. That team still had KD and Harden and Westbrook, right?
Right.
And then obviously they went into the doldrums, and yeah, they offloaded some assets. They got a haul for Paul George, and they had some losing seasons, but that wasn't that long ago. That was less than 10 years ago that team was in the Western Conference Finals, and now they're the favorite to win the championship.
Yeah, that was...
Or at least to win the West.
2016.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
So less than a decade from being a contender to getting all these assets and building it up all again.
Well, I also want you to also, like, this is something that was kind of lost on me now that I look at their history. You know, even after they lost in the Western Conference Finals that year. Oh, no, wait, sorry. No. The finals team was 2012, right?
They made the finals, yes.
Yeah, that was 2012.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that they were in the Western Conference Finals against that juggernaut Warriors team less than 10 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they were very much a contender then, that recently.
Well, it's crazy to think how quickly they flipped this. When, if you look at their history, they have been to the playoffs pretty much every year with the exception of 3 years in the last 15. And they've still flipped it into this. It's nuts. They were good last year, obviously. And then 3 years before that, they were dreadful. But their tank, well, two of the 3 years, 1 year they're about 500. So their tank was literally 2 years. They tanked 2 years. They won 22 and 24 games, and now look at them. It's crazy. And that would be the difference between a good franchise and a bad franchise. Mm-hmm. In Oklahoma City being good and Portland being, at this point, bad. And I would say a lot of that is due to the death of Paul Allen and what has happened with ownership and management since then. Just my opinion. So, highest payrolls in each sport. Suns, like this is this year. You have the Suns, the Browns, and the Mets.
Oh, well,
and isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
And now the Mets are really good. Okay. But, again, baseball a little bit different than the other sports because no cap. You spend away. So, what's interesting to me about the Suns and the Browns is I think it happens more often where you have the highest payroll teams be like that than really, really, really good. Don't you think? Because there's just holes everywhere. You're paying a ton of guys a ton of money, or a few guys a ton of money, and then you have holes everywhere else. Because it's usually the teams with the highest payrolls. It's not that they have the best management. It's that they just have a bunch of money.
Yeah.
And they're trying to throw money at their problems, and it just doesn't work, generally speaking. You know, you look at the Suns, and this is an interesting conversation for another day about the NBA. Danny Meringue has been talking about this a lot. The Suns have 3 excellent NBA basketball players, right? And no one else.
Yeah, that's right.
But you look at these
and
playoffs,
actually, it might only be 2.
Yeah, I mean, are you taking Beal out of it?
Yeah, he sucks.
Yeah. But, I mean, come on. He was good.
He used to be good. He is not. I bet he's not the 3rd best player on that team, and he eats up the 3rd most salary.
Who is the 3rd best player if it's not him?
I'd have to look at the roster, but he was abysmal this year.
But, like, the Suns are a shining example of how not to do it.
Yeah.
And I get what they were trying to do. Durant, Booker, on paper, is like, oh, that's going to be really good. Well, they suck. Then you look around the playoffs, and you see teams like the Pacers. Great example. My Pacers. Mm-hmm. They have 7 or 8 guys who are all nice players.
Solid, yeah.
No weaknesses.
That's right.
So the big debate in the NBA is now, how do you build the roster? Do you go get 2 stars and a bunch of whatevers, or no megastars, and you just have 7 guys who are all 7 out of 10s or better? And what's interesting about that is the Blazers tried to do it this way, the Pacers way, the latter, kind of like how Cleveland has done it with Donovan Mitchell comparing to Damian Lillard. The Blazers have tried that for years and failed. We saw how difficult that was. Remember the Al-Farouq Aminus and the Maurice Harklesses and just all the different. The Blazers could never freaking find wings to put with Damian Lillard. Yet you look around at Oklahoma City and you look around at Cleveland, they're finding role guys or non-stars who are actually damn good. They have no weaknesses. It just can't be that hard. These teams are doing it, and they're doing it in small markets, and they're not paying a bunch of money for expensive veterans.
Yep.
It's wild to me.
By the way, Bradley Beal, definitely the 3rd best player on that team. I looked. Boy, it's grim. Grayson Allen, Tyus Jones, Nurk, Bol Bol.
Ugh.
Do anything for you? Royce O'Neal.
I forgot Nurk was there. But yeah, I mean, I think maybe 5 to 10 years ago, we're having this conversation on the air. We're going, just go get the stars. Nothing else matters. I think these GMs.
A lot of people thought that way.
Yes.
You saw it work a couple places, but there have been just as many teams who have tried to set up their own big 3 and just fallen flat on their face.
GMs are doing it differently now, and a lot of it is the financials. They do not want to pay and can't afford to pay Shai Gilgeous-Alexander $80 million a year. The way this is looking. So very interesting times in the NBA. I think a really good case study on this is the Lakers. You know, they have 2 superstar players, LeBron James and Luka. The rest of the roster is not bad. I mean, it's not like the Suns, but it's not necessarily built to win right now. It's not the most thoughtfully built out roster. They have no bigs, but can LeBron and Luka overcome all of that and just stars win, or will it be in Oklahoma City or a Cleveland or even a Boston? No, I mean, there are superstars on those teams. I mean, Jaylen Brown and Tatum and, of course, SGA. But I just mean, just the more well-rounded teams, will they win? Lower payroll teams, will they win? It's interesting to watch this year. At any rate, that concludes our teams who have won titles with low payroll segment. It turned into 2. But that's what happens. That happens in sports radio. Okay, we got to get to our Wednesday teetotaler. I've got some audio for you next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, I've got a recruiting update for you, and for once in a while, not a great one. I mentioned earlier this week Jackson Cantwell, the top offensive tackle in the class. He had said he's coming to the spring game and had his commitment date set for the Tuesday after Oregon spring game. Well, he just tweeted that he's actually pushing back his commitment so that he can visit Georgia as well, and he'll commit after that visit. So no longer the last team in. Might be fighting with Kirby and company to get his services.
That damn Kirby Smart off the top rope. It's tough out there.
It's all right. They're still in the race for the other 2 of the top 3. So
they're battling. Mods PDX, the future of building, is here.
If you're considering new construction and want it done right and fast by a team that's focused on innovation, collaboration, and creativity, you want Mods PDX. At Mods PDX, we craft beautiful, sustainable, energy-efficient buildings of the highest quality. Our modular approach means your project can be completed faster than traditional construction, and our team of uniquely qualified architectural and trade professionals have the expertise and experience to make your vision a reality. Visit us today at modspdx.com.
It's back, and it's sure to sell out fast. Your local Toyota dealers present the 11th Annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club on Tuesday, June 24th. Brought to you by Henderson & Daughter Windows and Doors and Philbrook Law, Accident and Injury Lawyers. Choose from the morning or afternoon round. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Also brought to you by Pelican Brewing Company, Battery Exchange, and Maestro Dobel Tequila. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
I'm George McCoy with Warren Allen, Attorneys at Law. Finally, winter's over, and we're starting to thaw. Just because spring has sprung doesn't mean spring driving is fun. It will rain on your parades as drivers drive with worn wiper blades. Some are swerving because they're allergic to grass. Watch out for others that are really hauling. Accidents happen, that much is true. Just like insurance companies offer low when they do. But if injuries and missing work are ruining your day, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com. We'll make them pay.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution.
Gotta listen to Monique, man. All right, I'm gonna save the LeBron stuff for tomorrow. We're out of time. But I just want you guys to know that LeBron-themed songs are going viral now, and they're awful, which means we have to play it. But that'll be tomorrow. We'll do that pre-draft. Coming up next, we're at the club. Do we buy it? Deion Sanders edition, next on The Fan.
Hey, it's Suk, and for
kind of hard when you're over there. You can probably attest to this. It's kind of hard to know where to eat unless you have some recommendations or you've done a lot of research online and stuff. And so he took us to a couple nice places. We had some wine, some drinks. We ended up out late with him, drinking and smoking. He took us to the bar where he hangs out with his Italian buddies. And so we hung out there, had a great time. But on our way home, walking home, oh my God. I don't know how long it was, but there were 5 of us, and none of us could find our flat. We were, and dude, I was completely flummoxed.
Yeah.
Completely flummoxed. Could not find it. I'm like, dude, we're sleeping outside.
Yeah.
And then one of the gals in our group found it.
I don't know about identical,
how.
but something similar happened with my dad and my brother. I mentioned that I was meeting them there after I was studying up in Copenhagen, and their flight got delayed, so they got in really late, and that city basically shuts down. And so they got one of those water taxis over, and then kind of got dropped off at the main area, and they couldn't figure out where to go.
Yeah.
They could not figure it out.
That's what happens. You get the water taxi. That's the main way to move around to, it's like oh my God. It's like a car. Only it's a boat on water. But they can only take you so far. Once you get into so they drop you off at one certain area that's kind of close to where you need to go, and then you go find that on foot.
But figuring it out on your own is a nightmare.
It is unmarked.
And then we had another issue when we were sightseeing during the day. We were kind of going all over the place and just trying to get back to where we were going. We kept ending up on the wrong side of the canal. And my dad, who's had multiple knee surgeries, is like, I'm just going to swim across, damn it. We're like, no, you're definitely not doing that.
Don't do
You'll
that.
get in a lot of trouble for that.
Yeah, don't do that. Venice. What a great city.
Great city.
Go there if you can.
Don't they say that it's going to be one of those cities that's gone with global warming and stuff when the water rises? And
underwater.
All that? It's going to be a...
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what
Visit
they
while
say.
you can.
Yeah.
It goes drip, drip, drip.
It does.
See, I think that's right.
It's called rain. Comes down from heaven.
Did you do the overpriced gondola rides?
No, we never did that.
Yeah.
You don't need that.
You don't need that, but we're only in Venice once. We're
Yeah,
going to do one.
I get it. Yeah, we never did that, but we certainly had our fair share of food and drink.
There you go.
I can tell you that.
Yep.
All right, where were we?
Deion Sanders.
Yes.
Next on the fan.
Oh, damn it. Yeah, next. He said so. Okay, so here's the tease. He said something recently that is shocking people, and it has nothing to do with sports. Everybody's shocked by this. Do we believe him? That's next on the fan.
The Blazers won 15 more games this season.
Hooray!
But are they any closer to contention?
Mediocrity and purgatory is when there's no path out. Well, where is the path out for this team? This is purgatory.
went on this podcast called We Got Time Today.
Okay.
Again, one you will never hear.
And then, do we know who is it? A sports podcast or is it like a
no.
pop culture podcast? Like, what are we?
It's a couple of ladies, Mandy B and Wheezy WTF.
Oh, them, of course.
Oh wait, hold on. Wait. Deion Sanders has left some people skeptical after making a surprising revelation on a recent episode of his and Roki Diaz's We Got Time Today podcast.
Oh, his podcast.
He has a podcast, but he was chatting on his podcast with Mandy B and Wheezy WTF.
Sure.
And they are hosts of the Decisions podcast.
Yeah, of course they are.
So the podcasters are now interviewing the podcasters. And then somehow Deion's involved.
I read there are 3.1 million different podcasts out there.
3.1 million? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
That's just, I mean, you couldn't sift through them if you wanted to. It's just.
No. How many of them are worth a crap?
12.
I was going to go 17. Anyway. So he's talking to these ladies, and they're talking about sex stuff.
Okay.
It's going to get a little uncomfortable, guys.
All right.
Deion said, do you know what I'm referring to?
Does he use his like toeless nubs to
What?
pleasure his lady? Like what are we?
God, that's a little much. We didn't need that.
I don't know.
John.
You asked if I don't know. I just threw out a weird Deion thing.
I got a bad visual.
I know that the guy has weird feet and lack of toes, and didn't know if that came.
He's
into
missing
play.
2 toes, I think.
I think that's right.
2 or 3.
8 toes down for Deion.
No, he said he has never in his life masturbated. That is what he is claiming. And here are his quotes. At least I think. He says, bloop, bloop, bloop. I've never in my life. He says, I've never in my life pleasured myself. God is my witness. In Jesus' name, I'm telling you the God's honest truth. He added, my next statement is going to sound arrogant, but I never had to. Okay. First of all, there is no chance he has never masturbated.
Agreed.
0 chance.
Agreed.
And
is he doing some sort of like semantics thing where it's like, well, never since I've been a born again Christian a couple years ago? Like, is it that?
No, I think he's just lying.
Yeah.
And I think
right through his shiny teeth.
Because, I mean, and the reason we know this, not that I have anything in common with Deion Sanders, other than that I'm a male.
Yeah.
And I know that when you are, depends on the age, whenever you hit puberty, but, when you're 12, 13, maybe 14, 15, whatever that age is, you get a little stiffy down there. No boy ever has ever looked down there and gone, well, I guess I'll leave that alone. That'll come in handy.
Yeah, you know
later.
what I'm going to do is ignore this boner forever.
It doesn't happen.
No.
So therefore, that's how I know Deion Sanders has indeed.
Because he was a teenage boy
That's
at one point.
Right.
That's why.
Now listen, he says I never had to. Well, one, you're always cheating on your wife, you ass. But 2, okay, I get it.
They were lining up around the block when you were a junior in high school. Okay.
Exactly. That's my thing. It's like, dude, I get it. You had a career in a life where it was readily available for you,
and it has been for decades.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean you've never ever
bingo.
Stop it.
Give me young, awkward Deion Sanders, like really young, awkward
Coming
Deion
of
Sanders.
age Deion Sanders.
Yeah, come on, dude.
No,
come on, dude. Get out of here with that. So I'm glad we're on the same page there.
Yeah, he's a liar.
Total liar.
And God doesn't like lying.
No, but I also think he doesn't like masturbation, so you kind of have to pick your poison there.
Yeah, well.
Is that right? Or maybe, or does he?
I mean,
because doesn't that, like, he's really a religious guy, right? Like,
Yeah.
doesn't...
I think he is now. I'm not sure that has always been the case.
Well, isn't the whole idea behind masturbation, isn't it that it keeps you from stepping out? Like, it's a guy's way of...
I mean,
like,
is that the idea
is that the
behind
guy?
it, or is it just that you're horny and doing something
Well, you
about
always
it?
got to explain stuff when you're when it's religious. You know, it's like, oh, well, here's why.
Yeah,
there's always a
it
wholesome
requires
reason.
some justification.
Yeah.
I don't know. Clearly, dude plays by his own rules and then lies about how he adheres to those rules.
There's just no chance that's true.
No chance. None.
Sorry, dude. Not buying it. Now to Taliban penis.
Yeah.
This is a weird story. But
I don't even remember what this story is, and I
it's
sent
true.
it to you.
You may not have sent it to me. I think, well, I don't know. I can't remember if you did or not. It's the story of the guy. So he's I think he's a British guy, and he is what they call an extreme vacationer.
Okay.
And we've talked about this before. They call it extreme travel.
Are these the people that intend to
Yes.
vacation in dangerous locations?
Yes.
Okay. War zones and
Yes.
things like that?
They go to the places you should not go in the world.
Border of North Korea.
Yep. He was there.
Yep.
He was in this guy.
Yeah,
he
it's a weird niche cottage industry.
They love it.
Yeah.
And they know the risks, but that's what they want to do. He's got a trip coming up to Ukraine.
Sure.
He's a 30-year-old dude. He has visited 69 countries so far.
Nice.
And he says after deciding his trips to Iraq, Syria, and Belarus were not enough, he prepared for his ultimate dangerous and thrill-seeking experience, Afghanistan.
Okay.
He had an 11-day trip. He saw the financial advisor from Bath, Somerset in the UK fly into Islamabad in Pakistan and drive to Peshawar on the border of Afghanistan. There, he entered the embassy to be interviewed by members of the Taliban, decked with heavy machine guns.
And this was the point of his journey?
Well, yeah, I think the point is they want to get.
I'd like to show up here so that you can interview me?
Well, no, that's what they have to do to enter the country.
Oh, okay.
So it's actually a good question. What is the point of extreme travel? Like, what do you want to see?
Is it like people who like scary movies? Like you want to be scared?
Yeah,
You like the feeling of that? And
maybe that's it. So he spent his trip visiting tiny villages and sprawling markets, and he even says that he had a fling with a member of the Taliban.
Oh, yeah, I did not read this story.
He said, the trip was such an eye-opening experience. One of the things that astonished me most was when I was in a bank, I saw a woman working and wearing makeup. I then started seeing more and more women in the streets and in the markets who weren't covering their faces. It turns out that while some things about Afghani women are true, like having to draw out of education at a certain age, women are still allowed to do things they were doing before the Taliban took over. You're kind of like a celebrity. The locals will follow you for miles. I would have people following me for 2 hours just to get a photo with me. Some kids wanted me to be in their YouTube videos. Even in the bank, I'd get to skip the lines. I was a celebrity, and I did not want to leave. A member of the Taliban acted as a security guard in my hotel, and they did it. He's a gay guy, if you haven't figured that out. I kind of wanted to see the Wang. He said, I ordered some takeaway, and he brought it up to my room. I noticed that he kept coming back every 5 minutes to see how I was. At a certain point, I just asked if he wanted to come in and watch a movie. We shared some food and kept on talking. Stuff happened after that, and we kept seeing each other every day.
Could this guy be killed for that? It feels like probably.
I would think so.
You know?
The Arabs love to flirt with men. They love me. I was obsessed. He says in every country he's been to, he's found men to date on Grindr.
Yeah, that's like the Tinder for gay hookups.
Yeah, but the only 2 countries he's been where he didn't have to use Grindr was Saudi Arabia and Afghanistan. How about that?
I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm gay.
He said, I was trying to be discreet because you have to be careful.
Yeah,
in
some of those places,
point.
if you flaunt it, you're in trouble, like
Yes.
with the government.
He said, I felt safer with my security guard. We didn't talk much because he didn't speak English, and I didn't speak his language. In the evenings, we would watch Gossip Girl.
Oh, my God.
He would love showing me his guns. We have spoken since I came back, but after some time, I had to let it go. The moment I left, it just didn't feel right. It was just a fling. He says his Taliban lover was passionate and used it well. He says,
man,
they are very touchy-feely and like to kiss. It's romantic in a way. They will make you feel like you've known them for years. It definitely doesn't feel like a hookup in the Western world. Taliban penis should not be underrated.
All right, then.
And I know you have long underrated Taliban penis.
I think most of us have.
He says, I try to have sex everywhere I go, especially if someone tells me not to do anything there because they are racist and homophobic. He's a black guy, by the way. He's a gay black guy.
Okay.
And he said, I'm like, I do what I want. I'm going to do it. So his trip in November saw him spend 6 days in Kabul and 5 in Pakistan. Cost him only $5,000, but he said he did almost die multiple times.
Okay. What a trip.
Dude.
Fling with the Taliban and near-death experiences. What more could you want?
I guess that's
There's
what you...
your thrill ride.
Yeah, I guess that's what you get out of it.
Then the bonus rewards program kicks in.
So he says, when he went to Afghanistan, it was even worse. He says, I felt like I'd been transported to a third world. I can't even describe it. There was so much going on, machine guns everywhere. You could see the Taliban. There were so many people trying to cross from Pakistan to Afghanistan. You could see people begging on the streets, people pulling each other, and others trying to rip each other off. Once he reached Afghanistan, he traveled 6 hours to Kabul, checked into his hotel. He said, everywhere you go there is the Taliban. You cannot take a step without them knowing exactly where you are at every single point in time. He said, I was used to this already because it was the same in Syria, but this was a new level. At least in Syria, there's protection. In Afghanistan, there's no embassy. If something happens to me, I'm on my own. There is nobody to protect me. They said it was illegal to take videos of women, and that is why you don't see Afghani women in the media in Western countries, because they can't film them. He also says there's very little crime because basically you're going to lose a limb if you do something stupid, which is one way to govern, I guess.
Yeah.
He said he did not experience any racial or homophobic crime. However, on his way home, he had his passport taken off him at the border. He was not allowed to cross as he hadn't printed off his visa. And he said, I had machine guns pointed at my head. I was interrogated 24/7. When you try to leave the country, you're put on a list. You are seen as a terrorist. They are questioning you as to why you are in the country and why you want to leave it. But eventually he got out. He said 4 officers with heavy machinery followed me every single step and followed me around. I would walk down the street to get some juice, and they would have to come with me. Ladies and gentlemen, extreme travel and Taliban penis.
The text line points out we probably should refer to that as the tallywhacker.
Fantastic. Fantastic joke.
Someone else says, ignore the learned boner. No.
Screw the learned people. No.
Ooh. Do you have a clip of him saying boner? Maybe you could splice in boner into that clip. And we have a whole new drop.
I don't know if I have a clip of...
Well, you have me doing it.
Well, yeah, I have you saying boner.
Surely we have a Souk boner somewhere.
There's a drop.
Yeah, this is how we talk. Sorry.
No, I'm not going to give you no cookie. Keeping that sweet $8 in our pants.
But I love the Taliban humor. Keep it coming. All right, coming up next. What most dictates if you'll be friends with someone? A new study. Here's Buck.
This is Draft Week on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, plenty of playoff action going on tonight. Let's get it started on the hardwood. The Boston Celtics looking to close out the Orlando Magic in Game 2 of that Eastern Conference Series. Celtics without Jason Tatum tonight, but they're clinging to an 8-point lead. It's 102-94 with 1:48 to play. Jaylen Brown leading the way for the Celtics with 33 points. In Cleveland, the one-seeded Cavs looking to continue rolling on home court. They have an 11-point lead. It's 93-82 just into the fourth quarter of that one. And then coming up at 6:30, or just a matter of moments on TNT, following the conclusion of the Celtics game, the Warriors and Rockets will do battle with Houston, trying to salvage a home split before moving that series over to the Bay Area. Meanwhile, in the NHL, one game going on right now. The Capitals are trying to end it in the third period against the Canadiens. They're currently clinging to a 2-1 lead. Meanwhile, just before 7 o'clock, it'll be the Stars and Avalanche over on ESPN. And then at 7 on TBS, the Oilers looking for their first win of the series against the Kings, who have a 1-0 series lead. The Mariners are playing at Fenway today. They had an 8-2 lead. The Red Sox have cut into that. It's now 8-5. Mariners still batting in the top of the ninth. They've got 1 on and 2 out. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The original home of the Herd with Cullen.
Yeah, I kind of want to know more about the Taliban gay guy, you know?
Tallywhacker?
Yeah, because, like, does that... I assume that the other Talibros know that he's gay, right? That's like the first time he's hooked up with somebody he's... You know what I mean?
Unless...
Like, what do they just...
I don't know. Unless he is so savvy about where he can be himself like that and where he can't, that he can turn it on and off, but that seems unlikely.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, so it's one of two things. You're either just secretly gay and no one knows about it, or everybody knows about it and they just kind of like, I don't know, maybe they poke fun at him for it or something.
Yeah.
But it just, I don't know. That's so weird to me, knowing their religion.
It is odd, but then, as I mentioned off air, I feel like it's gone back for centuries, people who are of gay orientation having to hide it because of rules of their culture. And
Well, yeah.
You know, and so those people don't stop being gay when they're have those oppressive rules around them. They just find ways around those rules.
No,
So,
that's fair. But I guess I've never thought actively about
like
someone
how
who
a-
is
how a
in
presently
the
gay
Taliban.
person the Taliban operates.
Yeah, how would you?
Yeah.
Huh. I don't know.
It's probably not easy, but apparently this person has figured it out.
Hey, you do you, man. So I've got a new studyfinds.org study for you.
Okay.
One of my favorite websites.
Hit me.
I read it a lot, studyfinds.org.
You do love that one.
Yeah. Well,
Lots of
studies
good
are cool.
studies.
Science, kind of checking things out. Like,
Those scientists better check their hypothesis.
there was a story I
dude.
read last night about, it's always, the mice.
Sure.
Poor
Yeah.
little mice. We just
They're
tested.
either in mazes or they're being tested.
Well,
or-
they were saying that psychedelics, there's certain psychedelics that improve their brain power for like 3 weeks.
Y'all want to buy some drugs?
What do you think about that? 3 weeks. Imagine taking a drug and it boosting your brain power for 3 weeks.
That'd be rad.
So hopefully that, again, a little more research needed, but
I would imagine.
looks promising.
Sure. Give us super brains.
So this one was about. It was about what dictates you being a friend with someone most.
Okay.
People you meet. What do you think it is?
What dictates you being with a person most? My initial reaction is just to say common interest, but I feel like that's too straightforward or easy.
Wrong.
So maybe it's going to be something unspoken that we don't realize, like people of the same height or I don't know.
It's your smell.
Oh, okay. So it is something unspoken.
Yes. A person's natural scent, combined with products like deodorants or perfume, can strongly influence who we feel drawn to as friends, even more than appearance in some cases.
Yeah. So I understand, or at least have like read that the sense of smell relative to your other senses, like maybe the strongest in giving you opinions and things like that, like more sensitive than your eyes or than, your touch or whatever. But I don't know. I feel like that's how many people are like, oh, yep, they're the one because they smelled right.
Well, I don't think you think about it, subconscious, but they said that, this study shows after you're talking with someone, people's perceptions of that person's scent changed based on how much they enjoyed the interaction, suggesting our brains form emotional associations with smell during social bonding. So how about that?
My only thing about it is that, like, I feel like there are so many people that I've encountered that are just smell neutral. That there's not anything distinctive, defining, good, bad, or indifferent. Like, it's just okay. They don't have so. How do you inform a decision, like an opinion about them then?
Good question.
Because I don't
think it's everything.
No, I'm sure it's not everything, but I don't know that I've ever had a situation where I'm like, other than maybe if someone smells bad or has bad breath or something, that I'm just like.
Well, it could also be that you are smelling them. You're just not taking note of that.
It's subconscious.
That's right.
Yeah.
Not consciously. So this says people take a lot in when they're meeting face to face. But scent, which people are registering at some level, though probably not consciously, forecasts whether you end up liking this person, says study author Vivian Zayas from Cornell University. What a great name.
Say it again?
Vivian Zayas.
Nice.
Zayas. I don't know.
Sure. Whatever.
So 40 female participants between 18 and 30 years old, average age 21, took part in speed friending experiment. Each participant had their photograph taken and received a plain cotton t-shirt to wear for about 12 hours during normal daily activities. They were instructed not to modify their typical hygiene routines, continuing to use their regular deodorant, perfume, or other products, essentially capturing their natural diplomatic odor. Before meeting in person, participants viewed 100 millisecond flashes of other participants' photographs and rated their friendship potential on several criteria. On the day of the speed friending event, participants first smelled and rated the t-shirts worn by people they would later meet. Then came the main event, a series of 4-minute face-to-face conversations with approximately 10 different partners, followed by friendship ratings after each interaction. They then smelled and rated the same t-shirts again, and their evaluations changed significantly based on how much they enjoyed talking with each person during their brief interaction.
Okay.
How about that?
All right.
Very interesting. This challenges conventional wisdom about first impressions, which typically emphasize visual cues like facial features and expressions. While we consciously focus on what we see, our noses appear to be quite influential on who we befriend.
Okay.
I want you to remember that. Not that you do it consciously anyway. You just do it.
I guess so.
I bet you have great smelling friends.
Probably.
Or maybe terribly smelling friends. Terrible smelling friends.
I feel like my sense of smell is not great, and specifically my wife's is great. Her nose is super sensitive to all smells, good and bad. I bet it's a big deal for her. How the people she meets smells.
We should do a study with her. You know, like introduce her. I've never met her, so I'll meet her, and then Sue can meet her, and then
We'll round up a bunch of T-shirts worn by members of the fan staff.
Yeah, see who she'll be. She's like, I really like that Isaac.
Here,
Like, well, he smells delightful.
This is Dirt's T-shirt. Sniff it.
She's like, what are you doing?
No, babe, hold on. This is Schultzy. Smell Schultzy.
Perverse. Anyway, thought that was kind of interesting. You know, coming up next, we're gonna wrap it up. You little bitch.
We are.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, are we at the end of the show already?
We will be when we start the next segment.
Man, I have so much more in my notes here.
Do you really?
So much more awesome stuff.
That's great.
Imagine getting this excited over bottomless sides. I want to talk about that story.
Bottomless sides, huh?
Yeah. Again, another one you sent me.
I send you a lot of stuff, and then sometimes it gets put on the back burner, and then
you don't even read it. You just you see the headline and you send it, don't you?
Sometimes. I would say
Well, it works.
Well, yeah, some of them are I just know, regardless of what the content of the body of those articles are, that the subject line alone is club worthy.
Someone said I can see this because normally when somebody smells like BO, those people tend to hang out with other people of BO smell. Is that true? But he says also alcoholics, alcohol seeps out of your pores and that attracts other alcoholics, other booze hounds.
Huh.
I don't know if any of that's true, but I'm going to go with it.
Okay.
All right, we wrap it up next on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. What is the Duck fan thought of Dan Lanning as a coach? I don't have a lot of complaints about him as a coach.
it was like a $20 pass you had to buy,
Okay.
and it crashed their website. Jeez. No one could get it, and they were apparently a bunch of people posted screenshots, and they were charging like $682 for them or something.
Like on a second market type deal?
No, it was a glitch. Like they were not ready for the heat that came from the public regarding bottomless sides.
Well, so then how did the price total get to $682?
I don't know. Again, I just think their system was overloaded
Just
and
threw out a random note.
malfunctioned.
Right.
I don't know. But anyway,
All right.
have you ever what is something dumb like that saves you a little bit of money? Have you ever been over the moon? I'm trying to think of the way to phrase it. Like, is there something that gets you that hot and bothered that's like that?
I mean, when I was in college, if you could find an all-you-could-drink situation going on, I mean, that's...
Well, quarter draws in college, that's
Sure.
another level.
I mean, but it's that type of thing that it's like, I think it all comes down to just people craving the abundance mentality that I can have a lot for not very much. And like, and especially if you, I'm trying to think how to put this, but basically if you are someone who doesn't necessarily have the means for a lot and you get what you perceive as a deal to have all you want for not having to kick very much in, that gets people really hyped.
Yeah, I get the saving money part of it, but bottomless side, like, are you just gonna sit there and shovel sides in your mouth for 3 hours?
Maybe. I mean, there's a certain type of person that really appeals to, and maybe not sit there for the 3 hours, but oh my gosh, can you believe that they're only charging me once and I can run it up to whatever I want. You know, like people think they're getting more of their money's worth. Like
I think that's what it is.
Let's say you got a pass and for, I don't know, $200, you were getting as many golf balls as you could hit at the range for a month or for 3 months or so. I mean, I don't know what the number is, but let's say it's unlimited golf ball swings. That's something that you usually have to pay a finite amount for a finite number. Like, you might get fired up because you're like, yeah, man, I just pay this once and I can practice as much as I want.
Yeah, we all know the feeling of getting a deal and value, and it's a good feeling. It's like, I'm paying less for this than I should. This is great. I get that. But I've long said I think it's a curse to view the world through that lens about everything.
Oh, it's not. I don't think it's a good thing. I just think that people can't help themselves from feeling that way.
I know, and I just think there's some people that's all they care about anything.
Well, I know people like relatives and stuff like that. Like if you go out to like a meal or whatever, that they may be more concerned with like how little they paid and how much extra food they had at the end. They're like, look at it was only this much for the breakfast combo, and like I've still got enough for a snack later, and like that's really important to that person.
That's what gets them off.
Some people,
fascinating.
Yeah.
Like I take my my father-in-law to Bi-Mart every Tuesday. Dude, that guy.
They're giving away hand towels. He's like, yes.
And he's like, yes. He gets so fired up. He's like, wait a minute, the candles are only $1.99,
and he has no need for candles.
No,
but it's a great deal.
But yes, that's the point.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't need bottomless fries, but you know what? The fact that you only paid $20 one time and get to eat them all month, good for you.
Boy, that's fascinating to me.
Yeah.
I am looking at Red Robin sides. And by the way, maybe I presented that wrong. A lot of people are saying that Red Robin always has bottomless sides. This was a bottomless burger. I don't know. Whatever. I went on Red Robin's website. They do have delicious looking sides, I will say.
Okay.
Does the garlic Parmesan broccoli tickle you?
No.
Because it does me. You don't like broccoli?
No, I do like broccoli, but I don't know.
I love that.
I don't need cheese on my broccoli.
What about steak fries, sweet potato fries, or garlic fries?
Red Robin makes a good steak fry. So.
We can do mac and cheese.
Yeah.
We can do Yukon chips, perfectly seasoned.
I'm sorry, Yukon chips just potato chips said in a fancy way.
They are. That's right, but they have the Red Robin seasoning. You know, they put the seasoning on the table. Coleslaw.
So they're just Red Robin chips, but they're Yukons.
Are you a sweet potato fry guy? Because I am.
I like the taste of them. I think that the success rate on sweet potato fries is exceptionally low. They're almost always mushy and soggy, and it's no good. You got to really crisp them up because it's sweet and has sugar, hard to do.
Okay. You've thought about this.
I like sweet potato fries, but they usually aren't great. I like the idea of them more than I actually like.
I get what you're saying. All right, that's going to do it for us, guys. We're out of here. That's your content for the day. Now, tomorrow is a very big day around here because it's the NFL Draft. We will have Andrew Nimick. Now, he's not going to be with us at the start of the show. You're going to get your proper amount of grab-assery for 2 hours.
Yeah, tomfoolery and whatnot.
Right. And then he's going to come in and we're going to get super serious about the NFL and talk about Twitch and 40 times.
Yeah, he's got, boy, he could make some money if Ashton Genty really goes 5 to the Jaguars.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It was not expected to be the case. There were long odds. He made some plays. And now Genty's the favorite to go there, and our friend Andrew Nemick may make out nice.
Yeah, but I read today that everybody's wanting to trade up for Genty, so he may go even earlier.
What he has is Genty. Oh, maybe. We'll see. That's for tomorrow's show.
Let's do it now.
We don't have time.
Andrew Nemick will be a part of our show tomorrow. Be here with us, won't you? 3 to 7 on The Fan. Good night.